If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 201, Chapter 199, A Battle of Physical Strength. Although judging from Makita's situation, Riffin seems to have a super guiding ability, and has the power to quickly strengthen his partners. But in Tsuru's view, this should be limited to Haki, Taijutsu and even swordsmanship. As for Devil Fruit, even Riffin does not have the power to awaken it quickly. Therefore, some people think of Nojo, who has followed Riffin for a long time. Of course, she also thought about Riffin handing over the bubble fruit to Khalifa and others. But if this is the case, Riffin has more than just the ability to make his partners quickly improve their abilities. He may also have the power to quickly awaken Devil Fruit. Such a situation is really too scary and unreal. So Tsuru subconsciously denied such a possibility. Don't look at Nojo like that, she is not the person with the ability of bubble fruit. And shouldn't you be more concerned with your own situation now than with my companion? Riffin pointed to the soap bubble that had completely wrapped Tsuru, and said with a smile. I know my situation, and I also know that your bubble fruit won't be able to break through my defensive shield so quickly. Also, you said that Nojo is not the person with the ability of bubble fruit. But I think, apart from her, none of your partners are likely to awaken the bubble fruit so quickly. Tsuru said while thickening her defensive shield. Don't be too absolute, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Although Paramecia Devil Fruits lack a will like Zoan Devil Fruits and don't actively choose users, he continued, maybe, in some cases, a Paramecia Devil Fruit can be exceptionally compatible with someone. Perhaps, he added with a smirk, under such rare circumstances, one of my partners awakened their powers immediately after consuming the bubble fruit. Such a thing is unheard of, and there is no possibility that it will happen. Tsuru shook her head, apparently not believing what Riffin said. Hehe, I've already said what I think, and there's nothing I can do if you don't believe it. That's the end of the conversation, Tsuru Vice Admiral. Next, let me clean it up for you. You who have the fruit of washing, you should have no experience of being washed. So relax and enjoy it, maybe it will make your shriveled skin regain its luster. Riffin said, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the supporting bubbles under Tsuru's feet dissipated. A huge hole with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of more than 10 meters was exposed. Then, after pushing it to only 1 meter away from the bottom of the cave, Riffin clasped his hands together. All of a sudden, all the soap bubbles formed by Riffin's abilities squeezed towards Tsuru as hard as possible. Tsuru felt the feedback brought by the defensive shield, and her heart became more serious. Even if it's just a fragile bubble, under Riffin's control, it has a terrifying impact. What troubled Tsuru even more? After each bubble is squeezed and popped, it will release a cleansing power similar to the cleansing fruit she has mastered. But this power is not compatible with her washing fruit. Immediately after the two different fruit forces came into contact, they began to cancel each other out. This also forced Tsuru to use more physical energy to build a more powerful defensive shield. However, she soon discovered that the speed she constructed could not match the speed of her energy consumption. Troublesome, it looks like I'm really going to be cleaned up if it goes on like this. Tsuru sighed, raised her head and looked at Riffin's figure reflected on the bubble. About half an hour later. Around the arena. Really, how long do we have to wait? Is it interesting to fight like this? Bonnie crossed her arms, impatiently watching the scene of Riffin and Tsuru's standoff battle. It is different from the fierce battle before. At this moment, the battle between Riffin and Tsuru has completely become a battle of attrition between the two different forces of bubble fruit and wash fruit. In other words, it is pure mutual consumption of physical energy. And this kind of battle obviously can't arouse the interest of Bonnie, who has a carefree personality. Captain Riffin has his plan. Here, let's act as spectators and prevent these navies from disturbing Captain Riffin. Nojo glanced at Bonnie and said with a smile on her face. But this is too boring. It's much more boring than watching you and that guy Riffin being having s**x. Bonnie waved her hand, and dared to say things that ordinary girls couldn't say. Fortunately, Nojo is used to Bonnie's bold speeches from time to time. So she wouldn't blush with embarrassment because of Bonnie's words at the moment. Speaking of which, Nojo, did you use my appearance to do something like that with Captain Riffin? Bonnie put her arm around Nojo's shoulder and put it on her face. After pulling her to her side, she asked in a low voice. Who knows? Nojo shrugged her shoulders, however, if you are interested, you can come and watch us. At that time, I can become like you. However, if you can, please change Captain Riffin back to how he was when he was a child. Such a scene must be very interesting. Thinking of Riffin's petite body being held in her arms, some strange elements in Nojiko's heart began to awaken. TCH, you look like an honest woman. But it seems you're also a pervert. Bonnie shook her head, glanced at the pretty female vice-admirals who were nervously looking at Tsuru, and then turned to look at Tsuru again. Suddenly, the corners of Bonnie's mouth parted into a big smile. Nojiko, didn't Captain Riffin say earlier that he want to let those female soldiers accompany him tonight? That's right, but Captain Riffin must be joking. Bonnie, what are you talking about? Hehe, I don't know if it's a joke, but are you not going to record their data with your devil fruit ability? Hehe, I'll do it without you telling me. Nojiko raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile. For Nojiko, whose heart is already filled with Riffin. Making Riffin happy is her happiness. And to make Riffin happy, her clone fruit is her greatest weapon. For the current Nojiko, she doesn't mind collecting more data of a few beautiful girls. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Riffin doesn't mention it, if she meets a girl who she thinks Riffin will like, Nojiko will always look for opportunities to record their data. As early as when Riffin told Tsuru a joke about letting those female soldiers stay with him all night, Nojiko had already set her sights on them. It seems that I still underestimate your accommodations to that guy Riffin. Speaking of which, I have another proposal, why don't you cooperate with me then? As Bonnie spoke, she put her hand next to Nojiko's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. At the same time, the battle between Riffin and Tsuru has come to an end. Tsuru Vice Admiral, this is too boring. It's almost time for me to end this fight. When Riffin took advantage of bubble to surround and squeezed Tsuru, he was already in front of Tsuru. Although Tsuru wants to take advantage of the opportunity of Riffin getting closer to her to use the power of washing the fruit on him. But Riffin, who has the level of observation Haki for predicting the future, naturally dodged it easily. Even Riffin took advantage of Tsuru's hands to clean Tsuru with bubble fruit. It's just that Tsuru's washing fruit can neutralize the brilliance effect of bubble fruit. So now she has not lost the power to act. Although I am old, I will not give in until the end. And we set the fighting time to be 2 hours. As long as I persist until then, the victory will belong to me. The corner of Tsuru's mouth raised, and she spoke to Riffin. You're really stubborn. Is it true that people are like this when they get older? Riffin sighed, and suddenly stretched out his hand to use the power of dark fruit to grab Tsuru. Although Tsuru sensed it, she had consumed a lot of energy and was blocked by the surrounding soap bubbles. This time, she couldn't escape Riffin's grasp after all. As Riffin's right palm condensed with dark water touched Tsuru's neck, the energy of Tsuru's washing fruit disappeared instantly. Then the surrounding bubbles surged up, directly covering the whole body of Tsuru. After a while, wait until the bubbles dissipate again. Tsuru's body has become extremely smooth and turned into a large toy-like existence and lost most of her strength. Also, because of being controlled by Riffin's dark water. At this moment, even if Tsuru wants to use her ability to cleanse her body, there is no way to do it. How about it, Tsuru Vice Admiral, do you want to admit defeat now? If you still persist, I don't mind beating an old woman. Riffin put his left hand in front of Tsuru's eyes and said. While speaking, a dazzling thunder light began to shine on his left hand. Just by looking at it, one can understand the large amount of destructive power contained in it. Seeing this scene, Tsuru couldn't help but stare in shock. Darkness, bubbles, lightning. This man can use these 3 different devil fruit powers at the same time. What is the limit of this guy's devil fruit ability? Is it only possible to use the power of 3 devil fruits at the same time? Or, even if it is flower fruit, can he use it at the same time? Thinking that Riffin might be able to use 4 devil fruit abilities at the same time, Tsuru's evaluation of Riffin became more and more elevated. In Jun's report, although Riffin showed the power of thunder, darkness, and flower fruit, but in the same period of time, Riffin only used the combination of thunder and flower or the combination of darkness and flower fruit. Originally, Tsuru thought that although Riffin could use various devil fruit abilities, but probably only 2 can be used at the same time. But now, after seeing Riffin's performance on the spot, she has no choice but to overturn her original assessment of Riffin. You bastard! Let go of Tsuru Vice Admiral! Asshole, take your hands off Sister Tsuru! A group of female sailors were already worried about Tsuru's safety. Now they see that Tsuru is completely controlled by Riffin. And even her body is in a strange state because of the power of the bubble fruit. The female soldiers could no longer restrain their worries about Tsuru and rushed forward. Unlike Jun, they don't know Riffin's character well. At the moment, they only thought that Riffin might threaten Tsuru because she couldn't move. They are so desperate that even Jun, who is in a state of anesthesia, has no way to stop them. Hearing the conversation of the female soldiers, Tsuru just wanted to make them retreat. But before she could do that, thunderbolts of golden and blue-white colors that contained terrifying energy suddenly fell from the sky. Accompanied by a violent roar, the female soldiers who had just run a few steps fell to the ground due to the power of the thunder. A stronger female soldier just wanted to get up, but was also controlled on the spot by Robin's ability. When Nojo saw this scene, she raised her eyebrows and immediately rushed forward to start copying the data of the female soldiers, especially the bodies of some beautiful female soldiers. "Stop, Riffin, don't attack them," Tsuru said worriedly, while struggling violently. "Tsuru Vice Admiral, I didn't do anything. Also, it's your subordinates who violated the agreement. Since this is the case, it is only natural for my crew to attack." Riffin turned around with Tsuru in his hand so that she could see Nami, who had unknowingly used thunder fruit and the magic weather stick to gather dark clouds in the sky that were constantly rushing with thunder power. The thunder that contained terrifying power seemed ready to fall at any time. Ready to hit the female soldiers who were firmly pressed to the ground by the arms stretched out from the ground. Because Robin accurately grasped the structure of the human body, the position she grasped was just enough to prevent the female soldiers from exerting their strength. It can be said that Robin used the smallest force to control the female marine at this moment. Tsuru naturally also saw Robin's tricks. But even so, she was amazed by the strength Robin showed. How powerful are her subordinates? She knows better than anyone else. Nami's thunder is strong though. But it is not enough to incapacitate those female soldiers with strong strength. And Robin can control so many female soldiers at the moment. Her strength will definitely not be inferior to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Is even Robin's power underestimated? That's right, Makita, who became a member of the Riffin crew almost at the same time as Robin, has that kind of power. Since Robin is the type of woman Riffin likes, it is impossible for him not to let Robin also gain a strong power. Riffin can use flower fruit to exert power like a demon clone. This Robin may also be able to exert that level of power. I just don't know if her strength is only as good as she is currently showing, or did she even reach Makita's level? Tsuru frowned. While she was thinking, she didn't notice that Jewelry Bonnie and Nojo, who had copied the body data of the beautiful female soldiers, were already approaching her. Chapter 202, Chapter 200, Multiple Achievements. Nojo smiled at Riffin. Then she raised her right hand and patted Tsuru's cheek. Seeing this, Riffin deliberately dissipated the energy of the bubble fruit on Tsuru's cheek. Tsuru's wash fruit is also a special devil fruit. Riffin naturally hopes that Nojo can record this ability. Similarly, record the body data of Tsuru. Maybe it will be able to play a role in some occasions by turning into a Tsuru in the future. As for Riffin, he doesn't want to turn into a woman if he can. Even just in case, he also recorded Tsuru's data through clone fruit. After Nojo withdrew her hand, Riffin was about to have a conversation with Tsuru. When suddenly, a copy space prompt came in his mind. Riffin, your crew member Nurse Nojo's job level has been raised, and her personal attributes have been refreshed, please check it yourself. Hey! Why did her job level suddenly increase? Riffin raised his eyebrows, and opened Nojo's personal attribute panel with a silent murmur in his heart. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Nojo. Age, 20 years old. Crew number, 04. Position, Nurse, Expert. Physical, 13,833. Physical level, B level. Devil Fruit, Clone Fruit Awakening. Martial Arts Skill, Traditional Kenpo. Other Skills, Heikoku. Special Abilities, Intermediate Armament Haki, Elementary Observation Haki. Props, Shiger. Loyalty, 100, life and death go hand in hand. Bounty, 80 million berry. Nurse job rating changed from excellent to expert. Strange, isn't it just copying the body data of Tsuru? So how did her position level increase? Riffin frowned slightly. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind. Wait. The ability of Tsuru to wash the fruit has the power to purify the soul. If this power is used to purify the patient's heart, it can improve the mood of the patient. Even if this power is also used on mental patients, the effect will be better. Could it be that Nojiko's level of the nurse was improved because of the power to soothe the soul from the fruit of washing? Thinking of this, the corners of Riffin's mouth curled up involuntarily. Nojiko's rise in rank naturally made Riffin happy. What makes him even more happy is that this proves that Riffin's idea of using devil fruit to advance his crew's rank is feasible. As for Nojiko, before copying man's hairy healing fruit, her nurse level has been upgraded to the expert level. If you are copying Manswali's healing fruit, the job level of Nojiko's nurse will very likely break through the expert level and reach the master level. At that time, both Nojiko and Riffin will receive generous rewards. It seems that we have to find an opportunity to go to Dressrosa in advance. If Nojiko can reach the master level through her nurse level and get 30,000 points of physical fitness on the Black Pearl, there will be another super strong person. Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and thought in his heart. Nojiko's clone fruit allows her to use other people's devil fruit abilities. This should have made Nojiko a pretty formidable force. However, the imitated ability can match the original ability user in terms of power. But the physical energy consumed is too much. It would be fine if it was assisted by the copied ability. But if it is used for direct combat, the weakness of consuming physical energy due to use will appear. Under such circumstances, it may be better for Nojiko to directly use Kenpo and Haki to fight than use her devil fruit. Of course, it is not impossible to overcome such a weakness. As long as Nojiko is given a high enough physique, the weakness of clone fruit can be greatly reduced. It seems that it's time to add a wave of physical points to Nojiko. Also, if Nojiko is given more physique, when she uses Robin's flower fruit, she can also create Titan clone and Demon clone for a longer period of time. It's definitely a win-win. Riffin recalled in Riffin's mind the intense softness and joy that Robin brought when she cast the Titan clone and the Demon clone. So he couldn't help imagining the happiness brought by 4 big Robins surrounding him. Nojiko, let's do it again. Suddenly, Bonnie's voice pulled Riffin out of his thoughts. He looked down at Bonnie, and saw Bonnie showing a big smile at Riffin. Then she patted Vice Admiral Tsuru's body under Riffin's slightly puzzled gaze. Accompanied by a pink brilliance flashed across Tsuru. Tsuru's original old body returned to its youthful state in a short period of time. Then, Nojiko once again raised her right hand and patted Tsuru's youthful cheek. This is... Riffin looked at Nojiko, who had copied the young Tsuru's data speechlessly. And the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching crazily. Then he looked ashamedly at Bonnie, who also opened her mouth and gave him a big smile. When watching, Nojiko uses her right hand to caress those female soldiers controlled by Robin. Riffin understands that she is seeking benefits for him. But using clone fruit to imitate a younger version of a Tsuru? He admits that the young Tsuru is indeed very beautiful. Compared with ordinary women, the height of 2 meters is also extremely tall. However, when he thinks of the original appearance of Tsuru, Riffin felt that he had no way to attack even her young self. If he does it, Riffin feels that Tsuru's old face may flash in his mind at any time. This feeling is like letting Riffin have S*X with Alvida, who ate the slippery fruit. When having fun with the other party, Riffin felt that he must think of Alvida's obese state before eating the slippery fruit. You girls, what are you doing? The young version of Tsuru glanced at Bonnie and Nojiko puzzled, and asked. Ahem, nothing. This is to let you know clearly that you have no way to resist. Tsuru Vice Admiral, don't be so stubborn when you're already old. It's almost time to admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll let Bonnie turn you into a child. Then let you experience what it's like for an adult to spank a child. You don't want to be spanked with a cane in front of your subordinates, right? Riffin coughed twice, and immediately used the method of changing the subject on Tsuru. And when Tsuru heard Riffin's words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help trembling crazily. She never expected that such words would come out of Riffin's mouth. But after thinking of how she was turned into a 5 or 6-year-old child by Bonnie and then spanked by Riffin, even she couldn't help shaking her body. After a while, she sighed faintly. Forget it, I understand. Let go of me, Riffin. This time you won. As soon as Tsuru's voice fell, Riffin's mind immediately heard the reminder of the copy space. Riffin, you beat the legendary veteran, special reward advanced armament Haki awakening scroll. Remarks, Marines have legendary veterans who survived from the previous era, and every time you defeat one, you will receive a reward equivalent to the Advanced Armament Haki Awakening Scroll. Riffin looked at the prompt on the panel unexpectedly. He had already prepared for the achievement rewards of the Reincarnator who defeated the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral for the first time and the Reincarnator who defeated the Marine Chief Admiral for the first time. But the sudden arrival of a relevant reward for defeating a legendary veteran really exceeded Riffin's expectations. Then it's getting interesting. Legendary veterans, besides Tsuru, should also include Zephyr, Garp, and Sengoku. Is it the same reward as the Advanced Armament Haki Awakening Scroll? The copy space is forcing me to beat up every legendary veteran. Riffin sighed in his heart. Of course, for Sengoku and Garp, Riffin is not yet sure about defeating them. But for Zephyr, Riffin thinks he can defeat him. However, before Zephyr leaves Marine, it's not convenient to fight him. However, if Zephyr asks me to compete on the grounds of understanding my ability like Tsuru, I can take it. Just when Riffin was thinking to himself, he threw Tsuru to Jun who was already walking towards them. The voice of the full copy space announcement sounded in his head. Notice. Riffin achieved the achievement the first Reincarnator to defeat Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Special Reward Intermediate Observation Haki Awakening Scroll. Riffin has achieved the achievement the first Reincarnator who defeated the Naval Headquarters Great Staff, and the special reward is 5,000 points. Riffin achieved the achievement of being the first Reincarnator to defeat a legendary veteran, and the bonus points are 10,000 points. Damn it! What's the situation? 3 initial achievements at once. Camel audience, impossible, how could Riffin get so many rewards, a total of 15,000 points, and an intermediate observation Haki Awakening Scroll? I must have read it wrong, no, I must be dreaming. Eagle audience, just for defeating an old woman, why did Riffin get so many rewards? Goat audience, obviously, this Tsuru is a treasure. Her strength may be on the same level as Marine Admiral's candidate Jun, but her identity is not that simple. Elephant audience, damn it. No matter how you look at it, this is not normal, Riffin didn't have much effort when fighting this old woman. Kolima audience, maybe this is the dungeon world, there are some generous rewards, which can be obtained without much use of power, just like Riffin's previous achievements related to the Millennium Dragon. As long as you find it, you will be rewarded with a lifespan of 1,000 years. Green Pheasant audience, damn it, why can't the Reincarnator of our country get such a reward? Obviously this Tsuru is so weak. Weak. Hehe, that's only compared to our brother Riffin. Are you sure that the Reincarnator in your country can handle this old woman? This old woman is really a treasure. Riffin was sure that his account already had 15,000 extra points. And there are also Advanced Armament Haki Awakening Scrolls and Intermediate Observation Haki Awakening Scrolls on the props bar. His gaze towards Tsuru couldn't help but glow. A full 15,000 credits, plus additional Haki reels. It is no exaggeration to say that the rewards that Tsuru brought him were even comparable to the rewards that Shiki brought when he was defeated. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little thankful that Tsuru prevented him from taking Hina away earlier. If she doesn't stop him, it may be a long time before he can have the opportunity to compete with the legendary veteran. Sister, how do you feel now, are you in good health? Damn Riffin, what did you do to Tsuru Vice Admiral? How dare you change Tsuru Vice Admiral into such a young appearance? By the way, I didn't think Tsuru Vice Admiral was so beautiful when she was young. A group of female soldiers surrounded Tsuru, while reprimanding the actions of Riffin and Bonnie and others. Then keep looking at Tsuru who has dark blue hair and a beautiful face with great interest. For a while, some female sailors didn't know whether to ask Bonnie to unlock her devil fruit ability or not. Sister's current appearance, I haven't seen it for many years. But I'm curious, why are you doing this? After sighing for a while, Jun frowned and looked at Bonnie, Nojiko, and Riffin. Nojiko and Bonnie's previous behavior made her feel an indescribable strangeness. Chapter 203, Chapter 201, Tsuru's Doubts. Tsuru Vice Admiral, how do you feel now, are you in good health? Damn Riffin, what did you do to Tsuru Vice Admiral? How dare you change Tsuru Vice Admiral into such a young appearance? By the way, I didn't think Tsuru Vice Admiral was so beautiful when she was young. A group of female soldiers surrounded Tsuru, while reprimanding the actions of Riffin and Bonnie and others. Then keep looking at Tsuru who has dark blue hair and a beautiful face with great interest. For a while, some female sailors didn't know whether to ask Bonnie to unlock her devil fruit ability or not. Sister's current appearance, I haven't seen it for many years. But I'm curious, why are you doing this? After sighing for a while, Jun frowned and looked at Bonnie, Nojiko, and Riffin. Nojiko and Bonnie's previous behavior made her feel an indescribable strangeness. Who do you think you are, and why should I tell you why I did this? Bonnie crossed her arms and waved to Jun and the others impatiently. Then, as if she had thought of something, she raised her hand and pressed it on Riffin's body. In an instant, Riffin's body was shrouded in a layer of pink light. After the light dissipated, he had already turned into the appearance of a child. After doing this, Bonnie gave Nojiko a thumbs up. It was as if she was saying, "I've done what you asked." Nojiko first cast a grateful look at Bonnie. Then she reached out to the child Riffin. Riffin, who was now wearing clothes that were much too big for him, was hugged in her arms. Bonnie gestured an okay to Nojiko. Then she patted her chest contentedly, her big sisterly side fully on display at that moment. I said, you two have said enough code words. Riffin sighed. He didn't use Haki to unlock Bonnie's ability either. After all, his crewmates were also very curious about his child form, and they kept rushing over to touch him. Since they wanted to see him like this, he didn't mind letting them. Tsuru Vice Admiral, if you don't want to experience what it was like to be young again, I'll let Bonnie unlock her abilities on you. But if you want to reminisce about how you used to be for a while, just wait for Bonnie's abilities to wear off. Besides, since you have admitted defeat, just leave Hina to me temporarily. I have some things that I need to communicate with her properly. Riffin deliberately emphasized the tone of the word communicate. This made Hina, who had been paying attention to Riffin, immediately cross her legs involuntarily. Tsuru sighed and turned to look at Hina. And Hina took a deep breath and nodded to Tsuru. Then she walked up to Riffin and the others. Although being sent off by Tsuru made Hina a little embarrassed. But when she saw the child-like Riffin, she was also very interested. If it weren't for the fact that Riffin was surrounded by many women, she might also want to reach out and touch his chubby face at that moment. Robin, Nami, Karina, Khalifa, I'll leave this to you. Take Tsuru and Jun back to the coast, and take a look at Makita and Chopper's situation. But don't let Miss Jun run away. She will follow us for a while. Also, don't let the medical soldiers brought by Tsuru Vice Admiral inject Miss Jun with any medicine that may be beneficial to undo the anesthesia. Sitting in Nojiko's arms, Riffin spoke to Robin, Nami, and the others. When Riffin's crewmates heard this, they had a flash of regret in their eyes that they couldn't continue to touch Riffin for the time being. But everyone still nodded, turned around, and walked towards Tsuru, Jun, and the others. As for Hina, after Nojiko and Bonnie led Riffin towards Bluenose Tavern, she stepped up and followed. Riffin live broadcast chat room. This time, the conflict is finally over. I really want to thank Vice Admiral Tsuru for blocking Riffin. Otherwise, Riffin would not have been able to get so many rewards. I wonder who Riffin will use the resources to strengthen this time. It should be Nami, after all, she is a thunder fruit user. That's not necessarily true. Bonnie's ability is also quite strange, and Nojiko can use the abilities of other devil fruit users she touches. Riffin might strengthen the two of them this time. That's right. Riffin probably called them over this time to strengthen them. Green Pheasant audience, humph, I think Riffin just wants to get close to his female crew members. Green Pheasant, I strongly condemn Riffin. He has an ambiguous relationship with so many beautiful crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates. I think you're just jealous. Besides, the crew of the Black Pearl Pirates are willing to be close to Riffin. What can you do about it? That's right. At least our Riffin is not like your reincarnators. Some of them even go around snatching ordinary female citizens. That's right. Some reincarnators simply find an ordinary town to live in and become local emperors. Green Pheasant, oi don't lump them all, we still have Odashi and Makoto Ito. Odashi? The guy who always loses. Ito? The guy who tricked a powerful female captain into giving him a fortune with his looks. Speaking of Ito, he is a complete bastard. He seduced the female captain, took her away, and then made her one of his concubines. I wonder how many women that bastard has robbed. Speaking of which, he is now in the first half of the Grand Line. If Riffin meets him, he might teach him a lesson. Keek. I'm looking forward to that. Green Pheasant, he dares. Our Ito didn't offend him. Makoto Ito is one of the most outstanding reincarnators in the Green Pheasant country. Naturally they don't want Riffin to kill him. Hehe, reincarnators is a competitive relationship. If Riffin really wants to kill Itu, you can't say anything. With Itu's personality, if he meets the crew members around Riffin, he might accidentally offend Riffin. In this way, I feel more and more like watching Riffin teach that wretched bastard a lesson. One Piece Dungeon World. Tsuru looked at Hina's back, and only sighed when she disappeared from sight. She then followed Robin, Nami, and the others towards the port. Nico Robin, your strength seems to be strong. Tsuru said to Robin as they walked. Can you tell me, which one is stronger and weaker between you and Makita? Robin smiled. As expected of Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Marine's great staff officer, you always want to collect information at any time. However, Captain Riffin has revealed enough information to you today. Robin did not intend to let Tsuru know her true strength in the absence of Riffin's explanation. Then let me change the question, Tsuru said. Can you tell me if Nojiko is a clone devil fruit user? Tsuru Vice Admiral, didn't you say that Nojiko is a bubble devil fruit user? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Robin asked. I really believed that Nojiko was a bubble fruit user, but the way she touched my and other people's cheeks with her right hand really made me a little confused, Tsuru said. Among the Marines, they suspected that Riffin had the power of the clone fruit. In other words, one of Riffin's crew also had the power of the clone fruit. At first, Tsuru didn't feel anything wrong, but after calming down, she began to feel that something was off. Tsuru Vice Admiral thinks a lot, Robin said. But someone as smart as you should understand. From our mouths, there is no way to get the answer you want. Maybe, you can try to make a deal with Captain Riffin, Robin said. Maybe, he will reveal some information to you. Robin chuckled twice, then ignored Tsuru's questioning and just walked forward silently. Seeing this, Tsuru could only sigh and return to the port with Robin and the others with doubts. Then, after continuing to exchange some information with Jun, she couldn't wait to pick up the Denden Mushi and contact the naval headquarters. Robin, Nami, and the others just glanced at her, but they didn't stop her. They just watched quietly. On the other side, at naval headquarters, in Sengoku's office, Garp and Zephyr were talking with Sengoku when the phone bug rang, catching everyone's attention. Hello, this is Sengoku. Sengoku said. Oh, Tsuru. Calculating the time, you have already arrived at the capital of Water 7. Strange, why does the Denden Mushi imitate something different? Why do you look younger? After Sengoku picked up the microphone of the Denden Mushi, the phone bug on his desk immediately transformed into a Tsuru. Of course, because the Tsuru at this moment is still in the state of being hit by the age fruit, the face of Tsuru that the Denden Mushi is her younger self. Sengoku, I've arrived. The handover of wounded soldiers is going well, Tsuru said. Now Riffin's ship doctor is treating the wounded soldier. But because there are too many infected soldiers, it may take a lot of time. This is not a problem, as long as the tens of thousands of wounded soldiers can recover, Sengoku said. This is a huge gain for us at Marine. By the way, there is nothing unusual on your side, right? Riffin and his party didn't do anything to you or Jun, did they? While Sengoku was speaking, Garp and Zephyr walked over curiously. Jun is fine, but Hina. Tsuru shook her head and said. She had promised Hina that she would not tell anyone about their conversation, so she could only keep Hina a secret. Sengoku, I had a fight with Riffin earlier, and his power has become stronger. As Tsuru spoke, she told them everything that had happened after her group arrived in the capital of Water 7 and Makita had released her advanced Conqueror's Haki. The more Sengoku and Zephyr listened, the more serious their expressions became. Even Garp, who was usually carefree, had a grim look on his face when he heard that Riffin and Makita both had mastered the highest level of Conqueror's Haki and that Riffin had even defeated Tsuru. That kid! He even attacked Tsuru. I should have sent him to impel down when he was in Logue Town. Garp slammed his fist on Sengoku's desk and cursed loudly. Stupid Garp, don't be so loud. Sengoku glared at Garp angrily. And you have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't let Riffin go, our Marines wouldn't be in so much trouble right now. Tsuru, is what you said true? Sengoku asked. The Black Pearl Pirates, Riffin and Makita, both have Conqueror's Haki that can damage entities? And that Nico Robin has the strength of a Vice Admiral. Wait, if Makita has a Conqueror's Haki that can damage entities, will she also master the technique of Conqueror's infusion like Riffin? Zephyr frowned, his tone full of concern. Even though Riffin was going to be a Shishibukai, Zephyr did not want Riffin and his crew to have too much power. Ha ha ha, you're overthinking, Zephyr. Garp waved his hand and laughed. The Conqueror's infusion technique is only mastered by a few people. It's special enough that Riffin can master it. How could anyone else on his crew have also mastered it? But the Conqueror's Haki that can damage entities is also very rare, Garp. Zephyr gave Garp a piercing look. Garp's smile froze as Zephyr's words sank in. Then he fell silent. He knew how rare a Conqueror's Haki that can damage entities was. Those who possessed this power were almost as rare as those who possessed the Conqueror's infusion. Stop arguing, Garp, Zephyr. Tsuru said. Makita didn't do anything directly. You also know that even if I wanted to test the Black Pearl Pirates, I didn't have enough manpower. I was only able to confirm that Riffin can use Conqueror's Haki that can damage things and that he can use the awakened bubble fruit. I only know that he can use 3 different devil fruit powers at the same time. To be honest, if Riffin hadn't been willing to fight me, I wouldn't have even been able to find this out. According to my calculations, although I was defeated by Riffin this time, it wasn't really a loss. She said, involuntarily touching her extremely young cheek. Perhaps, deep down, she was glad that she had become younger. I don't understand, how did Riffin do it? Zephyr asked. Makita and Nico Robin were much stronger than they are now. The other crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates also seemed to be very strong. How did Riffin manage to make them all become stronger so quickly? Tsuru's thoughts were interrupted by Zephyr's doubtful voice. She shook her head softly and sighed. Perhaps, as that guy said, he is a man who is good at discovering people's potential and teaching them. Zephyr, he might be a better instructor than you. Chapter 204, Chapter 202, The Third Owner of the Chain Fruit. Tsuru's words made Zephyr silent for a while. Even Sengoku and Garp who were on the side were a little speechless. The results of Zephyr's teaching are there for all to see. The current 3 Marine Admirals and many Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals who are the backbone are all his disciples. If you want to say that Riffin's teaching is stronger than Zephyr's, doesn't it mean that Riffin will also cultivate a few Marine Admiral level combat power in the future? The trio of Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr thought of Makita's exaggerated Conqueror's Haki. Nico Robin's power that can easily control many subordinates of Tsuru's. And the power of Nami's mighty Thunder Fruit. They couldn't help feeling in their hearts that this might really be possible. This Riffin, I really want to meet him. After a while, Zephyr spoke with a slightly sighing tone. As the general instructor of Marine, Zephyr is inexplicably more interested in Riffin, who is suspected to have a strong teaching ability. If Riffin is on the coast of the port at this moment, he will definitely welcome Zephyr to find him. At that time, he will be able to complete the achievement of defeating the Marine legendary veteran again. There may even be an additional achievement of defeating the Marine chief instructor and defeating the captain of the pirate guerrilla team. After a short pause, Tsuru continued. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, the Black Pearl Pirates here, I still have some guesses about their abilities. But I'm not sure yet, I'll report to you when I'm sure. Also, if there is a chance, I will try to test that guy. That man, it seems he intends to show some strength to ensure that our Marine and the world government will take Shishibuokai's place to him. If it's within his tolerance, he must still be willing to continue sharing information about his power. By the way, there is one more thing. That man Riffin learned of the fact that Blackbeard captured Ace and handed him to the Marine from nowhere. He also guessed the upcoming war between Marine and Whitebeard pirates. And guessed that we were going to use his powers against the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku, this man, is not so easy to fool. Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Office. After Tsuru's voice fell, Zephyr and Sengoku both looked at Garp immediately. Sure enough, Garp's complexion has reached the limit at this moment. Previously, Garp was just lying and laughing. At this moment, when he heard that Riffin's purpose is to participate in the war between Naval Headquarters and Whitebeard pirates. And this war will be his grandson's execution. And now, the power displayed by Riffin may have a profound impact on this execution. Under such circumstances, how could Garp still smile? Damn Riffin, I should have thrown him an impel down when I met him. Garp clenched his fists. This time, he really regretted the opportunity he missed in Logue Town. Garp, no matter how much you regret it, it's too late. After Sengoku reminded Garp, he continued to look at the Den Mushi. Tsuru, go ahead and do it. If it's you, I'm very relieved. If you need anything, you can let me know. Toki Cake is clamoring to come to your place to meet Jun. Perhaps, I can arrange for him to come and pick you up from a distance. Hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru shook her head and said. There's nothing needed here. And if you send any support, even at a distance, it may be regarded as a breach of contract by that kid Riffin. You know that guy Toki Cake is too impulsive about Jun. Maybe he won't be able to bear it and will rush to find Riffin himself. Sengoku, if you break the contract with that guy for the third time, I don't know what that guy will do. Perhaps, the tens of thousands of sea soldiers who came to the capital of Water 7 will be destroyed by the Black Pearl pirates. Garp, did you hear me clearly? Tsuru's words made Garp's body tremble. He understood that Tsuru was not only reminding Sengoku, but also reminding himself. Let him not try to come to the capital of Water 7 to trouble Riffin. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, both of them feeling a sense of unease. Tsuru, I think you should be careful. Riffin is not someone to be trifled with. Sengoku said. I know, Sengoku. But I have to do my job. I can't just let him go without knowing more about him. Tsuru replied. I understand. But please be careful. Sengoku said again. I will. Tsuru said. Sengoku hung up the call and turned to Zephyr. Zephyr, I think we need to keep an eye on Riffin. He's a very dangerous man. I agree. I'll send some of my men to the capital of Water 7 to keep an eye on him. Zephyr said. Thank you, Zephyr. Sengoku said. Zephyr nodded. It's my job. Sengoku and Zephyr then turned to Garp. Garp, I know you're worried about your grandson, but you need to stay away from Riffin. We don't know what he will do. Sengoku said. Garp sighed. I know. But it's hard for me to just sit back and do nothing. I understand, Garp. But you have to be careful. Riffin is not what he used to be. Sengoku said. Garp nodded. I will. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr then continued their discussion about Riffin and the Black Pearl pirates. They knew that Riffin was a major threat, and they had to be prepared for anything. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Riffin and his crew were walking towards the tavern opened by Bluno. Then Riffin received a notification on his personal attribute panel. Riffin, the chain fruit you sold has been purchased by Makoto Ito, and the corresponding 3,000 points have been credited to your personal account, please check it yourself. Riffin raised his eyebrows. Makoto Ito? Why does that name sound familiar? He thought for a moment and recalled an anime main character named Makoto Ito who had been stabbed by his ex-friend after then beheaded by the girl he impregnated. Anyway, Riffin was happy to sell the chain fruit for 3,000 points, even though it was a second-hand item. He opened the Reincarnator's communication interface to see if Makoto Ito had said anything. However, he didn't see Ito's message yet, but he saw that a group of people were still discussing Riffin's 3 consecutive first achievements. Riffin, it's really lively, everyone, are you so excited? Green Pheasant Ayani, you finally appeared, Riffin, this time your harvest should be quite good. Panda Ada Wong, as expected of the man I fancy, I didn't pay attention to you for a while, but you've made great achievements again. Kangaroo Helena, indeed, first was the first reincarnation to defeat Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, then next was the first reincarnation to defeat the Marine Chief Staff, and the achievement message prompt of the first reincarnation to defeat the Marines General Staff is really shocking. Riffin, how did you defeat her? Riffin, it's nothing special, after a little competition with her, I didn't expect her to receive so many rewards. Moreover, this old woman is much easier to deal with than Golden Lion. Camel Nasser, damn it, why is this bastard very lucky? He met someone who was easy to fight, and it turned out to bring so many rewards. It would be great if I'm the one who met her. Eagle Ethan, although I don't want to say it, but that Vice Admiral Tsuru is definitely not that easy to deal with, as Riffin said. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is quite afraid of that old woman. Camel Nasser, Ethan, aren't you Riffin's enemy, why are you helping him? Eagle Ethan, I'm just telling the truth. But Riffin, this doesn't mean I've admitted my loss to you. Riffin, alright, instead of talking about it, why don't we fight directly later, I think we should have a chance to meet soon. Eagle Ethan, Riffin, what do you mean by that? Ethan frowned, staring fixedly at his personal attribute panel. Although he hated Riffin very much, he also recognized Riffin's strength. If possible, he would rather wait until he is ready to face Riffin. However, Riffin didn't seem interested in answering his inquiry. Instead, he continued to communicate with Ada, Ayane, and some other reincarnators with a more friendly tone, and waited for the relevant information about Makoto Ida's purchase of the chain fruit. A few minutes later, just when Riffin wanted to close the reincarnator's group interface, the chain fruit buyer finally appeared on the reincarnator communicator panel. Green Pheasant Makoto Ida, I have purchased the chain fruit from you. I hope you will continue to sell me good items in the future. Riffin smiled, of course, if you have points, you can buy good stuff from me. After saying that, he closed the reincarnator group interface and continued walking towards the tavern. He was looking forward to meeting Makoto Ida and seeing what kind of person he was. Kangaroo Marie Rose, damn, I was almost caught by that bastard Ida. It's all your fault, Riffin, who sold the chain fruit to that bastard. Kangaroo Helena, Marie, you said you were almost caught by other reincarnator? What happened? Helena and Marie Rose have a master-servant relationship in the real world. Therefore, Helena is naturally very concerned about Marie Rose. If it wasn't for the distance between the two, Helena even hoped to bring Marie Rose to her. Kangaroo Marie Rose, Helena-sama, that bastard Makoto Ida actually wants me to be his slave, of course I don't want to. Just when I was about to defeat him, he suddenly used the chain fruit ability, and caught me off guard. If it wasn't for Anoka, I might have been caught by that bastard. Green Pheasant Anoka, yes, it's really dangerous, we almost got caught just now. Kangaroo Helena, there is such a thing. Kangaroo Marie Rose, it's that bastard Riffin's fault, if he didn't sell the chain fruit, Anoka and I wouldn't be in such a mess. Green Pheasant Makoto Ida, you can't blame Riffin for this. Riffin is only selling chain fruits, and you can also buy them, Miss Anoka, Miss Marie Rose. By the way, I forgot to tell you too, I will never let you go, haha. Kangaroo Marie Rose, bastard, are you still chasing us, you pervert? Riffin was also surprised when he saw the conversation in the Reincarnator's exchange group. He never thought that Makoto Ida would buy his chain fruit because he wanted to chase these two girls Anoka and Marie Rose, who most likely also came from the Dead or Alive fighting contest. Panda Riffin, it seems that Miss Anoka and Miss Marie Rose are acting together. But since the two had the strength to almost defeat Makoto Ida before he got the chain fruit, why didn't you consider buying the devil fruit? Even if you don't want to buy the chain devil fruit, there's still more devil fruits available in the store, right? In this case, the two should not have to worry about being chased by him. If this Makoto Ida is the one Riffin thinks of, he naturally didn't want Anoka and Marie Rose to be caught by him. On the other hand, if Anoka and Marie Rose can buy his devil fruit, he can also earn another 5,000 points. Such mutually beneficial things are naturally what Riffin hopes to see. Chapter 205, Chapter 203, The Value of Slippery Fruit. Kangaroo Marie Rose, damn, who wants to eat giraffe fruit and become a giraffe? Kangaroo Helena, Marie, if it's for safety's sake, it's okay to buy the giraffe devil fruit. Or, Miss Anoka, who is with you, can also buy it. Green Pheasant Anoka, the giraffe is indeed cute, but I. Kangaroo Helena, I see, Riffin, do you have any other devil fruit? If so, can you please put it on the shelf? Panda Riffin, I do have a special slippery fruit, even a devil fruit that can restrain the chain fruit, but... Green Pheasant Makoto Ida, Riffin, please don't put that devil fruit on the shelf, please. Panda Riffin, I am just a middleman, if someone needs me, I will naturally sell it. However, can Miss Marie Rose and Miss Anoka really pay the price for buying the devil fruit? Although the giraffe is a little bit worse in appearance. But if it is for the safety of life, Riffin feels that Marie Rose and Anoka will be willing to buy it. Since the two of them did not choose to buy, it is very likely that they have no corresponding points to pay for the devil fruit. And if Riffin puts on the slippery fruit, its price is bound to be more expensive than the giraffe devil fruit. After all, this devil fruit has nothing but ability. And it also has a very special cosmetic ability. Kangaroo Marie Rose, hey, who are you looking down on? Maybe we really have one. Anyway, hurry up and put a new devil fruit on the shelves. Marie Rose, who was running with Anoka to the terrifying thriller bark, could not help but snort after leaving a message. But she knows her own affairs. She and Anoka really can't spend 5,000 points to buy the giraffe devil fruit. But their points will increase over time. Wait until they have enough points. If Makoto Ida continues to pursue, she will not hesitate to buy the giraffe devil fruit. Under such circumstances, if there is a devil fruit that is more beautiful and can restrain the chain fruit, she would naturally be more willing to buy the latter. Panda Riffin, even if I put it on the shelves, I don't think you will buy it. And I don't have many devil fruits on hand. Kangaroo Helena, Sir Riffin, can't you accommodate me? Panda Riffin, well, since there are customers, as a merchant, of course I will put it on sale. However, this does not mean that I will sell it at a reduced price. Miss Anoka, Miss Marie Rose, if you can pay 10,000 points, this slippery fruit will be yours. I know what you want to say, but this devil fruit has a strong beauty effect besides its ability, it can turn a very ugly girl into a beautiful woman. If you don't buy it, I believe someone will. Other reincarnators who want to buy it can also buy it. Maybe after a few days, I will take this devil fruit off the shelves. Kangaroo Marie Rose, damn, 10,000 points, how can it be so expensive? Eagle Tina, that's right, how can it be so expensive, please make it cheaper, Riffin, I will buy it for 5,000 points. Panda Pigeon, this one is very evil, and it is indeed very attractive to women. Kangaroo Helena, there is such a devil fruit. Marie, there is no other way, if the price of Riffin is too low, other people will buy it. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, haha, even if Riffin gives you a chance, you can't use it. Just wait for me to catch up with you. After Makoto Ito left a message, he immediately ordered his crew to pursue the pirate ship of Anoka and Marie Rose. Soon, the crew on board took action. Ito stood at the bow of the ship, staring at Riffin's name on the message panel. That bastard Riffin! How dare you hinder me, don't give me a chance, or I will definitely make you regret it. Dash. I always feel that Makoto Ito will hate me. At the gate of the tavern opened by Bluno, after Riffin turned off the reincarnation group panel. He can't help thinking in his heart. Dash. Bonnie, I will leave Captain Riffin to you, Nojiko suddenly said, handing the kid version of Riffin to Bonnie. She then glanced at Hina with interest before walking away. Bonnie shrugged, not paying much attention to Nojiko's departure. Instead, she held Riffin in her left hand and gently pushed Hina toward the bar with her right hand. After Bonnie closed the door, she handed Riffin over to Hina. Hey, let's start your show. Bonnie pulled up a stool, sat cross-legged on it, and pointed to the sofa opposite her and said. What do you mean start? Hina swallowed nervously, her face gradually flushing with a pleasant blush. Don't tell me, why you want to do it together? Hey! When did I say I was going to do it with you? Bonnie responded. I'm just bored and want to see something interesting. And I think the next thing that will happen between the two of you should be quite suitable for passing the time. Bonnie clasped her hands together, resting her chin on the back of her hands, and had a mischievous smile on her face. Hina couldn't help but sigh slightly. In their agreement, there was no rule against allowing others to watch, and she had little control over Bonnie's curiosity. But as Riffin climbed onto the sofa, his baggy clothes slipped off because they didn't fit properly, causing another wave of embarrassment to wash over Hina. But, with Riffin's appearance, there should be no way to do those things. Otherwise, will you withdraw your ability? Hina said hesitantly. Bonnie waved her hand dismissively. It's okay, it's okay. You saw how powerful Riffin's Haki is. He has the ability to pry open my devil fruit directly with his Haki. And he also said before that it is possible to use only Haki to remove the curse from devil fruit's ability on part of the body. So I'd like to see if he can do that. Interest sparkled in Bonnie's eyes. Hina glared at Riffin, who shook his head, confirming his previous impression of Bonnie's carefree nature. However, is it only to lift the curse on part of the body? Riffin thought. It's worth a try. With interest, Riffin focused his Haki. After a while, he felt his previous appearance returning, his lost desires returning with it. Oh, it looks like this guy isn't lying, Bonnie remarked. Hey, woman in a suit over there. What are you doing standing there? I'm waiting to see the show. Riffin chimed in, indeed, I also want to see, Ms. Hina, whether you have practiced the dance well as previously agreed. How about, as in the past, first create a black sill, and then perform a dance? Hina sighed, looked at Bonnie, then at Riffin, and finally decided to comply. Using her cage fruit ability, she created a black cage around the sofa where Riffin was sitting. Since you want to watch, pay close attention, Riffin, Hina said with a sigh. She placed her hands on the black sill and slowly began her performance. About an hour later, Nojiko returned to the front of Blueno's tavern. However, she had transformed herself into Jun, wearing the clothes that Jun had previously worn. She had used the clone fruit to change her appearance. It should be almost the same, Nojiko said to herself, smiling as she took out a key from the pocket of Jun's clothes and slowly opened the door to the tavern. Inside the tavern, Hina, lying on the sofa with a flushed face and holding Riffin in her arms, heard the creaking sound of the door being pushed open. She immediately raised her head to see Jun entering the room and closing the door behind her. Hina's eyes widened in shock. Jun, Vice Admiral. Jun smiled at Hina and walked over with great interest. Ah, Hina, you seem to be having a good time. No, you misunderstood, Jun Vice Admiral, Hina, it's not what you imagined. Hehe, there is no need to explain, Hina. After all, such things are quite joyful. Hey! Jun Vice Admiral, what are you talking about? Wait, what are you doing? Hina watched in shock as Jun began to unbutton her clothes, revealing her beautiful skin. Not far away, Bonnie's smile grew even wider as she watched the unfolding scene. What? Of course, it's doing the same thing as you. Jun smiled, reached out to take Riffin from Hina's arms, and continued to undress. In Hina's eyes, Jun appeared gentle and inviting. Bonnie, who had been watching the show, couldn't help but comment, it's finally here, Hina, this little girl didn't make it to the last step. It doesn't look good at all watching from the side. I guess I have to watch Jun perform. Bonnie muttered to herself, shifted her crossed legs to a more comfortable position, and continued to watch the performance of Jun taking over Riffin from Hina. Some time passed, watching the tall Jun stop moving on Riffin's body with a flush expression, Bonnie couldn't help but think, this guy, even in this state, is he not at a disadvantage? It seems that even if this pervert captain will be turned into a child in the future, I can't get close to him easily. Bonnie looked at the motionless Jun lying on the sofa and Riffin, who was calmly leaning against Hina with a dull expression. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this moment, Hina seemed to have finally recovered from the incident between Jun and Riffin. She turned her head and looked at the tired Jun. Jun Vice Admiral, why? Hina doesn't understand why you would do such a thing. Could it be that you have reached an agreement with Riffin? Hina frowned and asked the transformed Jun, her beautiful face filled with confusion. No, I just like it this way, Jun replied with a smile. Like? Jun Vice Admiral likes Riffin. Hina doesn't understand. You misunderstood, what I like about him is how good he is in bed. Right, Riffin. Jun smiled, looking at Riffin after using Haki to restore his body. He leaned closer with a charming smile. Good in bed. Hina's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Jun to give such an answer. She felt that she had misunderstood Jun before. That's right. And Hina, is it really okay for you to be like this? If you wait until Riffin becomes a Shishibukai, the time you will spend with him won't be less or even none. Are you sure you can endure it from now on? Your heartbeat has already reached a terrifying level when you watch me and Riffin having fun. If even I can accept it, why can't you let go? If you don't want to have the children of a pirate, you can take some medicine. Jun said while pulling Hina onto Riffin's shoulder. Hina looked at Riffin's face, her heart racing, and she couldn't help feeling flustered. She couldn't restrain her impulses any longer. Even Hina felt that, looking at Riffin and Jun, the throbbing in her heart was even stronger than when Jun hadn't come to the tavern. Vaguely, Hina felt a little envious of Jun. She thought, since Jun Vice Admiral is doing it, then it doesn't matter if Hina lets go. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around Riffin's neck, and she leaned her body against him. When Bonnie and Jun saw Hina's face blushing and exhaling heavily, they couldn't help but smile. Just when Bonnie thought she was going to enjoy the scene she had been looking forward to, and Nojiko who decided that she could help Riffin enjoy Hina. Riffin himself stretched out his arm and pressed down on Hina's waist and said, "Okay, that's enough playing, Nojiko. You too, Hina." Chapter 206, Chapter 204, Generous Rewards. "Okay, that's enough playing, Nojiko. You too, Hina," Riffin said, gently pushing Nojiko away. "This isn't the real Jun. It's Nojiko who came with us earlier. Nojiko, return to your original appearance." Riffin shook his head, signaling Nojiko to change back. Hina was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Hey, what are you doing? I finally waited until now, and you actually took the initiative to push this woman away. Riffin just finished speaking when Bonnie, who had been sitting cross-legged on a stool, immediately bounced up, looking displeased as she yelled at Riffin. Bonnie, if you really want to see a big show so badly, why don't you play the heroine yourself? Riffin said with a smirk. Hump, if you want me to accompany you, at least help me achieve my goal first. Also, Nojiko did it for you, so why do you still push away this woman, Hina? Obviously, she is already ready to give herself to you, so why? Bonnie waved her hand, showing her discontent. On the other hand, Hina's beautiful eyes widened, and she glanced between Riffin, Bonnie and Jun with a mixture of doubts and shock. She couldn't comprehend the situation. Jun then shook her head in a helpless manner, raised her left hand, and patted her face. You are Nojiko! Hina exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, her heart was greatly shaken. She had accepted the idea of Jun becoming Riffin's woman, so she didn't mind adding herself in, even seeing it as a way to move forward. But now, she was told that Jun was actually Nojiko in disguise. Hina felt a momentary paralysis. Captain Riffin, why did you stop Hina? Nojiko asked with a hint of doubt. You obviously wanted this too, right? Just now, Miss Hina was sincere and took the initiative. Riffin responded, even if she was sincere before, I realized that sincerity based on theory isn't enough. If something like that really happened, it might lead to awkwardness and unhappiness afterward. So, I hope to make my intentions clearer. Riffin shook his head and gently pushed Hina away, then embraced Nojiko, placing her on his lap. Sure enough, still the same Captain Riffin. In that case, let me replace Miss Hina. Nojiko smiled, raised her hand, and patted Hina's face as she stood there in a daze. The next moment, Nojiko transformed into Hina's appearance and kissed Riffin on the mouth. The real Hina finally came to her senses, her excitement and surprise overwhelming her. She stood up from the sofa in disbelief. You, me, Nojiko, Jun. Hina stammered, unable to find the right words to express her astonishment. Beside them, Bonnie shook her head in disappointment. TCH, it's boring. You Marines are really clumsy. It's clear that you wanted to be with Riffin so badly, but you kept holding back. As Nojiko said, Riffin will soon become a Shishibukai, and then you'll have little to no time to be together. You'll see Riffin, Robin and even Nojiko kissing 24 hours a day. Nojiko might even transform into your appearance. Let's see if you can bear it any longer. Suddenly, Bonnie seemed to have an idea. She approached Riffin and Nojiko. Hey, Nojiko, didn't you imitate the young Tsuru and the female soldiers behind her earlier? Why don't you turn into them? It's going to be very interesting. Hearing this, Nojiko playfully pushed her own face with her fingers and then smiled as she raised her left hand to transform. Wait. That old woman, Tsuru, is not good, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares. If you're going to transform, it's better to turn into those young female soldiers following behind Tsuru. Riffin quickly said. Hehe, it seems even if Vice Admiral Tsuru can be changed into a younger version. Captain Riffin still dislikes her. It seems that the first impression is really important. Fortunately, when I first met Captain Riffin, I was well dressed. Nojiko smiled, raised her hand, and transformed into a tall, enchanting young female soldier with blonde, shoulder-length hair. Watching the two enjoying themselves until the end, Hina was at a loss. And looking at Nojiko who leaned on Riffin's arms and squinting her eyes as if she was asleep. She just felt that the throbbing in her heart couldn't be stopped. In her mind, she kept asking herself whether such persistence really made sense. When talking with Tsuru on the warship before, the expression of Tsuru and what Nojiko and Bonnie said, kept reappearing in her mind. Could it be that Hina's insistence is really meaningless? Is it normal to follow her instinct? Hina lowered her head, her fingers pinched on the sofa because of tangled marks. Hina was overwhelmed by the sight before her. She felt her heart pounding uncontrollably. The thoughts and doubts she had been grappling with earlier flooded her mind. She couldn't help but question the meaning of her persistence. Then Riffin's voice broke through her thoughts. Hina, you seem to be struggling. In that case, you might as well leave first. I'll come to you later. Although Riffin still wanted to play with Hina, even if they couldn't take the last step, her current expression left him disinterested. On the side, when Nojiko heard Riffin's words, she opened her eyes, and tried to stand up from the sofa. Seeing this, Hina threw herself down in front of Riffin unconsciously. Hina. Riffin raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Hina's actions. Hina pursed her lips, lowered her head, and kissed Riffin's face. At least, before Nojiko uses Hina's appearance, let Hina do the last thing by herself. Hina's words were quiet, but they conveyed her feelings as she moved closer to Riffin. Beside them, Nojiko couldn't help but smile, and Bonnie shared her amusement. Tisk, this scene can finally be watched in its entirety, Bonnie commented, crossing her arms and sitting down on her stool with interest. Riffin, take me. After a while of watching the drama unfold, Bonnie felt her clothes uncomfortable, so she decided she led the exhausted Hina to the bathroom in the tavern. In the hall, only Riffin and Nojiko remained. Captain Riffin, with my abilities exposed like this, it could be problematic with the Marines. And the fact that I used Jun and Tsuru's appearances, Hina might inform Jun and the others. Nojiko expressed her concerns while tracing circles on Riffin's lower abdomen with her fingers. Having demonstrated the power of the clone fruit in front of Hina, Nojiko believed that Hina might divulge this secret to Jun, Tsuru, and others. So she found the prospect of their reactions quite amusing. Nojiko, it seems Robin led you astray, Riffin said, caressing Nojiko's light blue hair and sighing. That smile of yours is exactly like the black-bellied smile she occasionally reveals. Nojiko grinned, hee. I may be a bit mischievous, but it's also beneficial for you, Captain Riffin. That's true. If you weren't a bit mischievous, I wouldn't be able to enjoy data from other women. And so, are you prepared to face Tsuru and the others, knowing about my abilities and how I use their appearances? Nojiko asked. And anyway, Jun and the other Marines have already concluded that I possess the clone fruit's power. So it doesn't matter if my ability is exposed. As for their anger when they discover that you've been communicating with me using their data, well, they won't be able to do much to me. But this does make it more challenging for me to record the appearances of other female Marines with the clone fruit in the future. That's a valid concern. But if you become strong enough and skillfully use the clone fruit to infiltrate the Marines, you can still record the appearances of those female Marines you haven't catalogued yet. And as expected of Captain Riffin, you've thought this through. Speaking of which, aren't you concerned about Jun and the others being angry? Hehe, there might be some elements of concern in that regard, Riffin admitted. But, let's focus on your growth, Nojiko. I hope that as you become stronger, you'll be able to easily acquire data from those beautiful female Marines. Riffin said as he extended his right hand into Nojiko's lower abdomen. Soon, Nojiko felt a familiar, tingling sensation where the tattoo was located. Riffin, you use the Intermediate Observation Haki Awakening Scroll and Advanced Armament Haki Awakening Scroll to strengthen Nurse Nojiko. Riffin, you use 18,000 points to strengthen Nurse Nojiko's physique. Nojiko's strengthening has been completed, and her personal attributes have been updated, please check them. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Nojiko. Age, 20 years old. Crew number, 04. Position, Nurse, Expert. Physical, 31,833. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Clone Fruit Awakening. Martial Arts Skill, Traditional Medicine Boxing. Other Skills, Heikoku. Special Abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki. Props, Shiger. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Bounty, 80 million berry. Riffin, your personal talent Strengthen the Crew, Equal Return has been activated. It has been detected that you already have Intermediate Observation Haki. So the enhancement from the Intermediate Observation Haki Awakening Scroll has been converted into Swordsmanship, Foxfire Style. It has been detected that you already have Advanced Armament Haki, so the enhancement from Advanced Armament Haki Awakening Scroll has been converted into Swordsmanship, Odin Two Swords Style. Enhancement has been completed, and your personal attributes have been updated, please check them. As the notifications from the copy space rang out, Riffin felt his body grow stronger rapidly. Moreover, he had gained a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. While he could use Divine Departure to attack, his understanding of swordsmanship had been limited. Cutting through steel was a challenge, requiring brute force. Now, with the entire series of swordsmanship, Foxfire Style and Odin Two Sword Style, imprinted in Riffin's heart, he felt he could cut through steel with ease. His understanding of the way of the sword had deepened significantly. After feeling the newfound power coursing through his body for a moment, Riffin took a deep breath and opened his personal attribute panel. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Riffin. Age, 25 years old. Position, Captain. Talent, strengthen the crew, equal returns. Points, 0 points. Physical, 103,601 points. Physical level, SS level. Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Martial arts skills, Marine 6 styles, 6 King's Spear, Traditional Medicine Boxing, New Human Boxing, Fishman Karate, Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, 8 Punch Fist, Dragon Claw Fist, Hero Spear. Kendo skills, Divine Departure, Fox Fire Style, Odin Two Swords Style. Other skills, Heikoku. My physical points have finally broken through the 100,000 mark, Riffin thought. It's a pity that the physical level was not directly upgraded to the SSS level. That's right, he remembered. To upgrade to SS, you need to boost your physique from 50,000 to 80,000. It took a total of 30,000 physical points to upgrade from S rank to SS rank. So it's definitely impossible to reach SSS level by just adding 20,000 more physical points. I wonder how many points it takes to upgrade from SS to SSS. He continued to reflect, speaking of which, the rewards this time included an entire series of sword skills, and I got 2 sets. Fox Fire, the sword technique that can easily cut through flames, is quite impressive. Riffin knew the potential of the Fox Fire style as it allowed him to utilize Kaido's hot breath that condensed powerful flame energy, even though Kinemon, the original owner of the Fox Fire style, was not as powerful as Kaido. However, he had mixed feelings about Odin's two-sword style. Odin's two-sword style always feels a bit complicated, he mused. After recalling the Fox Fire style, Riffin glanced at the additional Odin two-sword style on his personal attribute panel and sighed inwardly. While the Odin two-sword style is undoubtedly powerful in single-round swordsmanship, my impression of Kojiki Odin, its owner, is quite complex. Forget it. After all, it's a sword style that even an emperor-level pirate would respect. I'll give it a try later. He continued, speaking of which, if I use the Odin two-sword style in front of Whitebeard during the Summit War, the world's strongest man and his old crew members should be quite surprised. Even that guy Shanks should have mixed feelings. And as for Kaido, if he sees me using the Odin two-sword style through the broadcast, I wonder if he'll come knocking on my door. Riffin reached out to touch Nojiko's body, lost in thought, when suddenly, a loud reminder from the copy space echoed in his mind. Notice. Riffin achieved the achievement, the first Reincarnator who raised his physical points to 100,000 points, special rewards for all members of the pirate group that Riffin belongs to. Germa 66 Exoskeleton. Chapter 207, Chapter 205, the list of Reincarnators unfolds. After obtaining the Germa 66 Exoskeleton, physical strength greatly improves, along with superhuman defense and recovery power. Remarks: as a Reincarnator, Riffin will be able to access a special system after obtaining the Germa 66 Exoskeleton. The sudden announcement left the Blue Star audience and the Reincarnators stunned. Everyone was amazed that Riffin had achieved his first milestone again. And this time, the reward was truly exceptional. Inside a tavern, after Riffin felt the newfound power in his body subside, he immediately turned his attention to his personal attribute panel. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Riffin. Age, 25 years old. Position, Captain. Talent, strengthen the crew, equal returns. Points, 0 points. Physical, 113,601 points. Physical level, SS level. Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Martial arts skills, Marine 6 styles, 6 King's Gun, Traditional Medicine Boxing, New Human Boxing, Fishman Karate, Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, 8 Impact Fist, Dragon Claw Fist, Hero Spear. Kendo skills, God's Avoidance, Fox Fire Style, Odin Two Swords Style. Other skills, Heikoku, Germa 66 Exoskeleton, Anti-Drug System. Special abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Advanced Observation Haki, Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Entangling, Listening to the Voice of All Things. Bounty, 1 billion berry. Props, Small 3-masted sailing ship, Teleportation Pointer, Enhanced version of Magic Weather Stick, 3rd Generation Ghost, Sakura 10, Zoan Devil Fruit Awakening Scroll, Double Demon Fruit Power Awakening Scroll. Partners, Makita, Nico Robin, Nami, Nojiko, Karina, Jewelry Bonnie, Nefertari Vivi, Tony Chopper, Frankie, Khalifa. Slave, Ada Wong. Trading Center, Slippery Devil Fruit, 10,000, Giraffe Devil Fruit, 5,000. The Germa 66 exoskeleton, plus an anti-drug system. Riffin exclaimed. Is it possible that I now possess the power of Vinsmoke Reiju? He wondered aloud. Interesting. The copy space rewards can be quite unexpected. Riffin contemplated, in the original story, after Sanji awakens the exoskeleton, he can withstand Queen's broadsword without even using armament Haki. The hot weapons of the other beast pirates don't do much damage to him either. Now, in terms of defense, I might be close with Kaido. If I'm lucky, maybe even rival that monster Big Mom. With these thoughts, Riffin felt invigorated. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention, and he focused on the column displaying his personal physique points. Hey! The number of physical fitness points changed from 100,000 to 110,000. It actually increased by another 10,000 points. Could this be the effect of the exoskeleton? Riffin's heart raced as he contemplated the implications. Quickly, he checked the attribute panels of the other crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates. After a while, Riffin was even more astonished. Just as he suspected, all members of the Black Pearl Pirates now possessed the Germa 66 exoskeleton with the same skills. And in terms of physical points, each member had gained an additional 10,000 points. I didn't think the Germa 66 exoskeleton would be so absolutely amazing. Riffin thought. Now, the Black Pearl Pirates truly have no weak links. Riffin contemplated, even future members who join can obtain the Germa 66 exoskeleton immediately upon joining. This reward is incredibly good. Speaking of which, Riffin pondered further, since all the members of the Black Pearl Pirates now have the Germa 66 exoskeleton, could they also get Germa 66 battle suits to wear? He considered, if I were to obtain Reiju's battle suit, could I use toxins as a form of attack? Although, when it comes to women's clothing, let's forget about it, he mused with a chuckle. Thinking about Reiju's alluring appearance in the battle suit, Riffin couldn't help but fantasize about how he would look in it. However, he quickly shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. Just as he was about to open the Reincarnation Exchange Group interface to see how other reincarnators reacted to his achievements, new notifications appeared both for him and all the other reincarnators, as well as the Blue Star live broadcast room. Notice. Because there are already reincarnated people who have reached 100,000 points. The ranking of the top 100 of all reincarnations begins now. Reincarnation and Blue Star viewers can watch. The ranking of reincarnators will be updated every once in a while, and corresponding rewards will be issued. The 100th to 11th reincarnators will receive excellent rewards, the 10th to 1st will receive special excellent rewards. The rewards related to the list of reincarnators, the later the rewards will be, the better they will be. In addition, when the reincarnation space is cleared, those on the list will get special rewards, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Power, fame, wealth, beauty, handsome man, copy space has everything you need. This speech sounds quite reminiscent of what Roger said before he was executed, Riffin mused. However, he thought, maintaining personal data in the top 100 of the customs clearance dungeon world can lead to significant rewards. Does this mean there's a chance to resurrect the people that Nami, Robin, and others care about? Riffin wondered. Moreover, he realized, with each ranking update, rewards will be given. I still have a chance to earn rewards. As Riffin contemplated this, the reminder from the copy space appeared again in his mind. Riffin, since you are ranked number 1 this time, I will reward you with the Advanced Conqueror's Haki Awakening Scroll. Keep up the good work. Advanced Conqueror's Haki? Already a good start. It's a shame that Robin only has Intermediate Conqueror's Haki for now. But, he continued, if Robin's Conqueror's Haki reaches a higher level, the Sealed Conqueror's Infusion skill will be unlocked. Even when facing a Marine Admiral, she won't be powerless to fight back. Riffin raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. With a thought, he contacted the copy space. Soon, the rankings of each reincarnators appeared before his eyes, with Riffin's name at the top of the list. Ada was in the second position among all the reincarnators. Riffin was pleased with the appearance of the ranking list, as it allowed him to see many people who had never left messages in the Reincarnation Exchange Group and identify his potential competitors. However, he knew that even without this list, in the eyes of many reincarnators, he was already considered the top reincarnator and had garnered the attention of those who resented his outstanding performance. The influence of the list began to ripple through the real world as well. In a world threatened by abyssal monsters, the possibility of the return of reincarnated individuals became a matter of concern for officials and people worldwide. Additionally, the strength of each country's reincarnated individuals became a key factor in their participation in the live broadcast room and international exchange information interface. Chapter 208, Chapter 206, Ranker's Challenger? In the Reincarnation Exchange Group. Eagle Ethan, there's actually a list, which is interesting. Now we can see who is stronger. But it's because Riffin's physical points reached 100,000 points. Tisk, it's definitely not a good feeling. Kangaroo Mary Ross, no way, what did this guy do, and why did he achieve it again? Kangaroo Helena, it should be because of the points he obtained from the previous first achievement, but I still have to thank Riffin, because of him, the 99th reincarnators including me are also awarded the corresponding rewards. Camel Nasser, damn, why isn't there a place for me in the top 100? I worked so hard. Camel Hilai, what a ruckus, making so much noise, but not even making it into the top 100. Panda Ada Wong, as expected, Riffin, you are number 1. Green Pheasant Ayani, you are also very powerful, becoming the second strongest reincarnators. It seems Riffin has invested a lot in you, and you must have received significant enhancements. Panda Ada Wong, what, are you envious, Miss Ayani? If you envy it, maybe you can become Riffin's slave now, and he might give you what you desire. Green Pheasant Ayani, humph, who would envy you? Besides, I have no intention of becoming anyone's slave. Green Pheasant Anoka, but, I'm so envious, I also want to be on the list, so I don't have to worry about being chased by that bastard ITO. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, as expected, it's Riffin. It is indeed enviable. After achieving so many firsts in a row, this time, the achievement of reaching 100,000 physical points is even more enviable. Speaking of envy, ITO felt more jealousy towards Riffin. He was envious that Riffin's name could appear at the top of CopySpace's ranking list, envious of the unknown rewards that Riffin received as the first placer. Even if they didn't know exactly what Riffin received, the enhanced items he acquired made it clear that Riffin's power UPS were substantial. Kangaroo Mary Ross, damn, this bastard's name is on the list, Riffin, you rascal, you made our situation precarious again. Panda Riffin, you're blaming me. Kangaroo Helena, Mary, don't blame others, please get out of the dangerous situation first. Kangaroo Mary Ross, if Miss Helena says so, well. Elephant Shiva, the Germa 66 exoskeleton. It should be the special power of the Germa Legion from North Blue. Being able to provide such rewards for all crew members, this guy Riffin, has struck gold this time. Green Pheasant Kashumi, from now on, there will be no weaklings in Riffin's Black Pearl Pirates. Eagle Tina, I'm starting to doubt whether I can catch up with Riffin. Eagle Ethan, if you don't even aspire to catch up, then you've already lost, Tina. Green Pheasant Odashi, that's right. Riffin's gains are only temporary, he can't be this lucky all the time. As long as he encounters a formidable enemy and falls in battle, the number 1 spot will be mine one day, that's for sure. Camel Nasser, idiot, the number 1 throne belongs to me. Panda Lee, you upstairs idiot, first, think about how to make it into the top 100. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, the number 1 throne, what an enviable position. With such a throne, you'd have endless wealth and beauty. Kangaroo Mary Ross, ITO Mamoru, you bastard only desires the latter. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, exactly. Miss Mary, and Miss Anoka, you need to run faster, I've been chasing you hard. Kangaroo Mary Ross, what are you thinking? Mamoru ITO Anoka and I will never let you succeed. When you catch up with us, I'll show you the power of our slippery fruit. Green Pheasant Anoka, that's right, we won't admit defeat. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, I don't think you guys can save up 10,000 points anyway, haha. Camel Hilai, boring desires. I'm more interested in this list than your chats. Riffin, you're watching right, just wait, I'll take that first position from you someday. Panda Riffin, really? Then you'd better work hard. After all, the exoskeleton I obtained earlier is quite sturdy. Having said that, if you want to challenge me, be prepared to face failure. Camel Hilai, failure? Hehe, will you let me become your slave if that happens? Panda Riffin, well. We'll see at that time. After Riffin left a message, he had no intention of continuing to pay attention to Hilai and the other reincarnators. After all, at this moment, Nojo had also recovered from the effects of the exoskeleton. Captain Riffin, you've really given me a big gift this time. How can I ever thank you? Nojo pressed Riffin's face into her arms, her face blushing. It seemed that after awakening the exoskeleton, Nojo had regained some strength. Do you want to thank me? Well, if you do, you can thank me like this. Riffin whispered something into Nojo's ear. The next moment, Nojo nodded with a smile and raised her hand, mimicking Bonnie appearance. Then, she began her own playful antics. Riffin lay back on the sofa, hands behind his head, his gaze alternating between Bonnie and the ceiling. Bonnie, that woman also got an exoskeleton enhancement. She will probably rush out excitedly to ask me about it later. But it will be perfect timing, she's watched such a spectacle, it's time for her to take the spotlight as the heroine. Thinking about the expression Bonnie might have later, the corners of Riffin's mouth couldn't help but raise an arch. Blueno's Tavern, bathrooms. Hey, marine woman, you seem to be doing pretty well. While taking a shower, Bonnie looked at Hina in the adjacent shower stall, whose skin was radiant and her face flushed, droplets of water glistening on her body. What do you mean? Hina frowned slightly, glancing at Bonnie with some irritation. Hehe, don't pretend not to understand. You know exactly what I mean. I really can't see it. You act all aloof, but when it comes to lovemaking with that man, you get quite passionate. Aren't you worried someone might hear your exaggerated cries? It's a good thing those marines with Tsuru aren't here, or they'd be treated to your vocal performance. If Riffin's stamina isn't enough, I'm afraid he'd be completely exhausted by you. Tisk tisk, your desires are quite strong. What will you do when you're no longer by Riffin's side? Bonnie leaned on Hina's shoulder, her tone playful. If you're so curious, why don't you find out with Riffin yourself? Don't tell me you didn't feel anything when you were watching us. Hina struggled to maintain her cold expression while facing Bonnie's teasing. But memories of the times she'd spent with Riffin earlier, with Bonnie's playful applause and encouraging words, made it hard for her to take things seriously. Her face was now flushed. Of course, there would be a reaction. Why else would I come here to take a shower with you? As for me going, well, I don't plan to give myself to him so easily. Bonnie crossed her arms, shook her head, and said. Really, Hina thought you had feelings for that man. I don't dislike him, not to mention having feelings for him. Our relationship is just a means to an end. Let him take advantage of me and accomplish something real. Taking advantage? Honestly, you remind me of myself. Hehe, don't compare me to what happened between you and Riffin earlier. Hina thinks that in the future, you might become like Nojo and me. Maybe, but before that guy fulfills my wish, I won't give myself to him. That is, if he does fulfill my wish, I might consider it. It means if he fulfills your wish, you'd give yourself to him. Hehe, it's possible. Who can say what will happen in the future? Hiss. As Bonnie was talking, a strong burning sensation suddenly emanated from the pirate tattoo on her right chest. She couldn't help but raise her hand to press on her tattoo. What's happening to you? Seeing Bonnie's sudden frown and clenched teeth, Hina asked with curiosity. But at this moment, Bonnie was in a daze due to the effects of the exoskeleton. She couldn't hear Hina's voice clearly at all. It wasn't until some time had passed and Hina asked again that Bonnie snapped out of her daze. It's none of your business, just keep showering. I need to talk to Riffin about something. Bonnie waved at Hina, but before she could wipe off the water droplets on her body, she opened the bathroom door and left, heading towards the tavern hall. Soon, Riffin and Nojo, with Bonnie's appearance, were right before her eyes. Nojo, you turned into me. Bonnie exclaimed, smacking her lips and approaching Nojo with a displeased expression. In her intoxicated state, Nojo just smiled at Bonnie and continued to indulge herself. Don't blame Nojo, I asked her to do this, Riffin explained. I was thinking about how long you've been watching dramas where other people play the leading role. I'm also interested in watching dramas where you play the heroine. How about it? Are you interested in enjoying it for a while with me? Anyway, with your current appearance, you don't need to worry about getting your clothes wet again. Riffin looked at Bonnie, who had rushed out of the bathroom without even putting on a dress, and chuckled. He knew that Bonnie must have been surprised by the enhancements from the exoskeleton. "TCH, I'd rather do it myself than watch someone put on a big show with my face," Bonnie retorted. "Oh, if you want to come by yourself, how about I ask Nojo to make room for you?" "Hehe, you have a good idea, Riffin," Bonnie exclaimed. "Compared to this, did you have something to do with my sudden physical enhancement before?" "That's right. How about it? Did you like it?" "The enhancement, known as the Germa 66 exoskeleton, should have doubled your physical strength." "Germa 66 exoskeleton? The same Germa 66 from North Blue? You scoundrel! How did you obtain the power of Germa 66? Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you like it or not." "It's a powerful enhancement, right?" "Yes, strong power, of course, I like it." "Forget it, anyway, the way you strengthen others is very mysterious, so I won't ask," Bonnie said, thinking that Hina was still in the bathroom and giving up on continuing her inquiry into how Riffin had gained her powers. "Forget it. For the sake of strengthening me, I won't pursue the matter of Nojo transforming into me. Captain Riffin, remember to think of me again when there are more enhancements in the future," Bonnie teased, crossing her arms and arriving next to Riffin. Suddenly, she reached out and pulled Riffin's head into her chest. In an instant, Riffin was enveloped in a burst of fragrance. "Captain Riffin, how do you feel? If there are more enhancements in the future, I might provide you with this kind of feedback," Bonnie said with a sly grin. Chapter 209, Chapter 207, Female Marine's Anger. A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps emanated from the direction of the bathroom. Bonnie took a quick look and found that it was Hina who had already changed and walked out of the bathroom. She released Riffin. "Bonnie, who's the real you?" Hina frowned, her eyes flicking across the two Bonnies. "Of course, it was me, that woman, Noki, was pretending to be me." Bonnie waved her hand, casually walked to the bar, and searched for a waiter's uniform to put on. Then, she gestured toward Riffin and Nojo. "Let's go, I've seen enough drama. My body has also been washed. Next, I have to get acquainted with my power." After speaking, Bonnie headed towards the exit, and Hina looked at Nojo and Riffin, who were still in high spirits. She shook her head slightly and followed in Bonnie's footsteps. "Bonnie, if Robin and the others ask later, remember to tell them what I told you," Riffin hurriedly said as he saw Bonnie and Hina about to leave. "Understood, I will tell them." Bonnie naturally understood that Riffin was referring to the strengthening of the Germa 66 exoskeleton. After conversing with Riffin, she opened the door and left the tavern with Hina. Nojo, who was becoming more and more excited, and Riffin, who appeared to be enjoying himself, were left alone. In the capital of Water 7, near the coast. "Did you also feel the heat from the tattoo just now?" Nami looked at Robin, Khalifa, Karina and the others beside her and asked. "I certainly did. It's Captain Riffin giving us benefits again," Karina said with a smile as she rubbed her refreshed skin. "Captain Riffin is really something, he even remembers to activate the tattoo from a distance when he's busy," Robin remarked with a smile, looking towards Blueno's tavern. "Shall we ask Captain Riffin?" Vivi looked at the tattoo on her skin and suggested. "Let's forget about it, we shouldn't bother him right now. Our main task is to keep an eye on those women's," Nami said, shaking her head and casting a meaningful glance in the direction where Riffin, Nojo, Bonnie, Hina and others had left. "Indeed, the most important thing is to prevent these women from disrupting Chopper and Makita," Khalifa nodded with a serious expression, mindful of her role as a secretary and the need to keep Riffin's secrets safe. Although she hadn't heard Nami say anything explicitly, Khalifa couldn't help but feel that Nami had caught onto something. She was skilled at observing words and expressions and could often discern a person's thoughts from their facial expressions alone. However, before Khalifa could probe further into Nami's thoughts, a familiar presence entered her awareness. She turned around and saw that Bonnie had led Hina toward their group. Marines Jun, Tsuru and others had also noticed this. As Hina and Bonnie approached the port, they split into groups, with Hina heading toward Tsuru and Jun's group, and Bonnie approaching Khalifa and Nami's group. "Hey there, discussing the changes in your bodies." Bonnie waved at Nami and Khalifa, speaking casually. "Do you know the reason behind it?" Karina blinked and joined in with curiosity. "Of course, I do. The theme of these changes is called the Germa 66 exoskeleton. This is what Riffin told me to relay to you," Bonnie explained. "Speaking of which, have all of you truly been affected?" Bonnie curiously asked Karina and the others. Karina smiled but didn't say a word. She simply took out a dagger from the back of her waist and forcefully stabbed it against her skin. With a resounding click, the dagger shattered on the spot. Seeing this, Bonnie couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Clearly, Karina had obtained skin with remarkable defense due to the power of the exoskeleton. Captain Riffin is really something else. Although I want to talk to you about the specifics. However, considering those women's are still there, we'll talk about it later. A red light flashed in Robin's eyes, symbolizing her using her observation haki and said. Then she turned her head to look at Marine Chief Staff Tsuru, who was watching their side. The dagger was shattered. Did that girl use armament haki? Tsuru looked suspiciously at the direction where Karina and the others were. Just now, when she was about to meet Hina, the sound of Karina breaking the dagger with her arm caught her attention. But after seeing Robin looking at her, she shook her head and walked towards her subordinates who had already surrounded Hina. Hina, that bastard man didn't do anything to you, did he? Has he bullied you? If so, tell your sister, I will help you find a way to teach him a lesson. That hateful man! I really want to trample him under my feet and ravage him. A group of female soldiers unhappily vented their dissatisfaction with Riffin. But they didn't notice the weird look Hina was looking at them at this moment. After all, it wasn't long ago that she saw Nojiko with their appearance ravaging Riffin and being ravished by Riffin. Having said that, Hina, your skin seems to have gotten better all of a sudden. Yeah, did you use some kind of skincare? Hey, can you tell us what skincare products you use? The female soldiers asked curiously. Hina, are you okay? At this time, Tsuru came forward, looked worriedly, and asked. Tsuru Vice Admiral, Hina, is fine. Hina shook her head, unconsciously reached into her pocket with her right hand and pinched the piece of cloth with a blood on it. After all, she was not ready to tell Vice Admiral Tsuru that she had completed the last step with Riffin. Tsuru frowned, she keenly felt that Hina's expression was not right. It is very possible that Hina has not been able to restrain her desire. But thinking that there is also a disadvantageous side of her interception, Tsuru can only sigh, and does not intend to continue to question Hina. But Hina, after a little hesitation, decided to tell Tsuru, Jun, and others what she saw. Tsuru Vice Admiral, Jun Vice Admiral, everyone. Nojiko's Devil Fruit ability is not the power of Bubble Fruit. As you might have guessed, Nojiko's Devil Fruit ability is the power of Clone Fruit. I asked Riffin, that guy told Hina, after he killed MR2. They coincidentally got Clone Fruit again on a certain island. These are the things Riffin told her when they were having fun. So, she is not worried that Riffin will lie to her. In fact, Riffin knew he couldn't control Hina's mouth. Naturally, he expressed his freedom in this matter, and told Hina. Of course, the story about acquiring the clone fruit on a certain island is a fabrication. Is that woman a user of the clone fruit? In other words, Riffin gained the power to transform by copying Nojiko's ability. Is Nojiko, the one who touched Sister Tsuru's face just now and touched my face earlier, planning to impersonate us in the future to deceive the Marines and the world government? Jun frowned and expressed her concerns. Behind Tsuru, when the other female soldiers heard this and contemplated the possibility that Nojiko might assume their appearances and create misunderstandings with the Marines and the world government, their expressions darkened considerably. Actually, Hina saw something else. That Nojiko, after becoming Vice Admiral Jun, had intimate encounters with Riffin. Hina hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. What? Hina, are you telling the truth? Jun questioned in disbelief. Hina glanced at Jun, recalling the way Nojiko had imitated Jun's gestures like a female animal, and blushed as she nodded. It was challenging for her even to talk about those actions when she was with Riffin. When Jun noticed Hina's blush, an image formed in her mind of Riffin using Nojiko in her transformed likeness. Hey, is Riffin some kind of pervert for doing something like that? Damn it, so that's why that woman touched our faces at that time. We can't just let this slide, we need to confront that bastard Riffin and get some answers. The female soldiers were equally unsettled by the revelation. Even though they were aware of Riffin's abilities, they felt that they would have nightmares if they didn't take action at this moment. Hina, did Riffin imitate me when I was younger, perhaps for that purpose? Tsuru asked in a low, but serious tone. Even her normally composed demeanor was shaken, as if she had been affected by some action. It's not quite like that, Hina replied, shaking her head. What do you mean? Tsuru inquired with curiosity, clearly relieved but still intrigued. Hina hesitated for a moment before speaking. Well, it's a bit difficult to explain. But it's okay, I'll tell you. Riffin said that even if Nojiko transformed into you when you were younger, he would still think of the current Vice Admiral Tsuru in his mind. Upon hearing Hina's words, Tsuru couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Although Nojiko hadn't assumed her form for Riffin's use, the fact that her age had led to this outcome left Tsuru with mixed feelings. Hina, can you tell me where Riffin is right now? I need to have a conversation with him, Jun said, placing her hands on Hina's shoulders, a smile shone on her face. However, Hina felt a shiver run down her spine, sensing something unsettling beneath Jun's smile. Chapter 210, Chapter 208, Female Marine finds Riffin to vent her anger. And I'm going to. Jun Vice Admiral, please take me too. This matter must be explained by Riffin, otherwise, I will fight him. The female sailors, named by Hina and imitated by Nojiko, said excitedly. Seeing such an angry crowd, Hina couldn't help but worry about the relationship between Riffin, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and others. But Tsuru is calm at this moment. Is that guy, Riffin, trying to provoke us on purpose? And let us get involved in his troubles? Tsuru thought to herself. Unconsciously, Tsuru began to contemplate the benefits and troubles that might arise after someone found Riffin. Soon, Tsuru concluded that if there were a conflict between the Black Pearl pirates and her people regarding this matter, it would escalate into a major incident. The benefits gained would be almost negligible compared to the troubles caused. After all, when it came down to it, Riffin hadn't really done anything to these Marines. And in this matter, if it reached the five elders, they would undoubtedly side with Riffin. They might even find it amusing that Riffin was so entangled with beauty that will lead to danger for the girls. Of course, they would pay more attention to the fact that Nojiko could impersonate someone else. But looking at the angry expressions of her subordinates, Tsuru couldn't think of a reason to stop them. After all, even she was quite distressed by what Riffin had done. Hey, you guys seem to be discussing something dangerous. If you intend to confront Captain Riffin, then don't blame me for intervening. Nami transformed into a thunderbolt and suddenly confronted everyone on the path the primary election participants were going to pass by. Following Nami, Robin, Karina, and others rushed over. Nami, leave this matter to me. I'll handle the communication with these people, Robin said with a smile. Robin had been using her fruit ability to observe the conversation between Tsuru and the others, so she knew what Tsuru and the others wanted to discuss with Riffin. She understood that Riffin didn't intend to divulge his affairs to Nami, Karina, Vivi, and others at the moment, so she couldn't let Tsuru and the others discuss this matter in front of them. No, leave it to me. I am now Captain Riffin's secretary. Leave the conversation to me, Robin. Khalifa's glasses glinted, and she spoke calmly. Like Robin, she knew what was happening in front of her. She also understood that helping the boss keep secrets was one of the secretary's duties. You truly are an excellent secretary, Khalifa. But considering that Tsuru, Jun, and the others are acting together, let me help you, Robin raised an eyebrow and said. Tsuru looked at the intercepted group in front of her and couldn't help but frown. The female soldiers, who had been imitated by Nojiko, opened their mouths angrily. They intended to reprimand Nami and the others for Riffin and Nojiko. Just as Robin was about to use her ability to silence the girls, a familiar male voice broke into everyone's ears. Robin, Khalifa, everyone, leave this matter to me. I've come to speak with Vice Admiral Tsuru and the others myself. After the voice fell, everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They saw Riffin descending from the sky with Nojiko in his arms. Riffin. The female marines looked at Riffin and Nojiko, their faces immediately turning red from anger. Hehe, it seems you have a lot to say to me. In that case, I'll give you a chance. Come on. Riffin nodded to Nami and the others first, then led Nojiko into the distance. The female soldiers, looking at him, immediately followed Riffin's pace, their agitation evident. After Khalifa, Robin, and others saw Riffin personally address Vice Admiral Tsuru, Jun, and other female marines, they began to focus on the enhancements they had obtained. Without the marines watching from the sidelines, they felt more comfortable experimenting with their new powers. Come on, what do you guys want to talk to me about? After Riffin led the crowd to an open space, he said with a smile on his face. Riffin, you know what we want to talk to you about, Jun said, stepping forward with an extremely kind smile on her face. If you don't tell me, how would I know? Riffin shrugged and smiled. Don't be coy, Riffin. You know what we want to discuss is Nojiko impersonating us and being close to you. Jun said, turning to look at Nojiko. She never imagined that this honest and kind-looking woman in front of her would have such a good time with Riffin. When Nojiko saw Jun looking at her, she immediately responded with a big smile. While this made Jun anxious, it also further upset all the female marine soldiers. But Jun understood that since Riffin had already recorded their body data, they had no way to stop her. From now on, if Nojiko wanted to change into their appearance to please Riffin, there was nothing they could do about it. At this time, the only thing Jun could think of was to see if she could use this incident to gain a better understanding of Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates. However, those female soldiers were obviously different from her. When the unhappiness in their hearts reached its peak, everyone began to scold Riffin to his face again. Some girls even rolled up their sleeves, appearing ready to confront Riffin physically. Want to fight? Riffin asked, a smile on his face. It's okay, fighting or something is the best way to vent your anger. Since you're angry, let me play with you here. Riffin, are you trying to provoke us? Tsuru, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. She didn't want to see Riffin attacking her subordinates, knowing that even she couldn't defeat him. Don't get me wrong, I'm just going to let Nojiko have a go, Riffin clarified. If you can't even defeat Nojiko, there's no need to fight me. Of course, Tsuru Vice Admiral shouldn't participate. After all, Nojiko didn't become like you and do things like that with me. Upon hearing Riffin's words, both Tsuru and Jun couldn't help but look at Nojiko in surprise. Although Nojiko had once relied on Heikoku to cause some damage to the island where Golden Lion fell, which earned her a reward of 80 million berries from the Marines, Tsuru and Jun believed that Nojiko did not have the strength to defeat the female sailors who followed Tsuru. Heikoku was a force that took time to recharge, and the female soldiers she led would not give Nojiko an opportunity to use it. Tsuru and Jun were skeptical about Nojiko's combat abilities. Riffin, are you suggesting that I can also challenge Nojiko? Jun raised her eyebrows and inquired. Miss Jun is quite belligerent, but if you don't mind a little sparring while being on ice theist, I have no objections, Riffin replied indifferently. Nojiko's current strength had significantly improved after receiving numerous enhancements, making her strength comparable to a naval headquarters vice admiral. Though the soldiers accompanying Tsuru were powerful, Riffin believed they couldn't defeat the current Nojiko. As for Jun herself, exerting the strength of a naval headquarters rear admiral was already her limit. Riffin wasn't worried about Jun defeating Nojiko. In fact, he saw this as an opportunity for Nojiko to gain more experience in fighting against the Marines and to become familiar with her newly mastered exoskeleton and advanced armament Haki. Moreover, if Nojiko was ever in real danger, Riffin could intervene. When Jun heard Riffin's words, she took a deep look at him, and then turned her attention to Nojiko. When she saw Nojiko's confident smile, a sharp gleam flickered in Jun's eyes. Could it be that Marine has underestimated this woman? Jun thought. Does she possess extraordinary strength? Or did she gain significant power under Riffin's tutelage during the journey from Alabasta to the Sabayati archipelago? With these thoughts in mind, Jun turned to Tsuru and nodded. Tsuru understood Jun's unspoken message, to observe and gather more information about the Black Pearl Pirates through this confrontation. She nodded back, her expression solemn. Go, and remember to be cautious, Tsuru advised. Like Jun, she could only hope to learn more about the Black Pearl Pirates from Riffin, but she felt helpless in this situation. After delivering her message, she took a few steps back and focused her attention on Riffin. Seeing this, Riffin smiled, raised his hand, and patted Nojiko on the shoulder. Have fun, as long as you don't seriously injure or kill them, I can save them. Nojiko nodded, her smile unwavering, and she approached Jun. Then, Miss Nojiko, please enlighten me. Jun accepted a standard long knife handed to her by a female soldier, her expression serious, and made the first move towards Nojiko. Although the other female soldiers didn't step forward, they remained ready for combat. While they didn't intend to harm Nojiko, they did plan to teach her a lesson. Nojiko activated her intermediate-level observation Haki, keenly monitoring the movements of the crowd. A sly grin crossed her lips as she effortlessly caught Jun's sharp sword mid-air with her bare hand, thanks to her enhanced strength. What? Jun exclaimed, her expression showing disbelief. You didn't use armament Haki, and the blade didn't even scratch you. Miss Jun, appearances can be deceiving, Nojiko replied meaningfully. Captain Riffin has a particular fondness for when I become someone like you, Miss Jun, you know. With a sly smile, Nojiko transformed into Jun, causing the smile on Jun's face to freeze. Especially after Nojiko used her enhanced strength to yank the sharp blade, pulling Jun closer and whispering in her ear about her previous fun with Riffin. Jun's face darkened even further. Chapter 211, Chapter 209, Defeat. Beast. Jun muttered, her mouth twitching as she recalled the various techniques and maneuvers that Nojiko had whispered to her ear. She felt as though she had stumbled into the new world, despite her geisha training, skills, and knowledge. At this moment, she had to admit that Nojiko possessed a deep understanding of various positions. Thinking of Nojiko taking on her appearance and using her body in such a provocative way to have fun with Riffin, Jun's face alternated between shades of red and black. This woman must have studied opera for face changing, Riffin muttered to himself, resting his chin on one hand and looking at Jun with interest, all while complaining in his heart. Although Tsuru and the other female soldiers couldn't hear what Nojiko had whispered to Jun, they could tell from Jun's expression that it wasn't something good. One particularly irritable female soldier waved her two-handed sword at Nojiko, slashing at her from the side. The attack carried a powerful gust of wind. Facing the powerful blow, Nojiko simply raised her other hand and effortlessly blocked it with her forearm. Click! A crisp sound echoed through the area. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that the blade of the two-handed sword had shattered. This, my sword. Monster. The female soldier with blonde, shoulder-length hair and slender, white thighs exclaimed, taking a few steps back in horror. She couldn't understand how her weapon, which had been with her for so long, could shatter so easily. While she hadn't used armament Haki to reinforce the longsword, the fact that Nojiko had shattered it with a mere 20% of her power left the female soldier astonished. As expected, she is not easy to defeat. One female marine commented. The marine really underestimated her. She is, after all, Riffin's woman, another added, a woman who can mimic other women's data and fulfill Riffin's various desires. For someone like you, Riffin wouldn't want you to be too weak. Jun frowned and took a deep look at Nojiko. The previous attack had brought her back to her senses, dispelling her earlier embarrassment and anger. She realized that the female soldier's attacks were similar to her physical strength in the way Nojiko had blocked them. This indicated that Nojiko possessed significant physical defense. At this point, Jun decided not to test Nojiko further. She allowed her armament Haki to flow towards the sharp blade she held, planning to unleash all the power she can use against Nojiko. Thank you for the compliment, Nojiko replied with a smile. As expected of Jun, the female marine who is favored by Captain Riffin. You've regained your composure quickly. It seems that psychological warfare won't easily disturb your thoughts. Looks like I'll have to consider other means. Nojiko chuckled twice and glanced at the glossy black blade of Jun's armament Haki. She immediately channeled high-level armament Haki into her hand. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, leaving Jun wide-eyed in shock as she looked at her sharp blade, which Nojiko had easily crushed. For a swordsman, their weapon was an extension of their body, and Nojiko's actions were a massive psychological blow to Jun, a proud swordsman. Even though the long sword Jun held at the moment was not her original sword, this was a significant blow to her. Captain Riffin once said that a sword is like a tiger's teeth to a swordsman, Nojiko remarked. When facing a swordsman, if you have the chance, it's wise to remove their teeth first. Miss Jun, now that you've lost your teeth, can you still fight? Nojiko clapped her hands and smiled at Jun, who was left speechless. Not content with her current tactics, Nojiko decided to take it a step further. She used her clone fruit powers to transform into the appearances of the surrounding female soldiers one by one. The female soldiers, who were already uneasy due to Nojiko's impressive display of power, became even more anxious at the sight of her taking on their appearances. The thought that their bodies might be used by Nojiko to engage in affairs with Riffin further destabilized their emotions. Some of the female soldiers even found it increasingly difficult to use observation Haki because of the turmoil within. Everyone, stay focused and don't get easily distracted, Jun warned, noticing the situation among her female soldiers and trying to calm them down. Then, she turned her gaze to Nojiko, who had just reverted to her own appearance, and sighed, I had used armament Haki to reinforce my blade earlier, but you easily destroyed it. This type of armament Haki should be internal reinforcement. I thought that Miss Nojiko could only use armament Haki externally, but I didn't expect that your armament Haki surpassed mine. She continued, and the way you transformed into us and those words you spoke, it's all meant to read our thoughts. Miss Nojiko, you are indeed a cunning warrior, much like a fox. Now I understand why Riffin was confident in having you compete against us. Nojiko grinned widely, Miss Jun, you're also not simple, Captain Riffin's evaluation of you as a mother fox is well deserved. It wasn't easy to see through my plan. It seems this competition just got a lot more challenging. With a sigh, Nojiko took out a bag of medicinal powder from the medicine bag she carried with her. I'm sorry, but since it's a competition, I can't let you win too easily. Jun gestured to the female soldiers behind her, and they quickly formed a defensive formation around her. Seeing this, Nojiko smiled. The next moment, she swallowed the medicine powder in her hand and leaped up with great force. A puff of mist spewed out from her mouth, enveloping all the female soldiers within its reach. This is Riffin's medicine poison mist. Jun exclaimed, her realization dawning quickly as she inspected her own clothes. As expected, they were rapidly dissolving. She turned to see the same happening to the other female soldiers. It was no exaggeration to say that Nojiko's use of traditional medicine poisonous mist was even stronger and more corrosive than Riffin's. In a matter of moments, the clothes of everyone present couldn't even cling to their bodies, they had to be held up with their bare hands. That's right. Didn't Captain Riffin mention that he taught me Kenpo? Nojiko asked with a mischievous smile. Hehe, I wonder if you can still fight with a clear mind in this state. Nojiko wasted no time and lunged into the disoriented crowd. She raised her right foot and kicked towards the group. Kenpo abstruse Gagan decoction. Nojiko's powerful armament Haki-infused kick pierced through the crowd like a sharp arrow. Initially, everyone tried to retaliate by raising their weapons to counter Nojiko's attack. However, as soon as their weapons came into contact with Nojiko's advanced armament Haki, they shattered from the inside. In an instant, panic and chaos ensued among the female soldiers. Tisk tisk, watching women fight is truly exhilarating, Riffin commented, observing the chaotic battle unfolding before him. He quickly retrieved a camera he had prepared earlier and began taking pictures of the battlefield where Nojiko, Jun, and other women were fighting. Seeing this, Tsuru couldn't help but shake her head and said, Riffin, maybe you should keep a low profile. Riffin chuckled, dismissing Tsuru's suggestion, low profile? What's that? I've seen it all, haven't I? Even if I have seen it, perhaps you'd like me to capture your moments as well. Tsuru, realizing that there was no use arguing further, fell into silence. Riffin resumed capturing the ongoing battle with his camera. A few minutes later, Jun and the group of female soldiers found themselves defeated and disheveled by Nojiko. Riffin put away his camera and walked over, asking, how are you all feeling? Did you manage to vent your anger well? Seeing that you are panting heavily, you must have already let it out. How about it, do you need me to look at the injuries for you? Although Chopper is not here, I am also an excellent doctor. It just so happens that Nojiko is also an excellent nurse. Riffin stood in front of many white and colorful female soldiers and said with a smile on his face. While speaking, Riffin did not hold back his admiring eyes. Seeing this, many female soldiers naturally blushed and turned around, trying to avoid being caught by Riffin. Riffin, you are such an annoying man. Jun, the least injured among them, shook her head as she approached Riffin, clutching her abdomen that had been kicked by Nojiko earlier. She had already lost her clothes but was no longer shy after being exposed to Riffin once. This was meant to help us release our anger, but it also serves as a reminder that there's no way for us to trouble you or Nojiko, right? Jun remarked. As expected of Miss Jun, you're sharp, Riffin responded. It's easy to converse with you, I don't need to spend too much time explaining things. Talking to you, if you're not smart enough, it could be quite troublesome. You jest. Riffin grinned and looked at the female soldiers who, despite their pain, were reluctant to accept his medical assistance. Everyone, you've experienced a fight, and I believe you've learned something from it. No matter how upset you are, there's no way to prevent Nojiko from assuming your appearance. If you still plan to oppose it, you can continue challenging Nojiko or me. But let me be clear, with a sinister smile, Riffin warned them, if you come to challenge, be prepared to lose something precious after being defeated by me. As he spoke, Riffin extended his tongue and licked his lips, sending a chill down the spines of the female soldiers. Riffin, isn't that going too far? Tsuru interjected, stepping between the female soldiers and Riffin. She raised an eyebrow, trying to divert Riffin's attention to her. Jun, in a similar fashion, reached out and placed Riffin's hand on her chest, intentionally drawing his focus to her. Though this level of temptation surpassed the rules she set for herself, Jun was willing to bend those rules a bit for Riffin, considering he had already seen everything. Riffin was taken aback by their actions but ultimately smiled. He could feel Jun's rapid heartbeat and decided to divert his attention to helping her. He shifted his hand down and used special techniques to alleviate the pain in Jun's abdomen. Nojo also approached Riffin, offering a bag of medicinal powder for treating wounds. She handed it to him so he could apply it to the slightly bruised area on Jun's abdomen. Chapter 212, Chapter 210, Leave Hina behind. Not at all, Tsuru Vice Admiral, Riffin replied. Think about it, if your marines are fighting other vicious enemies. After defeat, is life still in danger? If you meet an enemy who has the same hobbies as me, they may have to lose their bodies before they lose their lives. But I'm different. Fight with me, even if you lose the battle, you won't worry about your life being in danger. After all, I only want their bodies, not their lives. Riffin applied the cool healing ointment to Jun's abdomen as he said to Tsuru. Shameless. When the female soldiers heard this, they immediately scolded Riffin for being shameless. Shameless? How about I let you see me being even more shameless? How about it? Let me apply this healing ointment for you now. Riffin turned around and looked at the female soldiers with interest. The girls saw the ointment in Riffin's hand. As they observed Riffin's hands constantly rubbing Jun's abdomen, they fell silent for a moment. Tisk, you girls are not fun. Tsuru Vice Admiral, it seems your subordinates are dissatisfied, what do you think? Riffin looked back at the female soldiers and said to Tsuru with a smile on his face. Wait, I'll go talk to them. Tsuru sighed and walked toward her subordinates. Riffin smiled then looked at Jun in front of him. Jun Vice Admiral, the healing ointment has been applied. Do you need me to help you apply some skincare products that can whiten the skin? You don't seem too young. If you don't take good care of your skin, be careful to become like Tsuru. Years can be a cruel thing. Look at Tsuru Vice Admiral, she was also a beauty when she was young but now look at her. Riffin shook his head and sighed. He didn't lower his tone, which made Tsuru, who was walking toward the female soldiers, frown suddenly. Unconsciously, she touched her young skin that was still under the influence of the fruit of age. Then, she sighed faintly, walked to the front of her subordinates, and communicated with them. Hehe, thank you so much, Riffin. Jun answered with a half-smile, then turned her eyes and said to Riffin, Riffin, you let Nojo use my data and theirs, shouldn't you pay a certain fee? Fee? What do you want me to pay you? Riffin inquired. You understand what we want, Riffin. We really want to know more about you, and your Black Pearl Pirates. That is to say, I want some of your information. But, Miss Jun, we are pirates after all. We can snatch your body data, so we don't have to pay for it. Besides, didn't I ask Nojo to show you the power of the clone fruit? And let her demonstrate her impressive strength and armament Haki, which can do internal destruction. This information should be enough in exchange for her using your bodies. Hearing this, Jun smiled lightly and shook her head. But isn't that the ability that Nojo has shown on her own initiative? Riffin raised his hand and patted Jun's shoulder, saying meaningfully, don't ask too much, Ms. Jun. Nojo is just using your body data. It's not you having an intimate time with me. But it's a different story if you come to me on your own initiative. If I'm satisfied, maybe I can give you more information. After speaking, Riffin showed a big smile to Jun and raised his hand to Jun's chest with great interest. Your heartbeat tells me that you have thoughts about this. Miss Jun, why don't we go find a place where no one is around right now? Riffin put one hand on his chin, felt Jun's heartbeat with the other, and said seriously. Riffin, stop being silly. Jun glanced at the position of Riffin's hand and sighed softly. But looking at Riffin's serious face, she also understood that if she wanted to use this matter to get Riffin to share more information about him or the Black Pearl Pirates, the probability of success would be quite low. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Hey, Riffin, you said earlier that you wanted to apply that skincare product on me, right? If I promise you, are you willing to pay a certain fee? Of course, I would after you ask me to smear it for you. How about I allow you to do the same for me? Riffin gave Jun a thumbs up and said with a smile. At this point, Jun, whose chest was held by Riffin, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. As for Riffin, seeing Jun's expression immediately burst into laughter. There are enough things revealed this time. You got the intelligence, we showed the strength. It can be said to be a win-win outcome. While waiting for the end of Chopper's medical treatment, let's get along peacefully. Here, apply these ointments to the wound. Even the wounds injured by the internal destruction level armament Haki can be quickly healed. Since those female soldiers don't trust me and Nojiko, then I'll trouble you to apply the ointment yourself. I'll just watch from the side. Nojiko, go and buy some replacement clothes for these sailors. Riffin handed more bottles containing the ointment to Jun's hands and gave Nojiko instructions before walking aside. Seeing this, Jun could only let out a long sigh and walk towards Tsuru and the others with the ointment. So, can we use this as a condition to ask for more information from Riffin? Jun asked. After hearing Jun's report, Tsuru couldn't help but frown. Like Jun, she originally wanted to get Riffin to share more information when there was no way to prevent Nojiko from using the body data of Jun and others. But now it seems that Riffin has no intention of continuing to reveal anything. That man said he had shown enough strength, Tsuru said. Thinking about it, he feels that the value shown by the Black Pearl Pirates at this moment is enough for him to become a Shishibukai in any situation. Sister Tsuru, I even think that what he said about letting me have sex with him to reveal the information is false, Jun frowned and said. Sure enough, that guy deliberately leaked information to demonstrate his strength, and it would be safer to become a Shishibukai while doing so, Tsuru shook her head. She turned to look at Riffin, who was playing with the power of lightning. After a moment, she continued, the Black Pearl Pirates must still have a lot to uncover. Jun, you will stay on Riffin's ship for a while before he becomes a Shishibukai. During this period of time, I will trouble you to extract as much information as possible about the Black Pearl Pirates. Hearing this, Jun nodded immediately. I understand, sister. It's just that the man will always use an overdose of anesthetics on me at some point, making it impossible for me to stay awake. I think if there are some important occasions for the Black Pearl Pirates, Riffin will still choose to use this method to prevent us from gaining more information. After speaking, Jun let out a long sigh. Tsuru frowned, and the image of Hina couldn't help appearing in her mind. Hina, if I let you stay with Riffin for a while, can you accept it? Tsuru turned around and looked at Hina, who was standing quietly beside her. Nojiko's ability information was brought by Hina. With the current relationship between Hina and Riffin, Tsuru felt that Hina would have more opportunities to get news from Riffin. Let Hina stay with Riffin for a while. Hina blinked, and some erotic scenes appeared in her mind. Soon, she felt her heartbeat begin to speed up, and her desires flared. The next moment, she couldn't help but nod. Hina is willing to stay, Tsuru Vice Admiral. After finishing speaking, Hina's face immediately turned crimson. She hadn't expected herself to agree so readily. Could it be that Hina is really what Bonnie said, a seductress? Hina thought to herself. Is Hina truly passionate about that kind of thing? Hina pursed her lips and contemplated her own feelings. Tsuru, taken aback by Hina's quick agreement, pulled her aside. Hina, do you understand why I'm letting you stay with Riffin? Tsuru asked with a serious expression, glancing at Nojiko, who was distributing new clothes to Jun and the others. Hina understands that Hina will try to collect as much information as possible about Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates, Hina replied. She had overheard the conversation between Tsuru and Jun earlier, so she knew what Tsuru had in mind. Tsuru sighed and placed her hand on Hina's shoulder. That guy Riffin is a man, and he's also extremely sensual. Given that, it's more likely that the person sharing his pillow will be able to extract relevant information from him. I'm sorry, Hina, but I need you to do something like this. After finishing speaking, Tsuru sighed once more. It's okay, Tsuru Vice Admiral, Hina said with a reassuring smile. Although it was a mission, she couldn't help but feel excited about it. Hina had a sense of anticipation for the following days. However, although excited, she remained skeptical about her ability to extract information from Riffin. After all, Riffin had shown remarkable composure even in bed. You two, what are you talking about? Can I join in? At that moment, Riffin's figure descended with a bolt of blue lightning. Riffin. Tsuru and Hina were taken aback, thinking that he might have overheard their earlier conversation. But Riffin didn't give them a chance to inquire. He wore a smile on his face and pointed his thumb at Makita, who was not far behind him, saying, Let's go, everyone. Makita came to inform me. Your marine comrades have been healed by Chopper. If there's nothing else, please escort them out of the Seven Waters capital. Some time passed, and they found themselves on the Water 7 coast. Hina, can you tell me why you stayed? Riffin inquired, looking at the marine warship leaving with Tsuru and the others on board. Hina hesitated, not daring to meet Riffin's gaze. She wasn't sure if Riffin had overheard her conversation with Vice Admiral Tsuru earlier. Jun approached from behind Hina, placing her hand on her shoulder. Hina stayed because of me. After all, I'd always feel uneasy staying alone in enemy territory as a marine. Really, then you two are really good sisters, Riffin chuckled. Forget it, one more person is one more card to play. Since you're willing to stay, you can follow the Black Pearl and witness me dethrone Moria and become a Shishibukai, Hina. After I successfully attain that position, you'll return to naval headquarters with Jun. Riffin patted Hina on the shoulder and smiled meaningfully before heading toward Chopper, who was deep in conversation with Frankie. Thank you, Chopper. You did a good job. Leave the research on the G-Virus enhancement agent to me. Continue assisting Frankie in constructing the new ships and see if you can use the warships left by the Marines to synthesize any special materials. Once the new Black Pearl is completed, it'll be time for us to leave Water 7. Riffin stated. Although Riffin also wanted to discuss these matters with Hina personally, the impending summit war was a pressing concern. He needed to defeat Moria quickly to secure his position as the new Shishibukai. Riffin was aware that Smoothie of the Big Mom Pirates was leading a group of her crew to the Water 7. So completing the new Black Pearl early would give him an advantage in dealing with them. Leave it to me, Captain Riffin, Chopper responded enthusiastically, raising his hands before joining Frankie at the shipbuilding site of the new Black Pearl. Hina and Jun exchanged glances and hurriedly approached Riffin. Hey, Riffin, what are you planning to do? Is it okay to bring the two of us along? Jun asked, extending her hand and intertwining her arm with Riffin's, all the while wearing a seductive smile. Chapter 213, Chapter 211, We Underestimate the Black Pearl Pirates. I'm going to the bridal chamber. Do you want to come with me? Riffin joked as he glanced at Jun, immediately withdrawing his hand from Jun's embrace. Zombie viruses were too sensitive. He didn't intend to let the Marines know that he was working on this stuff. If he really let the Marines know, Riffin felt that the five elders might prefer to make him an exclusive researcher of the world government rather than make him a Shishibukai. Riffin's words made the smile on Jun's face freeze. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. And Hina, just about to say something, was also blocked by Riffin's next words. Nojiko, Robin, please help me entertain Miss Jun and Miss Hina. Not far away, Robin and Nojiko heard the words, naturally walking over immediately, and stopped Jun and Hina with smiles on their faces. Seeing such a situation, Jun had no choice but to give up. After all, with her current state, there was no way to break through the interception of Robin and Nojiko. The man said he was going to the bridal chamber, but he didn't bring Robin and Nojiko with him. That is to say, is he lying? However, just when Jun thought so in her heart, Khalifa quickly walked past Jun with a stack of documents and followed behind Riffin. That is to say, Riffin is looking for Khalifa this time. This woman is the female agent of CP9 he saved. Sure enough, it's for that kind of thing. Jun looked at Riffin and Khalifa who were walking side by side, exchanging something while walking, and thought to herself. Khalifa, use your bubble fruit ability to clean the surrounding area first. Then create an absolutely clean environment for me that won't allow viruses to leak. After Riffin came to a room resembling a research facility, he said to Khalifa behind him. Yes, boss. Khalifa nodded slightly and immediately exerted the power of bubble fruit, causing soap bubbles to fill the room. Soon, the entire room became brand new. Seeing this, Riffin nodded in satisfaction and walked over to the container containing the zombie virus isolated by Chopper using tens of thousands of recruits. Of course, the virus content in tens of thousands of Marine soldiers was quite high, and there was no way to hold it in a container that was too small. Therefore, the zombie virus contained in the container in the room at this moment had been completely purified. Riffin even felt that only one drop was needed to turn the huge sea kings into zombie beasts. Next to the zombie virus container was another container prepared by Chopper, intended for making potions that could help him achieve multi-stage changing blue waves. This was also the material discussed by Riffin and Chopper that could be used to experimentally manufacture G-virus strengthening agents in batches. Khalifa, let's get started. I will conduct research, and you will record relevant data for me, Riffin said as he picked up a white coat and put it on. After stretching, he planned to start researching the possibility of mass manufacturing G-virus strengthening agents even in the absence of zombie viruses. No problem, boss, Khalifa pushed her glasses and approached Riffin with the record board. However, upon seeing the purple zombie virus liquid in the container, painful memories of Golden Lion attacking an ice lobby with zombies flooded her mind, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably in an instant. Khalifa, what's wrong with you? Riffin noticed Khalifa's strangeness and immediately turned to look at her with concern. I'm all right, Captain Riffin. I just thought about Golden Lion attacking an ice lobby. Khalifa took a deep breath, trying to calm down her unrest, and said to Riffin. It's over, Khalifa, at least Rob Lucci is alive. And there is a possibility of Bluno being resurrected, isn't it? Riffin walked to Khalifa's side, patted her on the shoulder, and comforted her. I understand, Captain Riffin. Khalifa gave Riffin a rare smile, and after a while, she asked curiously, Captain Riffin, are you really not going to use these viruses to create zombies like Golden Lion? You also saw the situation in N-Ice Lobby. If you can master the power of this virus, your power will become even greater. Although the G-virus strengthening agent is an excellent enhancer, it may not be able to be developed. It should be safer to use the zombie virus. Riffin shook his head and said seriously, indeed, having a zombie virus can indeed bring some benefits. However, if I really create a zombie crisis like Golden Lion, the strong will not be affected, but the weak and ordinary people are most likely to be affected. Maybe one day, this world will become a world full of zombies. I don't want to see that day appear. Compared to using the zombie virus, I prefer to be able to create a G-virus strengthening potion that can strengthen my crew's body. Besides, my secretary is deeply affected by the tragedy caused by the zombie virus. I don't want you to see that scene of purgatory on Earth again. Even if there is no way to develop a method to mass-produce G-virus strengthening agents in the end, I will not use the zombie virus to create a biohazard. After Riffin finished speaking, he gave Khalifa a big smile. Thank you, Captain Riffin, Khalifa said, pursing her lips and feeling touched in her heart. As Riffin said, she had felt the despair the zombie virus brought, and she really didn't want to see any more zombies appearing in her heart. It would only bring out the sadness in her heart. Captain Riffin, if you succeed in finding a way to mass-produce the G-virus strengthening potion, what do you plan to use it for? Are you planning to use it to develop your own power? After Khalifa's mood stabilized, she asked Riffin curiously. Well, maybe it can be used to trade with a certain force in the future. It can also be used to help allies. As for developing my own power, it's not impossible. Maybe I will form a country in the future. Then let everyone from the Black Pearl Pirates be ministers. Afterwards, use the G-virus strengthen potion to build an extremely powerful army, haha. Riffin couldn't help laughing when he thought of Munch Munch Fruit's previous user Wapol, who used the memory alloy to establish a brand new country, and even became a member of the world government. Of course, Riffin naturally does not have the idea of becoming a member of the world government. You must know that becoming a member of the world government requires paying a large amount of money to celestial dragons as heavenly gold. As for Riffin himself, he has no idea of paying funds to a group of pigs. Even if a country is really to be established in the future. Riffin also prefers to set up a pirate kingdom like the Big Mom Pirates. Speaking of which, after the establishment of a country, I need a good person who coordinates internal affairs. As for this expert, it would be even better if it were my wife. After all, in this way, as a king, I will be at ease. Khalifa, your ability to coordinate internal customers is good. If I really establish a country in the future, you might as well be my queen. The corner of Riffin's mouth turned up, and he looked at Khalifa with interest. For the queen, let Nojiko take over. After all, she is the best enough to satisfy your various desires. Khalifa pushed the glasses and said. I was rejected, it's really sad. Forget it, let's continue our work at hand. Riffin patted Khalifa on the shoulder with a smile, and walked back to his post. Seeing this, Khalifa stepped forward quickly, with a pen in her hand ready to record and calculate for Riffin at any time. First of all, try to fuse the zombie virus with a rumble ball and other medicinal materials. Riffin took out the materials and planned to use Munch Munch Fruit to synthesize them tentatively. But just when he was about to swallow it, the broadcast room came to his mind. Research on zombie viruses cannot be seen by the real world, especially by people from the umbrella company. Riffin thought in his heart, turning his head to look at Khalifa. What's the matter, Captain Riffin? Khalifa tilted her head and looked at Riffin with some doubts. That's right, Khalifa. Riffin smiled, put his head close to Khalifa's ear and whispered something. Captain Riffin, you are harassing me. A ray of light flashed on Khalifa's lens, and said quietly. Don't say that, I'll just take a look, and there won't be a piece of meat missing. You also said it before, it's okay to just watch, right? Riffin smiled and said. That's true, but what's the reason? Why do I need to do something like that? As Khalifa said that, she put the recording board aside and unbuttoned her clothes. Soon, Khalifa took off her coat, leaving only silk and black silk. In an instant, the live screen in the live broadcast room was plunged into darkness. Riffin live broadcast chat room. Eagle audience, damn Riffin, this guy did it on purpose. He actually blacked out the live broadcast room again. Eagle audience, bastard, we can see the valuable research, but this guy wants to keep it private. Why can't the live broadcast room be blacked out? The two people upstairs are from the umbrella company, right? That means you want to reproduce the zombie virus on Blue Star through Brother Riffin research, right? You animal. Eagle audience, how come? What we want to see is the G-virus strengthening potion, which can benefit the world. Eagle audience, that's right. Strongly condemn Riffin. The G-virus strengthening potion can aid global research and help humans combat monsters from the abyss. Riffin should share the research. Hehe, I don't believe a word of these people. Brother Riffin can use the power of the devil fruit to create G-virus strengthening potions, while these guys can make a zombie. That's right. I don't want to wake up one morning and have to face not only the threat of monsters from the abyss but also the threat of a biochemical crisis. Strongly support Brother Riffin in blocking the live broadcast room during research. Never let the people from the umbrella company see it. Those bastards probably have research materials from the late William Birkin. If they watch Brother Riffin research, who knows what they might create. Eagle audience, bastard. We've all said that we want to make the G-virus strengthening potion for the benefit of mankind. Hehe, for the benefit of mankind? How shameful of you all to dare to say such things. Don't pay attention to them. Let's think about what will happen after Brother Riffin research is successful. If Brother Riffin succeeds, he may indeed be able to build a powerful country as he mentioned. If that's the case, the crew of the Black Pearl Pirates will be the core fighting force, and others will become formidable soldiers. Tisk tisk, it's quite emotional to think about. One Piece Dungeon World. As the saying goes, when a man and a woman match, fieldwork will not be tiring. Khalifa, research is quite a job. If I continue to study like this, I will be quite tired. If I can see such beautiful scenery like you on the way, I can feel less tired. Riffin did not reveal what had happened in the live broadcast room but came up with a random excuse. Having said that, he took a glance at Khalifa's adrenaline-fueled outfit in front of him. Riffin couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Moreover, looking at you like this, I can't help but feel my heart beating faster, and I can't wait to find Robin and Nojo. In this way, I will do my best to speed up the research. The time to finally get the results will be greatly shortened. Speaking of which, Khalifa, you really like black clothes. Whether it is inside or outside, you dress mainly in black. How about changing to white as the primary color at some point? According to your features, you would certainly look quite beautiful in a white-based dress, like white silk. After confirming that the live broadcast room had gone black, Riffin turned around with a smile and began the experiment. Does Captain Riffin think I'm not pretty enough in black? Khalifa picked up the slate again and asked. No, that's not what I mean. I just think that if you change your style once in a while, it might make people's eyes shine, Riffin said with a smile. He did remember that in the original book, when Khalifa reappeared 2 years later, she was wearing white as the primary color. Since the boss has said so, as a secretary, I will naturally follow suit. Khalifa shook her head, raised her hand, and wrote on the recording board. Meanwhile, on the other side. On the sea, 2 marine warships were sailing side by side in the direction of naval headquarters. Tsuru stood at the stern of the ship and only looked away after realizing that she could no longer see the capital of the Water 7. Then she picked up the Denden Mushi from her bosom and dialed the number of naval headquarters, Sengoku. This is Sengoku, is that you, Tsuru? It's me, Sengoku. Riffin and his team have completed the agreement. Really, that's great. Are the infected people all right? Except for being too weak, their bodies are already normal. After a period of rest, they should be able to recover. This is really good news, so the Marines won't have to suffer any more losses. Sengoku, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Tsuru, do you have any information about Riffin? That's right. Tsuru looked serious and said to the Den Mushi very earnestly. Sengoku, any member of the Black Pearl Pirates crew should not be underestimated, and our evaluation of them is far from good. Chapter 214, Chapter 212, Black Pearl has no shortcomings. Tsuru, have you found out anything important about Riffin? Sengoku realized the seriousness in Tsuru's tone and asked immediately. Yes, Sengoku. Nojo of the Black Pearl Pirates is a clone fruit user and also possesses armament Haki at the inner destruction level. The reward of 80 million berries is too little for her. Her strength will never be lower than that of a naval headquarters vice admiral. As Tsuru spoke, she informed Sengoku about Nojo's displayed strength. And she kept the fact that Nojo used Jun and others' body data to have S*X with Riffin close to her heart. She simply told Sengoku that Nojo had recorded the female marine's body data. Besides Robin, even this Nojo has this level of power, does she? Sengoku pondered, sure enough, it's not too simple for someone who can use giant's technique with a human body. However, Riffin is about to become a Shishibukai, so there is no need to increase the rewards for Nojo and others. But I don't know if this is a good thing. Considering Nojo's ability, Riffin has already displayed the power of 4 devil fruits. If Riffin can truly harness his companion's abilities, then he will wield many other devil fruit powers. Tsuru, have you seen how Riffin manages to use his companion's powers? Sengoku continued asking. Tsuru shook her head and replied, unfortunately, no matter how we've tried to test Riffin, we haven't been able to obtain any information. Similarly, other members of the Black Pearl Pirates have shown no inclination to disclose relevant details. However, based on Nojo and Robin's performance, I believe none of the crew Riffin invites will be simple individuals. Even if the people who recently joined the crew seem ordinary, they have the potential to become powerful pirates in the future. Riffin doesn't invite crew members solely for their looks. His teaching ability surpasses even Zephyr's, and he excels at recognizing a person's potential. He must observe them before inviting a crew member. Makita, Nico, Robin, Nami, Nojo, Karina, Khalifa, these women are certainly not just eye candy Riffin invited to the Black Pearl Pirates. As for the other male crew members, Riffin doesn't let beauty influence his choices, he invites them for their potential. This leads me to believe that, apart from Makita, Robin, Nami, Chopper, and Nojo, the remaining Black Pearl Pirates will gradually become as formidable as naval headquarters vice admirals, perhaps even surpassing them. Tsuru's words momentarily made Sengoku's expression serious. If that's the case, then the Black Pearl Pirates will become an exceptionally powerful pirate crew. After a pause, Tsuru continued, Sengoku, Riffin's associates are definitely worth keeping an eye on. However, the individual who demands our most attention is Riffin. Considering the possibility that Riffin can utilize all of his companion's devil fruit abilities. Although we don't know whether Vivi, Frankie, and others have devil fruit abilities too since our attempts failed. Therefore, I believe further investigation into Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates is warranted. So, it might not be a bad idea to temporarily station Jun near Riffin. However, Jun alone might not pay sufficient attention to dealing with Riffin, and there may be times when she can't investigate alone. That's why I've assigned Hina to the Black Pearl Pirates. Maybe she can uncover some information about Riffin. From my observations, Riffin seems to be quite taken by Hina's type of woman, he might inadvertently divulge some information to her. About Jun, she hasn't faced any difficulties during her time with Riffin. Presumably, if Hina stays by Riffin's side, she won't be treated harshly. Tsuru couldn't disclose the intimate relationship between Hina and Riffin, so she provided a plausible explanation for Sengoku to consider. Hina and Riffin have interacted many times, Sengoku nodded in understanding, if she can gather information from Riffin, it will be invaluable. However, Tsuru, what is Hina's perspective on this? Is she willing to stay with Riffin temporarily? Even though Riffin is a principled pirate, if he's attracted to a woman like Hina, he may occasionally exploit her, right? Sengoku asked, his brows furrowing. Sengoku had no objection to placing a marine undercover among the pirates, and assigning Hina to Riffin was a low-risk plan. He was open to the idea, but he also understood that Hina's willingness was essential for the mission's success. Hina has agreed, Tsuru nodded. She's quite straightforward. This mission aligns with her interests. That's good to hear. Riffin is becoming increasingly troublesome. If we can decipher his powers and his purposes to become a Shishibukai, it would be an advantage for the Marines. Tsuru, you've done well on this mission. Come back soon, Sengoku said. After Tsuru answered affirmatively, she raised her hand and hung up the phone. Hopefully, everything will go in a good direction. Time passed quickly, and several days flew by. In the capital of Water 7, in the research room where Riffin and Khalifa were located, Khalifa, wearing a white silk outfit, approached Riffin to hand over the latest calculated data. However, at that moment, Riffin jumped up from the stool he was sitting on. Captain Riffin. Khalifa blinked, sounding puzzled. Khalifa, I did it. Riffin exclaimed. I cracked the zombie virus, and I've discovered the material William Birkin used to make the virus. Furthermore, I've found a way to mass-produce G-virus enhancement potions. While these potions can only be used by individuals with a certain level of physical strength, having them will be advantageous for our future development and berry exchange. Riffin opened his arms excitedly and hugged Khalifa tightly. Congratulations, Captain Riffin. Though taken aback by Riffin's sudden embrace, Khalifa felt Riffin's joy and gently patted his back. It's also thanks to you. I just helped you organize the relevant data. You're the one who put in the hard work. Khalifa shook her head, disagreeing. Riffin pressed his hands on Khalifa's shoulders and spoke earnestly. I couldn't have accomplished this without your assistance. Thank you very much. You can't say that. If it weren't for your company, I wouldn't have been able to find a solution so quickly. Also, without your bubble fruit, I couldn't have kept my body clean and maintained a good state. Riffin, engrossed in research, had missed Khalifa changing into her white silk outfit earlier. Now, he looked at her with surprise. Wait, when did you change into white lingerie? Captain Riffin, it seems you're too immersed in your work, Khalifa replied with a smile. You didn't even notice that I changed into this outfit when we arrived this morning. I thought you'd be more interested in my appearance, but it appears I haven't met your beauty standards. Riffin raised an eyebrow, smiling. How could that be, Khalifa? You're naturally beautiful. Come on, let me have a look. Khalifa walked aside, picked up her white dress and jacket, and began to put them on. Captain Riffin, since the research is complete, I believe I can stop assisting now. Besides, there's news that Frankie has completed the construction of our new ship. I assume you'd like to see it. Is Frankie's work done already? This is perfect timing, Riffin agreed. Khalifa, please wait for a moment. I'll organize the information and then head out. Regretting missing the chance to appreciate Khalifa's appearance, Riffin swiftly sorted through the materials then planned to leave the research room. Please wait, boss, Khalifa suddenly grabbed Riffin's hand, halting him. Khalifa, are you giving me another opportunity to admire your beauty? Riffin asked, raising his eyebrows with a playful smile. You've misunderstood, boss, Khalifa replied. I just thought that as your secretary, I shouldn't let you leave looking disheveled. Otherwise, I might get teased by that woman, Robin. After saying that, Khalifa guided Riffin to a nearby chair and sat him down. Not clean? But don't you usually use the bubble fruit to maintain my appearance? Riffin questioned with a puzzled expression. It's not the dirt on your body, it's your beard that needs trimming, boss, Khalifa explained, chuckling. She took out a razor from somewhere, clearly prepared and moved closer to Riffin. Riffin stroked the scruffy stubble on his chin and smiled. Ah, my beard. I really haven't had time to tidy it up in the past few days. Go ahead, Khalifa. Help me out. Khalifa chuckled lightly and began shaving Riffin's beard. As she did so, she used her left hand to create small, sparkling bubbles. With her right hand, she expertly wielded the razor. Riffin raised his head, his gaze wandering from Khalifa's low-cut dress to her mature and charming face. Captain Riffin, are you currently assessing me? Khalifa asked in a teasing tone. How could that be? I was just thinking that any man who marries you, Khalifa, would be incredibly fortunate, Riffin replied. I see. So, Captain Riffin, who do you think will be the lucky man? Khalifa inquired. If you ask me, I certainly hope that the fortunate individual is me, Riffin answered with a grin. Hehe, you've got a typical Captain Riffin style response. Khalifa, what do you think? Do I have a chance? Who can predict the future? Khalifa responded. Besides, I'm not the only female crew member by your side. Once you've sorted out the complexities between you all, I'll consider whether Captain Riffin is husband material. But right now, as your secretary, I'm busy enough just thinking about covering for you. And the shaving is complete. Please head to the port of the capital of Water 7. Hearing this, Riffin touched his clean chin and smiled. Very well, Khalifa. Let's go. BTWY, I'll be waiting for your answer. With that, Riffin gathered the relevant materials, left the research room with Khalifa, and made their way toward the port. The capital of Water 7, the port. Captain Riffin, you are finally here. Look, this is the super ship I made using the alloy researched by Chopper and the treasure tree. Comparable in size to a marine warship, it boasts powerful weapons, forts, livable dormitories, and various entertainment facilities. Captain Riffin, I have done everything you asked for. How about it? Isn't this ship super great? Frankie noticed Riffin's arrival and immediately introduced Riffin with excitement. Of course, I absolutely trust your skills, Frankie. And there's the new alloy. Chopper, have you already synthesized such a material? Riffin looked at Chopper in surprise. Chapter 215, Chapter 213, The Brand New Black Pearl. Riffin knew, if the new Black Pearl used the alloy that Chopper synthesized using his new Devil Fruit, his new ship would become indestructible. Hee, I accidentally synthesized a new metal, Chopper said excitedly. It can automatically restore its original shape, so I named it a Rainbow Alloy. Captain Riffin, has your research been completed? Do you need my help? Chopper walked up to Riffin and asked. It's done. Here's the relevant information, Chopper, Riffin said, handing over the documents. Remember to destroy this information after reading it. It just needs to be recorded in our heads. Yes, Captain Riffin, Chopper nodded solemnly. Though ignorant in some ways, he understood the value and potential dangers of the G-Virus strengthening potion. If such a potion became known to outsiders, the Black Pearl pirates would become targets of public criticism. Next, it's time to fuse the ship. Riffin approached the new Black Pearl and examined it closely. Then, he took out the bottle containing the original Black Pearl from his personal inventory. As the main force behind building the ship, Frankie naturally followed closely, eager to see what Riffin was going to do. Riffin opened the bottle as usual, and the model-like Black Pearl quickly began to swell after entering the water, growing into a normal small three-masted sailing ship. Afterwards, Riffin accessed his personal attribute panel and activated the fusion ship authority obtained when the Black Pearl pirates upgraded to level 3. The next moment, a dazzling light enveloped the Black Pearl and the warship-sized ships built by Frankie. After a while, the two ships approached slowly, as if being drawn by some mysterious force, and finally merged together like water droplets. It really merged! Frankie exclaimed. Captain Riffin, can you really fit this ship into this bottle as usual? Makita rubbed her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. It's natural, Riffin smiled and immediately experimented with fitting the brand new Black Pearl into the bottle in front of Makita, Frankie, and other members of the Black Pearl pirates. Frankie stared at the scene with wide eyes. He had already seen Riffin fit a small bark into a bottle, but watching Riffin cram a gigantic vessel capable of seating thousands of people into a vessel the size of a wine bottle that could be grasped in one hand was still quite surprising. Such a scene was also witnessed by Jun and Hina, who had just followed Robin and Nojiko to buy some daily necessities and returned to the port. They were also quite surprised. Did Riffin's ship really gain some kind of devil fruit ability? Vice Admiral Garp failed to catch Riffin that time, not because there was a certain ability user on the ship who could teleport the ship quickly. Is it because of some kind of devil fruit that the ship itself can be teleported? If a bigger ship can fit into that bottle, does that mean this ship also inherits the capabilities of the original ship? Jun frowned slightly, lost in thought. But unlike Jun's astonishment, Hina looked at the ship in front of her and couldn't help but recall what Robin and Nojiko had said when they spoke to her alone. Does this ship really have a very interesting room specially designed for Riffin, as Robin and Nojiko said? Will Riffin really let me play with him in those rooms for a while afterward? Thinking of the room that Robin said had elements of a prison but was actually a room convenient for Riffin to have fun with his female companions, and other rooms with different elements, Hina's excitement caused her body to tremble slightly. Let's go, Hina, Miss Jun, I will take you to the room prepared for you first. Also, I think Miss Hina, you would like to visit those rooms too. Robin seemed to see through Hina's thoughts, smiling as she pulled the two of them aboard the new Black Pearl and quickly disappeared into the cabin. Riffin and the others didn't stop them. It's a pity that organisms can't shrink along with the hull. Otherwise, we could escape safely no matter what threats we encounter. Nami shook her head with regret. Indeed, for escaping or other purposes, we still have to rely on the power of your devil fruit, Karina. Khalifa added. Hey, I would be really tired if I had to make myself invisible to such a big ship. Captain Riffin, since you can use Nami's devil fruit ability, can you also use mine? Could you help with the invisibility work of the ship? Karina playfully poked Riffin's waist with her arm and asked with a smile, Unfortunately, I can't use your devil fruit power yet, Karina. So, you'll have to handle the invisibility work of the ship by yourself. Having said that, you've become much stronger now. Even if you want to make the new Black Pearl invisible, you can do it. I trust you quite a bit, Karina. Riffin took a look at Karina's impressive 20,000 points of physique and 93 points of loyalty, patted her on the shoulder, and smiled. Although I have indeed become stronger, this new Black Pearl has more than doubled in size. Captain Riffin, maybe we should figure out how to make you use my devil fruit ability. I remember that as long as I trust you wholeheartedly, you should be able to use my ability. So, Captain Riffin, can you give me a lot of berries? Maybe that way, I can trust you from the bottom of my heart and fall in love with you. Karina made an okay gesture and spoke intimately. Okay, when I find an opportunity, I'll take you to Grand Tesoro, the world's largest entertainment city ruled by the Golden Emperor. That place is said to be full of gold. Upon hearing Riffin's words, Karina and Nami's eyes glistened with thoughts of Grand Tesoro, the world's largest entertainment city, and the prospect of being rich. Captain Riffin, this ship has a small aquarium that can hold various fish, and I designed it to store some food. If organisms can't grow and shrink with the boat, wouldn't the aquarium be unusable? Frankie took a step forward, came to Riffin's side, and frowned. Relax, Frankie, Riffin said reassuringly. At the end of the day, it's just that we, the crew, can't grow smaller as the ship shrinks. If it is an animal defined as an ornamental object, or a fish defined as a thing, they are all items that can be stored in my hands along with the Black Pearl. Riffin laughed. So that's the case, then I'm relieved. A pirate ship built with new alloys, treasure trees, and my technology, and it also possesses the mysterious power that you've given, Captain Riffin. This brand new Black Pearl will surely be able to circle the world and become the ship of dreams. Frankie's eyes reflected the appearance of the new Black Pearl with admiration. Naturally, Frankie. And, you'll be able to see with your own eyes that this pirate ship you've built becomes the ship of dreams. Riffin put his hand on Frankie's shoulder and said solemnly. Would you like to witness the ship you built with your own hands become the pirate ship of your dreams? This goal is truly fascinating. The corner of Frankie's mouth twitched. At this moment, he only felt the new trend surging, and he wished to set sail with the new Black Pearl immediately. Panda Riffin, your shipwright Frankie's loyalty attribute has been refreshed. Please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Frankie. Age, 34 years old. Crew number, 10. Position, shipwright, expert. Physical, 13,206. Physical level, B level. Devil fruit, slow fruit. Other skills, Germa 66 exoskeleton. Special ability, none. Loyalty, 80, intimate. Bounty, none. Loyalty has finally reached the level of intimacy. In this way, Frankie also has the conditions to open the final invitation. Riffin glanced at Frankie's personal attributes, then turned to look at Frankie's serious face. As Riffin was contemplating how to make Frankie's emotions reach the level required for opening the final invitation copy, a nostalgic light flashed in Frankie's eyes, and he murmured. If only Mr. Tom knew that my ship would be the same dream pirate ship as the one he built for Roger. I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Ding! Riffin, you have triggered Frankie's final invitation mission. Regret once the capital of Water 7. Chapter 216, Chapter 214, let's set off to pull that fat Moria off his seat. Panda Riffin, you have triggered Frankie's final invitation mission, regret, once the capital of Water 7. This dungeon is based on Frankie's relevant memories and corresponding historical tracks. It is an easy level dungeon. Except for the key characters, the characters in it are only illusory and not real. However, completing Frankie's final invitation task in this copy space will make it possible to come into contact with the undead that Frankie cares about. Remarks: the mission completion condition is to make up for the regret in Frankie's heart. Note: you need to consume a devil fruit to start this task. Riffin was taken aback by the sudden prompt in his mind, and then a burst of joy followed. Riffin never imagined that Frankie would have triggered the relevant tasks before he did anything. In this way, we should be able to meet Frankie who has future powers soon. It's a pity that Frankie's final invitation task is only on easy difficulty. Even if this task is completed, Frankie will not achieve the extremely high growth that Robin and Khalifa have. Forget it, it's not bad for Frankie to get some of his future power. Perhaps it will be possible to advance his shipwright skills to the master level. Chopper has also created rumble alloys. After Frankie gets the power of the future, he will soon be able to create General Frankie. However, except for the devil fruit that was handed over to Khalifa earlier and the 2 devil fruits that are on the exchange, there is no extra devil fruit to open the final invitation dungeon. Should I take out a devil fruit to open the dungeon? After thinking for a while, Riffin shook his head. Forget it, let's wait, maybe we can get other devil fruits after going to see. Riffin thought to himself. Of course, the devil fruit Riffin handed over to Khalifa cannot be used to open the final invitation copy. As for the devil fruit on the exchange, Riffin does not want to withdraw it if it is not necessary. This may affect his credibility in trading among reincarnators. Of course, except for the slip fruit. Before the auction of this devil fruit, it was agreed that if Marie Ross and Anoka did not purchase it within a certain period of time, he would recycle it. In addition, the strength of the Black Pearl Pirates is now strong enough. Therefore, Riffin is not in a hurry to let Frankie gain future power to strengthen the strength of the Black Pearl Pirates. Frankie, go say goodbye to your mates. We're about to set sail. Riffin patted Frankie on the shoulder and pointed to Frankie's acquaintances standing in the distance. Okay, Captain Riffin, I'll be back as soon as I go. Frankie gave Riffin a thumbs up, turned around, and walked not far away. Nami, Karina, Makita, everyone, is there anything else you need to buy in the Water 7? We're setting sail soon, so don't miss anything. Riffin turned around, looked at Makita and the others, and smiled. Karina, speaking of which, it seems that there are indeed some things that I forgot to buy. Bonnie, Tisk, since the new Black Pearl is so big, I have to go buy some water and meat. Chopper, I also want to buy more medicinal materials to make strengthening potions, and I also want to prepare materials for making the new alloys. Nami, speaking of which, I saw beautiful clothes for sale there earlier. Nojiko, Vivi, Makita, Khalifa, do you want to go together? Makita, beautiful clothes. Of course. After Makita finished speaking, she gave Riffin a soft look. Princess Vivi shook her head. I'm not going, I've already bought enough clothes with Robin. In addition, I also want to place the purchased equipment in the consultation room. Nojiko also shook her head and said softly. I'm not going either, I need to know everything about the new Black Pearl as soon as possible so that I can properly complete my secretary work. Khalifa also shook her head slightly. Like Robin and Nojiko, Khalifa has already bought enough clothes. Robin and Nojiko are in order to increase the mood when satisfying Riffin. As for Khalifa, she felt that as a secretary, she should let Riffin see enough beautiful and different colors of herself. Well, in that case, let's go by ourselves. Captain Riffin, please wait a moment, we will be back soon. After Nami showed a sunny smile to Riffin, she took Makita and others to the clothing store. After a while, only Riffin was left in front of the new Black Pearl with Nojiko, Khalifa, and Robin. Hey, Captain Riffin, do you want to go to the new clinic with me? Because the new Black Pearl is big enough, except that Chopper has his own consulting room. You also have your own consulting room. Nojiko put her hands in her arms and said with a charming smile. Both she and Robin knew that although Riffin's consulting room could also be used to see a doctor, the equipment inside was more for the purpose of enhancing the atmosphere. At this time, Robin had also returned to the deck of the new Black Pearl. She looked at the three of them on the ground, raised the corner of her mouth, and said with a smile. Nojiko is right. Captain Riffin has been busy with research these days, so he must also need a massage. Nojiko and I can help you. In addition, Captain Riffin, your private consultation room is connected to my library, and a door is specially made in the middle. After having fun in the consulting room, Captain Riffin can also visit my library. As Robin said this, she crossed her hands and used her ability on Riffin's 2 legs. The next moment, Robin, in her physical form, gently clenched her palm. Seeing this scene, Khalifa, who was standing by, shook her head helplessly and jumped onto the deck of the Black Pearl to understand the structure of the new ship. The corner of Riffin's mouth rose slightly, and he stretched out his hand to take Nojako's hand. Robin, what you say makes a lot of sense. In addition, I also need to check how well you have practiced the Fishman Karate and Dragon Claw Fist in the past few days. After finishing speaking, Riffin kicked his legs hard on the ground, bringing Nojako and Robin down to the deck of the Black Pearl with the reaction force. Come on, Nojako, Robin. Hina, you come over too. Khalifa, please watch Jun. Riffin greeted them and then took a step, following Robin into the cabin. I see, is that why Hina stayed? Sister Tsuru said before leaving that Hina may be able to get more information about Riffin because of this. Hina, you really made a great sacrifice. Jun shook her head, sighing for a while. Although she had vaguely thought about it, she was still surprised when she saw the scene in front of her. Suddenly, she felt that the advantages she had taken from Riffin seemed nothing special. Do you want to go and see? At this time, Khalifa's voice suddenly sounded behind Jun. Hey? You mean, I can watch Riffin and them? Jun turned around and looked at Khalifa in surprise. If you don't mind watching Nojako using your body data. Also, I think Captain Riffin might be more excited if you were there. Ensuring that the boss has happier moments is also my job as a secretary. The corners of Khalifa's mouth slightly raised as she looked at Jun in front of her with interest. Like Robin, she wanted to see how Jun would react to witnessing her body being used in that way by Nojako. My body data. Hearing this, Jun couldn't help falling into silence for a moment. After a while, she sighed faintly and raised her head again. Hina is able to do that, and it's not a big deal if I just witness it with my own eyes. Khalifa, can you show me? Jun looked at Khalifa and asked. As you wish. With a wide smile on her face, Khalifa stepped into the cabin. A moment later, inside Riffin's personal consultation room, Nojako and Riffin in white nurse uniforms and patient clothing appeared in front of Jun and Khalifa. Hina, who was checking Riffin's body according to Robin's prompt, was surprised when she saw Jun. For a moment, she also forgot the hint Robin gave earlier. What, do you want to see a doctor, Ms. Jun? After Riffin waved Hina to stop temporarily, he got up and came to Jun, looking at her with interest and asked. She's here to confirm whether Nojako will become like her. Before Jun could speak, Khalifa spoke first. So that's the case, interesting. Riffin raised his eyebrows and looked at Nojako with interest. Nojako smiled and nodded, then raised his hand and used clone fruit to transform into Jun. Now, you should understand that Nojako does have the ability to become you, Ms. Jun. After Nojako used the ability of clone fruit, Riffin said with a smile to Jun. Jun twitched the corners of her mouth, looking at the situation in front of her. How could she still not understand? And after a while, Jun fully understood. Everything Nojako said before when she competed with her was true. After a while, Riffin got a general understanding of the structure of the new Black Pearl under the leadership of Khalifa. Then they returned to the deck of the new Black Pearl. Behind him stood Khalifa with a normal expression and Jun, who seemed to be lost. At the same time, Nami, Frankie and others had also arrived on the Black Pearl. Riffin had already prepared for the new Black Pearl to set sail on its own. Captain Riffin, are we leaving now? Makita asked, smiling at Riffin as she descended from the observation deck. Of course, Riffin replied with a smile, looking at all the crew members of the Black Pearl pirates and the 2 passengers, Hina and Jun. He nodded heavily. Let's go, everyone. Our target is the location of Shishibukai Gecko Moria. Let's remove that fat man from the Shishibukai seat. After Riffin finished speaking, Makita, Nami, and other crew members of the Black Pearl pirates immediately raised their hands and cheered. Then let me see what is so special about this ship, Jewelry Bonnie, who was the helmsman, said as she approached the helm. She had a smile on her face as she spoke to Frankie, who was beside her. Just before Riffin, Robin, and others came out, Frankie had explained to Bonnie how to operate the new Black Pearl. Don't worry. Frankie reassured her, extending his thumb. I used the new alloy synthesized by Chopper for this boat. In terms of technology, I also consulted my senior brother. You will soon find out that this ship definitely has the qualifications to be the dream ship. Hearing this, Bonnie nodded and reached out to place her hand on a special button at the rudder. Then I'll give it a try. I remember that when this button is pressed, the coke energy can be used to launch the wind cannon at the stern of the ship for jet acceleration. After Bonnie finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Nami and others. She saw that they had used other devices to quickly control the sails and other things. The corners of her mouth cracked into smiles. Then Bonnie raised her hand and pressed the button. The next moment, a loud boom echoed through the air. Several positions at the stern of the Black Pearl jetted out scorching energy flames like rockets. Under the impetus of this energy flame, the speed of the new Black Pearl reached a terrifying level in a short period of time, even faster than the full speed of the original Black Pearl. As the Blue Star audience watched in awe, Bonnie laughed heartily, feeling the wind and waves. She pressed the button deeper, causing even larger flames to erupt from the stern. With the spurt of flames, the Black Pearl, the size of a warship, escaped directly from the surface of the sea and ascended to an altitude of more than 10 meters. The audience in the Blue Star studio stared wide-eyed, watching the huge Black Pearl glide in the air like a bird, making a beautiful arc, and then crashing into the sea with a massive splash. However, the hull of the Black Pearl and Riffin, Nami, and others on the deck remained unaffected. They laughed heartily at the performance of the brand new Black Pearl. Chopper exclaimed, "That's amazing! Is this the new Black Pearl? It's so fast that it can even fly." Nami said, "Hey, isn't this a little too much?" Karina responded, "Isn't this more exciting?" Nami, do you lack confidence in being the navigator of this ship? If that's the case, why not give me the navigator position? Nami retorted, "Humph, I don't think I will lose to you in navigation." Frankie cheered, "Super! You see, this is the power of the new Black Pearl." Chapter 217, Chapter 215, Vivi's Kendo Journey. Ha ha ha, that's right. That's what I wanted to say just now. The ship built by Frankie still looks like it's mainly made of wood, but its interior probably already contains many high-tech creations. This ship is so big, yet it can still fly, and there is no damage after falling into the water. It is scary just to think about it. Eagle audience, impossible, it's absolutely impossible. This ship doesn't conform to science at all. How did Frankie manage to make a ship shoot flames like a rocket? Green Pheasant, this is simply unreasonable. Such a heavy boat should be crushed when it falls into the water. I'm afraid you have forgotten that this ship is made of treasure trees and memory alloys. In addition, Frankie can transform himself, his scientific level is not low. Kolima audience, if this technology can be understood, weapons in the real world can definitely be further updated. Speaking of which, the speed of the new Black Pearl is really fast. Now I feel that if other pirate ships or warships do not use special methods, none of them may be able to catch up with the current Black Pearl. Eagle audience, damn, what kind of technology did Frankie use? He seems to use coke as fuel. How did he do it? Kolima audience, I don't understand. I really don't understand. If this technology can be understood, weapons in the real world can definitely be further updated. Elephant, wait. It speeded up again. How fast is the new Black Pearl? It seems that the new Black Pearl still has more power. Then again, don't even try to figure out Frankie's coke technology. Since he is Brother Riffin's partner, then only we will have the chance to master this skill in the end. That's right, maybe we can use coke to research spaceships or something, ha ha ha. Speaking of flying ships, Makita and Riffin now have the power of float fruit. In other words, this Black Pearl also has the possibility of flying. I really want to see the flying Black Pearl right now. It's a pity that with Hina and Jun present, it's unlikely that Riffin and Makita will show the ability of float fruit at this moment. Just like what the Blue Star audience said. Riffin really wanted to utilize the float fruit's ability to make the new Black Pearl fly. However, considering the presence of the two marine ladies, Jun and Hina, who were not far away, he had no choice but to abandon such an idea for the time being. How about it, Miss Jun? My brand new pirate ship. Riffin approached the astonished Jun with a smile on his face. Riffin. Jun, who had been captivated by the Black Pearl's performance, instantly focused her attention on Riffin as he appeared beside her. At that moment, the image of Nojo, dancing wildly with Riffin after becoming her, involuntarily crossed her mind. Yo, you're blushing, Miss Jun. Where How can I? Obviously you are, come, let me see. It's better not to pursue it, Riffin. What are you talking about? Let me see. Riffin, not one to let such a rare sight pass by, reached out and placed his hands on her slender thighs under her hot pants. Slowly, he moved his hands upward. Jun could feel Riffin's warmth on her skin, causing her whole body to tremble. In the next moment, she found herself taking steps back and quickly retreating towards the cabin, a surprising reaction even to herself. After all, given her previous demeanor, Riffin's actions should not have caused such a strong emotional response in her. Jun Vice Admiral. Hina noticed Jun's reaction and looked at her with concern. Hehe, it's quite unusual to see her like this. Hina, since you're a marine, why don't you go check on her? Riffin patted Hina's shoulder, leaned closer to her ear, and whispered. Speaking of which, Hina, I never expected you to be hesitant about taking the last step. But once that step is taken, things can get really wild. Considering your physical fitness, it's commendable that you've lasted this long. However, it seems you still can't handle me entirely on your own. How about it, would you like to help me bring Jun into a similar situation as yours? Hina's fair face flushed instantly upon hearing Riffin's words. Don't you have someone else, Riffin? But you're the only one from the Marines, Hina. If I ever have to deal with the Navy alone, you'll be the one accompanying me. No, that's not. Even so, I can't help you get involved with other female Marines. Why does that matter? Maybe, after they experience what you have, they'll become as enthusiastic as you. Riffin's hot breath tickled Hina's ear as he spoke. Involuntarily, Hina crossed her legs. At that moment, the blush on her face started to spread down to her neck, and she felt a change in her body temperature and blood flow. Seeing Hina's reactions, Riffin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Captain Riffin certainly enjoys teasing those two. Vivi's voice suddenly sounded beside Riffin. Hehe, it's one of my little hobbies. Teasing the locals or something like that gets me a little excited. Riffin looked at Vivi, who was wearing a long skirt, with a mischievous smile. It's quite amusing, Captain Riffin. However, how long do you plan to keep those two on the Black Pearl? With her hands behind her back, Vivi gazed towards the direction of the cabin with some hesitation. What's bothering you, Vivi? Did they give you any trouble? Riffin inquired. Not really. They just asked me about the specific reason for following you, wanting to know if you forced me to leave Alabasta. But I simply ignored them. Captain Riffin, I just hope that I can contribute with my abilities as well. But if those two keep staying on board, my powers won't be of much use to the crew. Apart from my devil fruit ability, I lack combat skills like hand-to-hand combat and other strengths that I could use effectively. Vivi pursed her lips and expressed her concerns to Riffin. I understand your worries. Don't fret, just follow my plan. We'll arrive at Moria territory soon. After that, it'll be the Marine and the world government's announcement to the world that I've become a Shishibukai. Once that's done, they'll leave. You can then freely use your devil fruit ability in battles. And when the war between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates concludes, I believe you can make extensive use of your ability. Riffin reassured Vivi as he patted her shoulder. I appreciate your understanding. Otherwise, I might have to request Captain Riffin's guidance in learning other skill. Vivi lightly patted her chest, reassuring herself and taking a deep breath. Would you like to learn other skills? Riffin stroked his chin and closely observed Vivi. Simultaneously, various abilities that Vivi had developed using her sand fruit at this stage began to fill his thoughts. Perhaps, Vivi, you can indeed learn other skills from me. But instead of hand-to-hand combat, what do you think of swordsmanship? Riffin asked with a smile. Swordsmanship? Vivi tilted her head, looking a little cute. That's right, swordsmanship, Riffin confirmed. Sand is loose and formless, but it can also take the shape of a long blade. Your current fruit ability also has the trick of turning sand into sharp blades to attack. Since that's the case, why not learn swordsmanship? Maybe this can further improve your ability, but it's not a guarantee, Riffin said with a smile on his face. While Riffin wasn't sure if Vivi could master the two sword styles of Foxfire and Odin two swords style that he had mastered, he thought it was worth a try. Given his influence, his companions had been learning hand-to-hand combat ability at a rapid pace, so there was no reason for Vivi not to make significant progress in the way of sword under his guidance. I understand. Since it's Captain Riffin, I will give it a try, Vivi said with a big smile. In that case, come with me, Vivi, Riffin said, turning around and waving to her before walking toward Nojo and Robin, who were standing together. Captain Riffin, are we going to the training room? Vivi followed quickly. Due to the new Black Pearl's ample space, Riffin had asked Frankie to set up a special area for everyone to train, which Vivi was aware of. No, we're heading to the girls' pool. The pool. That's right. Since we're arranging training, I thought we could also include Robin's fishman karate training. I see, no wonder we're going to the swimming pool, Vivi remarked, turning her head to glance at Robin in front of her. The conversation between the two wasn't very discreet because Robin and Nojo had already heard it. It looks like my free time is over, Robin commented. Nojo, I'll talk with you later. I have to go practice with Captain Riffin. Robin smiled and said something to Nojo, then moved to Riffin's side. You two don't need to separate, Riffin told them. Nojo, you can come along. Your strength has made progress, and I think you should be able to start practicing the Gungnir now. You've already mastered Heikoku, and even though Gungnir is a move from the giant, I believe you can learn it. Now that Nojo possessed the characteristics of high physique and the Germa 66 exoskeleton, coupled with her understanding of Heikoku, Riffin believed she could fully grasp the Gungnir, which belonged to Elbaf's technique, much like Heikoku. After all, Kenpo is still too weak, and I hope that Nojo can master higher-level martial arts skills, Riffin added. It seems like I'll need to prepare a swimsuit as well, Nojo said with a smile, taking Vivi and Robin's hands. Captain Riffin, I'll change into some nice swimsuits with Princess Vivi and Robin first. Go and change into your swimwear too. We'll meet you at the girls' pool later. As Nojo spoke, she winked at Riffin and led Vivi and Robin toward the cabin, quickly disappearing from view. Too bad we can't change into swimsuits together, Riffin mused to himself. Chapter 218, Chapter 216, The Method of Exchanging Information. Even so, Riffin himself understood that this was impossible. After all, Vivi and he hadn't developed enough honesty with each other. Riffin shook his head, put his hands in his pockets, whistled, and walked slowly towards the cabin. Soon, the figures of Jun and Hina came into his view. Yo, what did you talk about? Riffin looked at Hina and Jun standing in the corner of the cabin and asked with interest. It's nothing, just a little secret between some marine girls. But Riffin, your energy is really strong. Just been busy with Nojo and the others for about 2 hours. Are you going to have fun again now? This time, you even want to call Princess Vivi. Jun turned around and said to Riffin with a smile. Earlier, Nojo had dragged Vivi and Robin to run quickly through the cabin, and she had seen it clearly. Hehe, although I want to. But unfortunately, Vivi and I are not going to do the things you imagine. Riffin shook his head and said. Really, then what are you going to do? What else can it be? Of course, it's training. Training. That's right, training. Jun, don't tell me you think that my companion's strength and skills appeared out of thin air. Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and said meaningfully. Of course, he knew that his and his partner's skills were obtained from the copy space out of thin air. However, he didn't mind revealing some fake information to Jun to create misconceptions about himself and the Black Pearl Pirates. Training. Jun's eyes lit up, and she immediately stepped forward to hold Riffin's hand tightly in her arms. She lowered her body slightly, brought a pair of sexy red lips close to Riffin's ear, and said with a sultry tone. Hey, Riffin, can I see your training? Although such close contact would remind her of Nojo using her body again, Jun couldn't care less. In order to gather more information about Riffin and the strength of Riffin's crew, she was willing to go to great lengths. After all, in Marine's eyes, Riffin was an outstanding talent in guiding others to become stronger. If Marines could gain some inspiration from Riffin's teaching process, they might be able to quickly cultivate powerful fighters in the future. Therefore, Jun didn't want to miss this opportunity. After she finished speaking, she quickly gave Hina a knowing look. Hina pursed her lips, blushed, and walked to the other side of Riffin, holding his other hand tightly in her arms. Suddenly, Riffin felt embraced by two different worlds. Are you so interested in how I teach others, Jun? Of course. Jun generously admitted. After all, Riffin, your teaching method seems to be very special and efficient. In that case, why do you think I would show you this information? Riffin shook his head, broke away from Jun's embrace with a gentle but firm move of his arm, and then lightly patted Hina's arm, urging her to let go. Seeing Riffin's serious expression, Hina could only choose to release her grip. Jun, take a good look at the scenery on the deck. I'm quite busy here, so I won't be with you for the time being. Hina, you should also rest, you worked very hard earlier. Riffin brushed Hina's beautiful hair with his hand and gave her a warm smile. Then he turned around and planned to continue walking deeper into the cabin. Wait, Riffin. Jun reached out and grabbed the back of Riffin's clothing. Is there something else, Miss Jun? Riffin, I want to know, if I want to observe your teaching, what kind of fee do I need to pay? Hey, are you trying to make a deal? What if I say I want you, Jun? Riffin raised his finger and pointed at Jun's chest, saying it meaningfully. Riffin, isn't that fee too high? Can you lower it? Jun smiled mischievously. She knew she couldn't match Hina's level, and she wasn't certain that observing Riffin's teaching once would provide enough information. Sacrificing herself without getting the information she needed wouldn't be worth it. How would you like to lower it, Miss Jun? Seeing Jun's determination, Riffin also became intrigued. Although he felt that what he had shown to the Marine and the world government was substantial, he was open to giving Jun a chance. Didn't we mention the topic of skincare products earlier? How about this, I'll allow you to give me any skincare products you want. In return, I'll apply skincare products for you and give you a full body massage. How does that sound? Jun blushed slightly but smiled. Is that it? Riffin tilted his head and expressed a bit of disappointment. Riffin, isn't that enough? Jun frowned. Of course, it's not enough. You're not even close to my partner's level. You better enjoy the deck scenery. When you come up with a reward that truly impresses me, then we can discuss observing the training. After Riffin finished speaking, he didn't give Jun any chance to stop him. He used the power of the thunder fruit to transform into a blue-white lightning and quickly disappeared in front of Jun and Hina. This guy, does he really expect me to give him everything I have before he's willing to compromise? Jun muttered to herself, watching Riffin's lightning form vanish. Jun rested her forehead with one hand, a headache evident on her face. You know, if she were the previous target, she wouldn't need to take this step. It would be enough to charm the other party. But the other party is Riffin. Even if she crosses her bottom line to show Riffin more charm, he doesn't seem to be budging. Jun actually understood Riffin in her heart. After all, there were too many beautiful women around him. With so many exceptional women in his company, Riffin's resistance to others naturally increased. In terms of advantages, Jun knew that compared to Robin and others, her only advantage was her tall figure, which far surpassed ordinary people. That Jun Vice Admiral. Or, maybe it's not necessary. You don't have to give Riffin yourself. Hina pursed her lips and said to Jun after some hesitation. Hina, do you have any suggestions? Jun turned around, looking at the sky as she asked humbly. She understood that the relationship between Hina and Riffin was closer now. This was evident when Riffin had broken free from her embrace earlier. As for Hina, Riffin had given her a significant hint by retracting his arm from her embrace. Hina whispered a few words in Jun's ear, after which Jun showed a thoughtful expression. If they followed Hina's advice, they might indeed gather valuable information from Riffin. However, Jun hesitated. Is it really necessary to do this for intelligence? She wondered. At this moment, Jun was entangled in her thoughts. Unlike Hina, Jun's relationship with Riffin was different. Riffin had saved Hina's life, and she felt genuine tenderness and gratitude towards him. However, Jun had approached Riffin solely for the task. Even though she hadn't gone all the way, sacrificing herself for the task was still a significant consideration, and Jun's emotions were deeply entangled. Maybe we should just forget it, Jun Vice Admiral, Hina suddenly suggested. Hey? Why do you say that, Hina? Jun was still struggling, and Hina's words left her even more confused. Jun Vice Admiral, you should know about that man Riffin. If a woman doesn't want to get close to him, he won't force them. Even if a woman tries to force herself, Riffin won't agree. In his words, that kind of happiness can't tolerate any flaws. If a woman has any reservations, Riffin will at most superficially take advantage of her. If you're feeling conflicted, he probably doesn't want it either. Even if you tried to trade with Riffin, his observation Haki would sense your emotional turmoil. Hina shook her head and explained. So, I don't have to worry about it. Jun sighed softly, torn between relief and disappointment. Forget it, just like that Riffin guy said. I'd better go to the deck to get some fresh air. Jun rubbed her somewhat flushed face and headed towards the deck with graceful steps. Hina followed her, feeling it was better to stay close to Jun on the Black Pearl pirate ship. After a while, Nojo and Robin, dressed in stylish swimwear, half-pushed Vivi, who was also dressed in a bold outfit, into the girls' pool. By this time, Riffin had changed into men's swimwear and was already in the water. Seeing the approaching group, he greeted them with a friendly smile. Although this is a girls' swimming pool, Captain Riffin can enter it whenever he wants. It seems that even when girls are having fun here in the future, they'll have to be cautious when you're around, Captain Riffin. Robin looked at Riffin's swimwear and smirked. If Vivi wasn't present, she might not have been able to resist pushing herself on Riffin. Ah, don't talk nonsense, Robin. I chose this place mainly to help you practice fishman karate. Being here, my heart is quite uncomfortable, you know. Robin, do you know how big the shadow in my heart is when you say that? Riffin touched his chest, appearing genuinely heartbroken. Ah, I see that Captain Riffin still feels uncomfortable because of this. In that case, do you need me to make a proper diagnosis? No, that kind of work should be left to Nojo, who's a nurse. Miss Wednesday, do you think the same way? Robin covered her mouth and chuckled, then turned to look at Nojo and Vivi. Hee, if Captain Riffin needs it, I'll naturally help anytime. However, I can't see that Captain Riffin is suffering from heartache. Even though I'm not a doctor, I can see that. Nojo walked up to Riffin with a smile, put her ear against his chest, checked his heart rate, and then stepped back, grinning. Hey, Captain Riffin, if you really feel unwell, can this look relieve your discomfort? Nojo raised the corner of her mouth and turned around in front of Riffin, showcasing her elegant charm with confidence. Thanks to Riffin's assistance and the growth ointment, Nojo's figure was now on par with Nami, who had access to future body data. Following Nojo's lead, Robin also made a graceful turn in front of Riffin. Despite being an archaeologist, Robin displayed considerable talent in dancing, and just a simple twirl exuded her charm. Meanwhile, Vivi shyly wrapped her arms around herself, avoiding direct eye contact with Riffin. That's not right, Princess Vivi. Don't forget that you are the dancer on the Black Pearl. Your dance can be a remedy if the crew members aren't feeling well. Robin approached Vivi, placing her hands on Vivi's shoulders with a friendly smile. Vivi lowered her head and struggled to find her words. She understood that what Robin said was true. However, she couldn't help but feel self-conscious. The clothing Nojo and Robin had chosen for her was bold, and the skimpy fabric made Vivi question if what she was wearing could even be called a swimsuit. What she didn't know was that her attire was more of a sentimental choice than an actual swimsuit. Chapter 219, Chapter 217, Encounter. Nature works for my symptoms, Riffin remarked. Also, Robin, it's better not to force Vivi, he added. Vivi's shy look is enough to have a critical healing effect on me. Riffin nodded emphatically and couldn't help but give the three of them a thumbs up. At this moment, he couldn't help but thank the black screen mechanism of the copy space. After all, he didn't want to share such a scene with thousands of men in Blue Star watching. That's really great. It's not in vain for us to prepare for such a long time. Right, Vivi? Nojo looked at Vivi with a big smile on her face. Nojo. Looking at Nojo's teasing smile, Vivi couldn't help but pout in complaint. It seems that our Miss Wednesday can't let her go. That's not okay. If you can't let go of your hands and feet, you won't be able to finish your training properly in a while. The corner of Robin's mouth raised, and she crossed her hands, using the power of the flower fruit to create two arms on both sides of Vivi's body. As Robin controlled two arms, she grabbed Vivi's hands and pulled them outward. The special swimsuit worn by Vivi was immediately clearly displayed in front of Riffin's eyes. Vivi noticed Riffin's scrutinizing gaze and immediately blushed. Okay, let's talk about your training, Riffin said, noticing Vivi's head had a faint tendency to smoke. In order to prevent Vivi from using the ability of the sand fruit to escape, Riffin hastily changed the topic again. Robin, you and I will practice fishman karate later. Nojo, I will try to help you understand the Gungnir technique. As for you, Vivi, you should take this sword, the third generation Kaititsu, first. I have to test whether you can learn swordsmanship first. Besides, you have been so restless. It may be impossible to train swordsmanship that requires a calm mind to learn. While talking, Riffin took out Kaititsu from his props bar and handed it to Vivi. Although according to his understanding, Vivi did not need to hold a sword and could directly use sand to construct the blade. But since it's her first time coming into contact with Kendo, having a real sword in hand would be more conducive for training, and it's also to test whether Vivi could learn the Firefox style or Odin 2 sword style that he had mastered. I understand, Captain Riffin, Vivi said as she felt the strange cool water when she touched the cursed sword. This made her fast-beating heart a little calmer. And this also made Vivi feel a little fond of the blade in her hand. If other swordsmen knew that Vivi used the cursed sword to cool down her mind, they might be astonished. Vivi nodded and looked at Riffin solemnly. I will study hard. And master the power of the sword. Maybe it was because of Robin's power that displayed her pose in front of Riffin, or maybe it was because of the cooling effect of the cursed sword. At this moment, Vivi calmed down a lot. Although letting her perform her job as a dancer in front of Riffin now might be a little bit reluctant. Hearing this, Riffin nodded in satisfaction and took out another famous sword, Odo, Sakura 10, from the inventory. If you want to learn my swordsmanship, it is best to experience it through combat first. Robin, Nojo, you two go for a swim first. I will show Vivi the sword technique called Firefox style. After Riffin finished speaking, he tightly clenched the sharp sword in his hand. The next moment, a raging flame ignited on Odo's blade. Seeing this, Nojo quickly gripped the cursed sword in her hands and prepared to deal with Riffin. Be careful, Captain. Don't use the flame on your sword to burn the few pieces of cloth on Vivi's body. Speaking of which, it's not for this purpose that you want to teach her the sword technique called Firefox style, right? Robin said to Riffin and Vivi in a soft voice with a slight curvature of her mouth. After the words fell, Vivi's body couldn't help but tremble, and her original posture collapsed instantly. And her mood, which had already calmed down, also started beating at a high speed again. However, before she could say anything, Riffin swung a flaming blade and attacked Vivi. Feeling the strong wind and heat, Vivi subconsciously wanted to elementalize. However, Riffin was faster. They saw his empty hand move toward the swimming pool. A stream of water quickly rushed toward his palm and was finally pushed onto Vivi's body by Riffin. Immediately after coming into contact with water, Vivi lost the chance to elementalize. Facing Riffin's head-on slash, she had no choice but to go forward with both hands holding the sword. When testing your talent in swordsmanship, you are not allowed to use your devil fruit ability. Understand, Vivi? If you don't want to have your swimsuit burned by me like Robin said, then get serious and show your strength in front of my eyes. Riffin looked at Vivi seriously. Entering the training mode, he was no longer as playful as before. I understand, Captain Riffin, Vivi said, freezing for a moment. The next moment, a red light symbolizing observation Haki used flashed in her eyes. The long sword in her hand gradually turned black because of the armament Haki. Captain Riffin, please advise, Vivi said, taking a step back and regaining her stance. This is a bit of training. Then I'm going to spar with you, Vivi. Firefox style Fire Willow Flash. When Riffin's voice fell, he rushed at a speed that Vivi couldn't see clearly. Soon, the swimming pool was completely covered by the sound of gold and iron clashing. Some time passed. On the sea, the Black Pearl quickly sailed towards its destination. At the same time, not far from the Black Pearl, another pirate ship under Smoothie's command was heading in its direction. Ada, after some time, we will arrive at the capital of Water 7. Do you think that Man Riffin will still be there? After Smoothie used her devil fruit squeezing ability to prepare double the carrot juice for herself, she smiled at Ada, who was holding a monocular not far away, and asked. Although Ada could only be regarded as a newcomer, and Smoothie still couldn't confirm her loyalty to the Big Mom Pirates, but based on Ada's performance and abilities during this period, Smoothie was quite appreciative of her. She even had the idea of keeping Ada on her ship. I think there is a high probability that we will meet. Even if we can't meet him directly, Riffin's Black Pearl won't leave the capital of Water 7 for too long, Ada replied as she put down the binoculars and turned to face Smoothie. Also, Ms. Smoothie, there's an interesting ship a few kilometers ahead. The flag on that ship appears to be the flag of the Warlords of the Sea, Boa Hancock's Kuja pirates. Should we avoid them? Upon hearing this, Smoothie stood up from her seat immediately. Warlords of the Sea Hancock? The most beautiful woman in the world? This is truly a rare coincidence. A rare encounter, and you suggest we avoid it? I'm very interested in the juice squeezed from the body of the world's most beautiful woman, Smoothie said with a smile on her face. Although facing the warlords of the sea, Smoothie, one of the 4 generals, was not afraid. Especially when the opponent was the only woman among the Shishibukai, known as the most beautiful woman in the world. This naturally piqued her interest. But sister, we still need to find Riffin. It might be a waste of time to engage with the other party. Charlotte Garrett frowned and voiced her concerns. Completing her mother Charlotte Linland's mission was the top priority for her. Don't worry, Garrett. It won't take long, Smoothie said confidently as she walked toward the bow of the ship. After a while, following Smoothie's orders, the pirate ship approached the pirate group of the 9 snake pirates. Damn it, it's all your fault. If you hadn't reminded her, Sister Smoothie wouldn't have noticed that woman Hancock, Garrett complained while looking at Ada. Garrett didn't like Ada at all, especially after Ada defeated her earlier. Her dislike for Ada intensified now. Don't worry too much, Ms. Garrett. We have to trust Miss Smoothie, she is the pride of the Big Mom Pirates. If you are worried, please follow me, and I will stand with you, Ada replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unbothered by Garrett's hostility. Humph, who needs the protection of a newcomer like you? Garrett snorted and walked towards the bow of the ship. Ada could only shrug helplessly in response. However, Empress Hancock actually appeared in this sea area. She is both Shishibukai and the most beautiful woman in the world. That guy Riffin must be very interested, Ada thought to herself. Thinking of this, she opened the reincarnation exchange group and left a message for Riffin. Panda Ada Wong, Riffin, in the North Blue Domain west of the capital of 7 Waters, about a few hours voyage away, there are 9 snake pirates lurking. If you don't mind the trouble, you can come and see the world's #1 beauty. Although she did not explicitly mention that she was on Smoothie's boat, Ada believed that Riffin could understand based on the message she had previously left for him. To Ada's surprise, her message had not yet received a response from Riffin. Instead, another Panda Reincarnator responded. Panda Lee, Ada, how do you know that the 9 snake pirates are here? Wait, you are not on the pirate ship opposite us, right? Panda Ada Wong, Lee? Where are you? This is going to be troublesome. Panda Lee, so, the pirate ship you are on is here to attack us? Wait, that flag is, the flag of the 4 emperors. Panda Ada Wong, as you can see, get ready, Lee. The woman on the boat I was on wasn't friendly. Eagle Ethan, I just opened the Reincarnator exchange group, and I saw such an interesting situation. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, is there a battle between reincarnators of Panda? Green Pheasant Odashi, haha, this is interesting, Riffin's slave Ada will be forced to fight Lee, who seems to have a good relationship with Riffin. Camel Nasser, alright, that's great. I really want to see the Panda reincarnators fighting each other, especially that slut Ada. I really hope that Riffin's slave will be defeated. Camel Hilai, is the battle between the Panda about to start? It's really interesting. Ada ranks 2nd, and Lee's ranking is not bad. There must be a very interesting contest. Green Pheasant Anoka, but, since Lee's pirate group is the 9 snake pirates, Ada's pirate group should not be able to defeat them. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, Anoka, it seems that you are quite tired from being chased by me. Did you miss the fact that the ship that Ada is on belongs to one of the 4 emperors? Kangaroo Marie Rose, damn bastard, if you keep chasing us, I will definitely make you pay the price. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, hehe, I really want to see what price you can make me pay. Eagle Tina, since it is the pirate ship of one of the 4 emperors, it must be able to defeat the queen of the 9 snakes, but has Ada left Riffin's side and joined one of the 4 emperors pirate group? Camel Yuza, I really want to know which pirate group of the 4 emperors Ada joined, and I really want to see what the final outcome of the 2 reincarnators from Panda is. Green Pheasant Odashi, do you still need to ask? Of course, one of them will die, ha ha ha. Panda Riffin, really, that's not necessarily the case. Panda Lee, Riffin. Great, do you have a solution? Panda Ada Wong, you have finally appeared, Riffin. Do you have a solution to our situation here? Panda Riffin, don't worry, my side has already set sail. We're in the west area of the capital of Water 7. I'll be there right away. After Riffin left a message, he immediately closed the communication group interface among the reincarnators. He turned his attention to Princess Vivi, who stood before him, gripping sword in both hands, diligently practicing the Firefox-style sword technique for several hours. Chapter 220, Chapter 218, Getting into the fight between two beautiful women. Good job, Vivi, Riffin commended. You have the talent to learn the Firefox style. When you have free time later, you can come to me and continue to learn the Firefox style. Let's rest for a while, today's training ends here. Riffin sheathed the famous sword Odo and spoke to Vivi, who held two swords on the opposite side. With a smile on his face, clearly he was quite satisfied with Vivi's performance. It wasn't just the comprehension of swordsmanship displayed on the surface, Vivi's personal attribute panel also showed her achievements in the Firefox style swordsmanship. Of course, the fire style shown on Vivi's personal panel wasn't exact. Like Vivi, Nojo also had the achievement of Gungnir on her personal attribute panel. Although Riffin had only been there for a few hours, he was still very happy to see the potential in Vivi and Nojo. Is it finally over? Vivi asked when she heard Riffin's words. She immediately sat down on the ground, her rough clothes bearing the marks of battle. Obviously, the recent fight had drained her energy. Seeing this, Riffin smiled and stepped forward, lifting her up like a princess. With a bashful look, he carried her over to Robin and Nojo, who had finished their training earlier and were relaxing on deck chairs by the pool. After their training, Robin had naturally made some progress in Fishman Karate. It might not take too long for her to successfully master Fishman Karate, if not reaching the level of Jinbei, at least approaching the level of Koala. Captain Riffin, come down to rest for a while, Robin suggested as she saw Riffin place Princess Vivi on an empty deck chair and started to walk away. She reached out and linked her arm with Riffin's, offering him a warm smile. Nojo, standing nearby, wore a knowing grin. Riffin could imagine that if Vivi weren't present at that moment, Robin and Nojo, who understood the subtleties of attraction, would probably be making their advances right now. Not yet, Robin, Riffin replied with a shake of his head. Later, we may have to contact Smoothie from the Big Mom Pirates and Hancock, one of the Shishibukai. Ada and an acquaintance of mine are connected to these two pirate groups. I have to mediate between them to prevent Ada and Lee from clashing. Riffin expressed his concerns earnestly. Although he hadn't met Lee, he had a favorable impression of her who had bought his spring fruit. This goodwill stemmed from their shared identity as reincarnation from the same country. As Riffin was currently acting as a panda reincarnator, he didn't want other panda reincarnators to fight among themselves for any reason. While he might not care if two male panda reincarnators chose to fight, Riffin had a personal connection with Ada, and Lee was someone he held a certain fondness for, so he wanted to prevent a confrontation between them. The Big Mom Pirates and the 9 Snake Pirates, along with Ada, are all involved, Riffin added. In that case, I can't rest here any longer. Robin frowned slightly and quickly got to her feet. Even though Ada hadn't been with them for long, everyone considered her a valued crew member. As for Lee, although Robin and the others didn't know her personally, they wanted to help her since she was important to Riffin. Well, let's pack up, Riffin said. I'm going to the deck first. It might take some time to reach them. So you don't need to worry too much, especially you, Vivi. You should rest well. Riffin nodded to the three of them, then turned and headed towards the entrance of the swimming pool. After changing into fresh clothes, he returned to the deck. Riffin, have you completed your training? Jun asked with interest when she saw Riffin. Yes, for now, training is over, Riffin replied to Jun and then walked over to Bonnie, who was steering the ship, and Nami, who was handling navigation. Jun's smile faltered momentarily when she was about to make a casual comment to Riffin, but she quickly composed herself and followed Riffin's lead. Bonnie, Nami, head to the northwest of the capital of Water 7 at full speed, Riffin said with a serious tone. We need to go there first. Bonnie asked, Hey? Aren't we supposed to find Moria? Why are we changing our course? Riffin looked across the sea and replied with a grin, Over there, some very interesting people are engaged in a battle. Bonnie and Nami exchanged glances without further questions. They quickly adjusted the ship's direction and accelerated, heading towards the northwest of the capital of 7 Waters. As expected of the empress known as the most beautiful woman in the world, Smoothie remarked. You're truly stunning. But I wonder if your strength matches your beauty, she added, extending her tongue to lick the corner of her lips before casually unleashing a sharp flying slash at the 9 Snake Pirates' pirate ship. Hancock frowned and leaped up from the deck of the ship to counter Smoothie's attack with a powerful kick. She landed gracefully and questioned Smoothie coldly, Charlotte Smoothie of the Big Mom Pirates, why did you attack this empress? Behind her, the rest of the 9 Snake Pirates watched Smoothie and her crew with vigilance. No one had expected to encounter one of the 4 emperors so early in the Grand Line. Only Lee, a member of the 9 Snake Pirates, had known in advance that Smoothie would come due to the Reincarnator's exchange group, so her reaction was less surprised. Is that woman Ada Wong, who made a slave contract with Riffin? Lee pondered. Even if such a contract was signed, Riffin doesn't seem like the kind of person to force others into servitude. Like Lee, Ada watched Lee thoughtfully. Knowing that Riffin was on his way, Ada had fewer worries. Smoothie continued, do I even need to explain? Naturally, I want to see what makes the world's most beautiful woman so remarkable. However, to be able to withstand my attack just now, you are quite capable. But the real battle is about to begin. With a light laugh, Smoothie extended her long sword and slashed at Hancock. Under the influence of her devil fruit ability, the water within several crew members quickly drained from their bodies and into Smoothie's, causing her to grow taller and her sword to increase in size. Water sword! Smoothie declared as she swung her now enormous sword at Hancock. A nearly 10-meter-high crescent-shaped flying slash filled with high-pressure water rushed towards Hancock and the pirate ship beneath her feet. It was clear that if Hancock chose to evade, her ship would sustain severe damage. Hancock gritted her teeth and, with her own devil fruit abilities, countered Smoothie's attack with a powerful kick. Perfume femur! She called out. The collision shattered Smoothie's slash, and Hancock was sent flying backward, landing on the deck once more. However, her strained expression revealed that stopping Smoothie's attack hadn't been as effortless as it seemed. Sister, are you all right? Marigold approached Hancock, concern flowing in her eyes. Damn Big Mom pirates, picking a fight with us for no reason, Sander Sonia added, joining them with a grim expression. The other members of the Kuja pirates shared the sisters' sentiments. Despite facing a crew from one of the 4 emperors, the members of the 9 Snake Pirates couldn't stand idly by when their empress were attacked. Since you want a fight, I'll gladly accommodate you. Hancock declared, taking a deep breath and adopting her iconic pose with one hand on her hip and the other behind her head. Behind her, the 9 Snake Pirates readied their weapons, their expressions a mix of excitement and determination. Smoothie chuckled, raising her sword again, and her fellow Big Mom pirates followed suit, ready for battle. Of the 2 pirate groups, only Ada and Lee sighed quietly, knowing that this fight was a mere facade. Captain Riffin, there are 2 pirate ships flying their flags and battling on the sea ahead, Makita reported as she landed on the deck from the sky. Riffin's eyes glowed red as he quickly activated his observation Haki and focused on the direction Makita pointed. Soon, he detected Ada's familiar presence. The 9 Snake Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, how did they cross paths? Riffin muttered to himself. Do you want to go and check it out, Riffin? Jun inquired, stepping up behind him, her gaze fixed on him intently. Hina also kept a close eye on Riffin, as the connection between him and Hancock, a Shishibukai, was a matter of significant interest within the Black Pearl Pirates. Of course, I've been wanting to meet the Empress known as the world's most beautiful woman, Riffin replied with a grin. He glanced at the crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates and added, get ready, everyone. I might have to face off against someone on the other side later. Bonnie, keep going. Upon hearing the news that they were about to confront the Big Mom Pirates and the 9 Snake Pirates, the expressions of Nami, Karina, Chopper, and others turned serious. Fearless crew members like Bonnie and Makita, however, wore excited expressions. Engaging one of the 4 emperors in battle would be fantastic. Makita exclaimed, gripping the blade hidden in her umbrella tightly. Riffin, you're a real man. Bonnie laughed, pushing the ship's acceleration button, causing flames to erupt from the Black Pearl's stern once more. Frankie couldn't help but voice his concern, hey, you ladies, save some of that power. If you keep this up, you'll drain all the cola I've prepared before we even reach the next island. Ignoring Frankie's remarks, Bonnie held onto Riffin's shoulder as they braved the wind and waves, shouting with excitement. Riffin, are you thinking of targeting that woman Hancock now? Amidst the turbulent sea, Jun asked Riffin with a solemn expression, are you going to change your plan and attack Hancock? Hina kept her eyes on Riffin, anticipating his response. Riffin chuckled, how could it be, Jun? As I've said before, I'd rather befriend her. There are actually reasons why, but I won't share them. You should understand. However, if that person doesn't match up to the title of world's most beautiful woman in appearance, I might change the plan. Jun shook her head, saying, you haven't changed. But as the 2 pirate ships loomed in the distance, Jun refocused and became serious. Riffin's interactions with the current Shishibukai were a matter of concern for both her and Hina. Their departure from the Black Pearl Pirates had ties to these events. Jun couldn't help but wonder if Riffin had learned more about Hancock and himself through the Four Emperors' top cadres and what impact it might have on their future interactions. Chapter 221, Chapter 219, Smoothie proposes to Riffin. Lee/Ada live broadcast chat room. Great, brother Riffin is finally here, now we don't have to worry about the fight between Lee and Ada. Eagle audience, damn it. How could Riffin appear here by such a coincidence? Green Pheasant audience, I could have seen one of the top 100 people on the Reincarnator's list fall, or 2 people fall at the same time. But Riffin arrives at this time, wouldn't Ada and Lee be safe? It goes without saying that with brother Riffin's current strength, if he wants to suppress Smoothie and Hancock, it's easy. Camel audience, I think, with Riffin's personality, maybe he will be directly petrified by the Empress. Hehe, you underestimate Riffin too much. Green Pheasant audience, damn it. Why did this guy Riffin suddenly appear to their side? Shouldn't he be heading directly to the Devil Sea area where Anoka, Marimensi, and Ito are going? Goat audience, Reincarnators have their own communication interface. Presumably, Lee and Ada have already told Riffin about their situation here. As Ada's master, Riffin naturally wouldn't just ignore Ada's affairs. Eagle audience, sigh, it would be great if Riffin was farther away from Ada and Lee. I hope this Empress has a little more power, if she can petrify Riffin, that would be great. Cole Lima audience, maybe it will be successful. After all, many people on Smoothie's side, even women, have been petrified. The charm of this Empress Hancock is indeed quite great for men. Even through the screen, even if I am a woman, I am overwhelmed by her charm. Hehe, just lie to yourself. The Empress's charm is indeed powerful, but don't forget that brother Riffin's observation Haki can predict the future. In this situation, how could the Empress petrify him? That is, if the Empress was really this powerful, she would have conquered the world by virtue of her charm, and there would be no Marines and 4 Emperors. Take a good look, maybe brother Riffin will show you what it means to use a man's charm to conquer an Empress. Eagle audience, even if Riffin can really resist Hancock's charm, what about Smoothie? How will Riffin deal with her? Don't forget that she intends to invite Riffin to join the Big Mom Pirates. Green Pheasant audience, needless to say, that's the 4 Emperors, even Riffin can't resist. Elephant audience, if Riffin is forced to join the 4 Emperors, he will no longer be the captain, and his crew may also disperse. In this way, Riffin's power will not be so strong anymore. One Piece Dungeon World. The battle between Lee and Aida has long attracted the attention of the Blue Star audience. It's the same as the foreign reincarnators sent into the world of pirates. Many viewers outside Panda naturally hoped that Lee and Aida would die in this battle. At least one of their resurrection coins will be consumed. After all, both Ada and Lee are among the top 100 reincarnators on the list. Ada Wong is second only to Riffin, occupying the second place in the top 100 reincarnated person list announced in the 10th round. Everyone can imagine how generous the rewards Ada Wong and Lee received because of their rankings. At this moment, all of them played crucial roles in enhancing Panda's influence and increasing its prestige. Audiences and officials outside of Panda naturally harbored ill feelings toward Ada and Lee. On the other hand, the audience and officials within Panda were deeply concerned about Lee and Ada's situation. For this reason, the Panda audience was naturally elated upon seeing Riffin's Black Pearl sailing in the direction of Lee and Aida. Meanwhile, audiences and officials in other countries held a glimmer of hope but also maintained expectations for Smoothie and the Empress. They hoped these formidable women could pose a challenge to Riffin. Even if the Empress's charm didn't affect Riffin, they still hoped that Smoothie, with her reputation as the daughter of one of the 4 Emperors' Big Mom, could somehow make Riffin compromise. However, they were bound to be disappointed. In Riffin's own perception, neither the Empress nor Smoothie could pose a threat to him. He had already prepared countermeasures for the Empress's charm. As for Smoothie, despite the backing of the 4 Emperors, Riffin had no immediate plans to engage with the 4 Emperors' crews except for the Whitebeard pirates. Nonetheless, this didn't mean he would be timid when facing Smoothie. Riffin had no intention of compromising now that the situation had arisen. He was ready to act when the time was right. He even contemplated teaching Smoothie a lesson, but knew she should be unwilling to withdraw. If possible, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain favor with Smoothie, thereby helping Ada secure a higher position within the Big Mom Pirates. Riffin observed the approaching battle on the sea, with Lee and Aida exchanging blows. They casually assessed the Reincarnator communication interface to leave messages. Panda Riffin, Ada, Lee, I'm here, you two get ready. Although Riffin had never met Lee in person, Lee's appearance resembled the Lee he knew in a previous life-or-death game, so he recognized her at a glance. Bonnie, let's make a grand entrance. Riffin turned to Bonnie with a smile. Understood, Captain. Bonnie responded with a twitch of her mouth and pressed a button on the helm. The Black Pearl roared to life, propelled upward by a powerful thrust. In an instant, it soared over 10 meters in height and rapidly descended towards Smoothie, Hancock, and the others. Meanwhile, Ada and Lee noticed Riffin's message and exchanged glances. Then, they turned their attention to the sky. The massive Black Pearl, bearing the flag of the Black Pearl Pirates, plummeted from above, dwarfing the pirate ship they were on. Miss Smoothie / Master Snake, a pirate ship flying the Black Pearl Pirates flag is approaching. Ada and Lee landed behind their respective pirate ships and urgently informed Smoothie and Hancock. Smoothie and Hancock, who had been focused on their battle, were taken aback by the news. Then they sensed a powerful aura emanating from above. Both women halted their attacks, gazing up at the enormous Black Pearl as it touched down on the sea, creating a massive wave upon impact. As the waves settled, Smoothie, Hancock, and the crews from both sides directed their attention to Riffin, who stood confidently on the bow of the Black Pearl, radiating an intriguing aura. Yo, how's everyone doing? Riffin greeted Smoothie and Hancock with a playful grin. Seeing you all having such a lively time, I thought I'd join the fun. Black Fog Riffin. Smoothie's eyes lit up with surprise as she looked at Riffin. Hancock on the other hand, already displeased due to encountering Smoothie, wore an even gloomier expression. The man who defeated Golden Lion with the Marines, how did this man appear here? Hancock frowned slightly and shot a deep look at Riffin. Riffin, in turn, examined Hancock. Is this Hancock? What charm she possesses? Only someone like her could wield the powers of the sweet fruit so proficiently, he thought to himself. Hancock couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy under Riffin's intense gaze. However, given the complex situation before her, she refrained from taking any immediate action against Riffin. Didn't expect to see you here, Riffin. I'm Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 4 sweet generals of the Big Mom Pirates. This is my mother's tea party invitation, please accept it. Smoothie gracefully descended from her pirate ship and approached Riffin. She produced an invitation letter from somewhere and extended it towards him. A tea party invitation. Jun was taken aback. Why would Big Mom offer something like that to Riffin? What does your pirate group want with him? Despite not being in perfect condition at the moment, Jun quickly walked up to Riffin and Smoothie from behind. This one. It seems that she's not included in the Black Pearl Pirates bounty list, Smoothie said with a hint of curiosity, as she couldn't immediately recognize Jun in her current attire. She's a passenger traveling with me for the time being. And although I appreciate the effort you made to bring this invitation from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, I regret to inform you that I don't have the time to attend your tea party. As Riffin declined Smoothie's invitation, both Jun and Hina felt a sense of relief. As Marines, they didn't want Riffin to have any ties with the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Riffin, you may not know this, but in the New World, invitations from Big Mom are obligatory, Smoothie explained. Declining her invitation is seen as a challenge to us. In that case, we would have no choice but to eliminate you. Before Smoothie could continue her explanation and discuss the tea party invitation sent by her mother, Khalifa intervened with a stern expression. Who do you think you are, casually threatening to eliminate us? Makita retorted. Do you possess the power to do so? Oh? You're Miss Makita, the second in command of the Black Pearl Pirates. I know who you are. Don't worry, I'm not here for a fight if we can avoid it. We came with good intentions this time. Riffin, my mother invited you to Whole Cake Island to attend a tea party, Smoothie continued, maintaining a friendly demeanor. On one hand, she wants to get to know you, and on the other hand, she wishes to discuss a potential marriage proposal. Marriage? Makita exclaimed in astonishment, mirroring the shock on the faces of other Black Pearl Pirates crew members. Riffin, however, wasn't overly surprised, having received relevant information from Koharu earlier. Riffin, marrying one of the 4 sweet generals. Jun frowned deeply. In other words, Big Mom intends to absorb the Black Pearl Pirates into the Big Mom Pirates. Riffin is going to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How could he be the son-in-law of Big Mom? Jun stood firmly by Riffin's side and addressed Charlotte Smoothie with seriousness. As a Marine, she couldn't accept such a significant development that would bolster the already formidable Big Mom pirates with Riffin's potential. Chapter 222, Chapter 220, The Battle Between Smoothie and Robin. Shishibukai. Not far away, Hancock frowned suddenly upon hearing this. Why would this woman say such things when the Shishibukai already have 7 members? What is her identity? Hancock raised her head and looked at Jun suspiciously. Sister, let's not worry about this now. Charlotte Smoothie seems to be attracted to Riffin, Marigold said, approaching Hancock with concern. They won't let us leave, Marigold. Hancock shook her head and glanced at Charlotte Cinnamon and others, who were blocking the 9 snake pirate ships' departure route. It's no wonder that even with Smoothie on Riffin's boat, Cinnamon and others wouldn't let Hancock and her crew leave. After all, some of Smoothie's crew members had been petrified by Hancock. Shishibukai. Smoothie raised her eyebrows, looking at Jun in front of her with interest and a smile. If my memory serves me right, Shishibukai has its full complement of members today. How did Riffin become a Shishibukai, and in what capacity did you convey this information? Are you with the Marines or the world government? Smoothie, being sharp, quickly guessed Jun's identity with just a few words. She understood that Riffin held unique power and that her mother, Charlotte Linlin, saw potential in Riffin. Naturally, others might appreciate Riffin's strength as well. The Marine and the world government could be interested in Riffin's forces. Speaking of which, in the latest news, Riffin and the Marine named Jun defeated Golden Lion. At first, I wondered why the Marine would cooperate with pirates, but after this incident was reported, the Marine and the world government didn't respond at all. It's as if they were silently endorsing this move. When you put it that way, it seems like the Marine and the world government are planning to replace one of the Shishibukai with Riffin. Hey, woman, you're the Marine Jun who collaborated with Riffin, right? Smoothie straightened up, examining Jun with interest. Ignoring Smoothie, Jun turned to Riffin with a smile. Riffin, someone like you who values promises shouldn't break them. As she spoke, Jun skillfully reached out and took Riffin's right hand. Riffin, listening to Jun's words and feeling her touch, couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I've worked hard to become a Shishibukai for a long time. I don't intend to give up halfway. Miss Smoothie, you're an impressive woman, but unfortunately, I don't plan to join Big Mom's pirates because of you. However, if you're interested in joining my Black Pearl pirates, I'd be happy to welcome you. Who knows, I might even consider marrying you. Riffin grinned at Smoothie. Smoothie looked deeply at Riffin and Jun. After a while, she addressed Riffin seriously. Riffin, are you absolutely sure you won't accept Mom's invitation? Absolutely. I've made it clear I don't intend to join Big Mom's pirates. In other words, you're forcing us, the Black Pearl pirates, into this situation. I see. Smoothie nodded slightly, then turned and jumped back to her ship. Just when Jun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Smoothie was leaving with Big Mom's pirates, Smoothie turned around, drew her long sword from behind, and pointed it towards Riffin. I'm sorry for your answer, Riffin. Even though you've declined the invitation, my mother's orders are to bring you back. So, let me see your power that can defeat the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Smoothie said solemnly. She didn't want to fight if she could avoid it. After all, Hancock was watching, and Marine Admiral's alternate, Jun, was with Riffin. Smoothie wasn't aware that Jun wasn't currently at full fighting capacity. At this moment, Smoothie also recognized that Riffin and Hancock might pose a significant threat to her life if she left like this. Therefore, she had no choice but to challenge Riffin. Of course, it was just a contest, and Smoothie was confident that neither Riffin nor Hancock would stop her from leaving, unless they truly intended to fight Big Mom's pirates right then and there. You really want to fight me? Riffin patted Jun's hand, gently pushing it away, and turned her gaze towards Smoothie with curiosity. Yes, I want to see how strong a man who can defeat a man like Golden Lion Shiki. A sly smile crept onto Smoothie's face as she raised her huge swords and made a slashing motion towards Riffin. In the next moment, a slicing attack came hurtling towards Riffin. Riffin was about to disintegrate the attack into pieces when suddenly, Robin stepped in. She threw a punch from the side, intercepting the flying slash with the immense power granted by her SS-level physique. Robin shattered Smoothie's attack without even needing to use armament Haki. Nico Robin. Smoothie furrowed her brow and looked at Robin, who had a relatively modest bounty of 80 million berries and was regarded as a mere archaeologist by those unaware of her capabilities. Apologies, as a member of the Black Pearl Pirates, I can't allow you to directly attack our captain, Robin calmly stated, crossing her arms and maintaining a smile. Without warning, several hands sprouted from various parts of Robin's body, gripping and twisting Smoothie's arm. What? This strength? Smoothie's eyes widened in disbelief as she felt the incredible power Robin possessed. At that moment, Robin's strength surprised her even more than Robin's earlier attack that had crushed her attack. Is this woman really challenging Smoothie? Jun marveled, her beautiful eyes fixed on Robin. Riffin noticed Jun's interest, chuckled, and pulled Jun's face closer to his own, whispering, "You intended to use your skincare regimen to get closer to us, didn't you?" "What, you want to trade skincare tips for the privilege of watching Robin in action? Don't forget, Robin is already taking on Smoothie. If you don't nod, I might just step in and fight Smoothie myself, and you'll miss out on the opportunity." Jun couldn't help but look at Riffin with an exasperated expression. However, seeing Smoothie momentarily struggle against Robin's abilities, Jun finally nodded. Seeing this, Riffin grinned and turned to Robin, saying, "Robin, go ahead and continue. We need the Big Mom Pirates to understand that the Black Pearl Pirates are not to be underestimated. Just be sure not to kill Smoothie." As Riffin spoke, Jun, Hancock, Smoothie, and the onlookers in the Blue Star audience, including those who had been watching Riffin, Lee and Ada Wong, were all left in shock. Riffin live broadcast chat room. Damn, brother Riffin actually wants to give Smoothie, the sweet general of the Big Mom Pirates, a serious beating. Did I hear it right? Brother upstairs, you heard him right. Brother Riffin is indeed planning to teach Smoothie a lesson, and he'll make sure to give her a good beating without killing her. Green Pheasant, is Riffin being foolish here? This feels like a war declaration with Big Mom Pirates. Goat audience, maybe Riffin wants to showcase his strength to Big Mom, so that Charlotte Linlin understands that it's not wise to easily make an enemy out of him. Indeed. For someone as powerful as one of the four emperors, avoiding conflict may only lead to more trouble. But if they realize the Black Pearl Pirates have significant strength and still choose to pick a fight with brother Riffin, they'll have to weigh the pros and cons. Camel audience, humph, what a gamble. If I were Big Mom, I'd definitely want to personally teach Riffin a lesson. But you're not Big Mom after all. Besides, brother Riffin only intends to take down Smoothie, not end her life. And even then, if Big Mom continues to challenge brother Riffin, she might end up losing more. After all, she's not the only one of the four emperors, the other three and other powerful pirates, along with the Marines and the world government, are all watching. If she rashly goes after brother Riffin, she could lose her base of operations. Eagle audience, you panda folks, it sounds like Nico Robin has the upper hand. I admit that Riffin is very strong, but Robin might not be able to defeat that woman Smoothie. Goat audience, I disagree. Riffin knows Robin's power better than anyone. After all, Riffin can also use Robin's Devil Fruit ability. Given Riffin's level of confidence, I believe Robin should have a high chance of defeating Smoothie. Upstairs, you're absolutely right. Let's all appreciate our goddess Robin displaying her strength. One Piece Dungeon World. Does Riffin really believe that Robin can defeat Smoothie? Jun wondered to herself. That Riffin, trying to pit an archaeologist against Smoothie. Is he out of his mind? Hancock muttered under her breath. As someone who had battled Smoothie earlier, Hancock understood the immense difficulty of facing her. Smoothie always found a way to counter Hancock's Devil Fruit abilities, and in terms of Haki and physical strength alone, Hancock didn't have an advantage against Smoothie. But Smoothie was undeniably powerful, which made Hancock question why Riffin had chosen a crew member with a relatively low bounty of 80 million berries to face her. Unlike Hancock and Jun's skepticism, Smoothie herself was quite shocked. She had already utilized all her powers except for Haki and her Devil Fruit abilities, but she couldn't break free from Robin's control. This revelation made Smoothie realize that Robin was no ordinary pirate with an 80 million berry bounty. Soon, something even more astonishing occurred to Smoothie. Understood, Captain Riffin, Robin responded to Riffin's command, and she proceeded to exert even more control. A red light gleamed in her eyes, and in the next moment, the arms sprouting from Smoothie's body were quickly coated with armament Haki. Advanced armament Haki? Robin can use that too. Jun's eyes widened as she observed Robin move. Because it's the same Riffin's tactics in their battle against Golden Lion. Smoothie's shock continued to grow as the battle unfolded, and she realized that Riffin and Robin were not to be underestimated. Chapter 223, Chapter 221, The Giant Demon. These arms, can they channel armament Haki? Smoothie's eyes widened, not considering the arms that were seemingly far from Robin. It's even possible to utilize armament Haki for constriction. This realization also made Smoothie understand that Robin's Haki had reached a level where it could be unleashed. Simultaneously, Charlotte, Cinnamon and other members behind Smoothie finally grasped that something was amiss. Smoothie wasn't underestimating Robin's fruit abilities, she truly couldn't break free from Robin's grasp for the time being. Damn it, release Sister Smoothie. Nico Robin, lower your hands. Quick, aim at that woman and open fire. A group of pirates pointed their guns and shells at Robin, trying to help Smoothie escape. Observing this scene, Robin momentarily halted her assault on Smoothie, her gaze fixed on the pirates who had raised their weapons at her. In the next moment, a violent aura surged from Robin's being, swiftly enveloping the nearby sea area. Smoothie and the pirates behind her naturally fell within the range of the aura Robin had released. See Conqueror's Haki. Our Robin can also wield Conqueror's Haki. Jun widened her eyes, grabbing Riffin's arm tightly. It's not surprising, it's just Conqueror's Haki. You've seen Makita and me use it, Riffin waved his hand casually. Despite his words, his broad chest and the constant upturn of his mouth revealed his satisfaction with Robin's display and Jun's astonishment. You also know that both you and Makita can use Conqueror's Haki on your ship. On a pirate ship, 3 people who can Conqueror's Haki is almost impossible. Riffin, how many secrets are you and your crew hiding? Jun shook her head and sighed. Robin's demonstration of Conqueror Haki had expanded Jun's desire to uncover the mysteries of Riffin and the Black Pearl pirates more than ever before. Would you like to find out? Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and leaned in, whispering to Jun, you know what it would take. Jun's heart raced at the suggestion. Riffin's words, coupled with the warmth of his breath against her ear, brought back memories of Riffin and Nojo having fun with her appearance. It was evident that Riffin was hinting at a desire for intimate contact similar to Nojo's use of her body data to have fun with him. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Jun's spine. Thankfully, after Riffin mentioned it casually, he didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he turned his attention back to the confrontation between Robin and Smoothie. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Jun looked up in the direction of Robin and Smoothie. The fact that Robin could use Conqueror's Haki would surely surprise Marshal Sengoku and the others. However, Robin's Conqueror's Haki seems far from being on par with Riffin and Makita's. After its release, it scattered randomly, as if she couldn't control it. Is Robin concealing her true strength, or has she only just awakened her Conquerors and can't yet master it? Jun's heart was now shrouded in strong doubts. Meanwhile, within the 9 snake pirates, this woman unexpectedly unleashed Conquerors at will. Hancock glanced at some of the fighters who had fainted from Robin's Conqueror's Haki. Her initially bad expression grew even darker. Having witnessed Robin's Haki, she now regarded Robin with newfound seriousness. An 80 million berry bounty Robin wielding Conqueror's Haki, displaying exceptional armament Haki, and capable of restraining Smoothie's strength. What kind of power do the other members of the Black Pearl Pirates, with higher bounties, possess? That Riffin, what sort of strength does he possess? Hancock mumbled to herself. Her gaze shifted from Makita, Nami, and the others, finally settling on Riffin. Conquerors. Haki. How can this woman possess such courage? Smoothie gazed at Robin in disbelief. However, as she watched her fallen subordinates, disbelief gave way to reluctant acceptance. Even if Smoothie wanted not to believe it, she had to accept the reality. Well, let's continue. Robin smiled at Smoothie, immediately using armament Haki to twist Smoothie's body. Smoothie's eyes froze, and she opted to disengage from the struggle with Robin entirely. Instead, she chose to employ her devil fruit ability, allowing her body to contort like clothing or rubber. While Robin's strength contorted Smoothie's body at an astonishing angle, Smoothie remained unharmed. Capitalizing on her body's twist, Smoothie aimed her long sword at Robin's arm, which was sprouting from her body, and swung it. A red gleam filled Robin's eyes as she promptly scattered the sprouting arms on Smoothie, causing them to disintegrate into tiny petals. Sister, are you all right? Cinnamon hurried to Smoothie's side, her expression filled with concern. Although Robin's Conqueror's Haki was potent, due to her physical prowess, it was still considered a lower-tier Conqueror's Haki. Hence, someone as strong as her didn't succumb to unconsciousness. I'm fine, Cinnamon. Step back, I'll handle things here. Smoothie waved a hand to signal Cinnamon to move behind her and turned her gaze to Riffin with seriousness. Riffin, I've grasped the Black Pearl Pirate's power. How about we call it quits now? Following their recent battle, Smoothie had gained a rough understanding of Robin's strength. Even in the vast Big Mom pirates, Robin's abilities would certainly rank quite high. While she might not surpass the 4 generals, she was superior to a significant portion of Big Mom's crew. A single Robin possessed such might, leaving Smoothie convinced that Riffin's strength was even more enigmatic. Now, Smoothie believes she doesn't have to deal with Robin. Even if she returned to the Big Mom pirates at this juncture with her mission failed, Smoothie could justify to her mother that she had made the attempt. While this might potentially enrage her mother and put her life at risk, it was a preferable outcome compared to being vanquished by Riffin and his crew right now. After all, if they were defeated by Riffin and Robin, Smoothie harbored doubts about their safe return to Whole Cake Island. Remember, marine presence accompanied Jun. Smoothie feared that if they became incapacitated, Jun might have Riffin arrest Big Mom Pirates members, citing assistance to Riffin as a Shishibukai as grounds for action. Riffin live broadcast chat room. Eagle audience, no way, did this woman just give up like that? Isn't she one of the Big Mom Pirates' 4 generals? Kolima audience, this woman claiming that she's the strongest woman in the Big Mom Pirate group, second only to Charlotte Linlin? This has to be fake, right? Hehe, come on, guys, admit it. Smoothie was clearly overwhelmed by Robin's power. Green Pheasant audience, impossible. No matter how strong Robin is, she can't be stronger than Smoothie. This woman is obviously afraid of Riffin and dares not continue the fight. Camel audience, even so, this Smoothie's behavior is too embarrassing. Robin just pulled off a few tricks, and she's already thinking of running away. Kangaroo audience, damn, I was hoping to see Riffin seriously injure or even kill Smoothie so we could witness the feud between Riffin and the Big Mom Pirates. Boring. Who cares about feuds? I've already said that Brother Riffin's Black Pearl Pirates won't be afraid of the Big Mom Pirates, and Big Mom can't control everything. Eagle audience, when Riffin really has a feud with Big Mom Pirates, you'll see if she can control everything. Wait, is this guy Riffin not planning to let Smoothie go? Does this mean we still have a chance to witness a feud between Riffin and the Big Mom Pirates? One Piece Dungeon World. Witnessed by the Blue Star audience, Riffin directly rejected Smoothie's proposal. Smoothie, you said earlier that your mother gave you compulsive orders, didn't you? Since that's the case, if you can't take me back, you will definitely be in great trouble, right? I've heard of Charlotte Linlin's abilities, she seems to be able to take a person's lifespan. Even if her children make mistakes, she will take away their lives. Although the 2 of us have nothing to do with each other. But Charlotte Linlin is planning to arrange you as my wife after all. This can also be regarded as the fate between the 2 of us. Also, I really can't bear the thought that a beautiful woman like you, who has characteristics different from ordinary human beings, has her life taken away. So, I have to help you. Because of this, I really have no choice but to let you go in like this, Riffin shook his head and said. You want to help me? So you can't just let me go back like this? What do you mean? Smoothie frowned and looked at Riffin suspiciously. My idea is very simple, that is, I let Robin beat you badly. In this way, even Charlotte Linlin will think that you have worked hard enough, and she won't take your life. I think when you bring back the news of what happened here, she will only put all the fault in my head. Riffin stretched out his index finger and pointed to himself. He, thank you for thinking of me. Smoothie arched the corner of her mouth, as if she never thought that Riffin would come up with such a plan. You're welcome, who told you and me to be destined? Riffin waved his hand, said something indifferently, and then gave Robin a look. Robin nodded knowingly and once again posed for Smoothie to use the flower fruit ability. Miss Smoothie, your ability seems to have a certain restraining effect on my devil fruit ability. After the words fell, the petals of the flower began to dance around Robin's body. Now that you know I have such power, do you still choose to fight me, Miss Robin? A red light flashed in Smoothie's eyes, and her outstanding observation Haki clearly felt the growing aura of Robin. In order to be cautious, she used her ability to absorb many factors, including the moisture in the bodies of her subordinates who fell from Robin's Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, because of the concentration of much moisture, Smoothie's original height of more than 4 meters increased to nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. And the long sword in her hand was extra sharp because of its elongation. Riffin, it's better to stop this, if we continue to fight, maybe there is no way to stop. I'm not sure I won't hurt Robin. This woman is very important to you, right? Smoothie stood in front of him holding swords in both hands and said solemnly to Riffin. Although she lost in the previous contest with Robin, Smoothie doesn't think she will lose to Robin. And if this fight continues, Robin would probably be seriously injured by her slash. And Robin is an archaeologist who can understand the poneglyph. Smoothie naturally knew her importance. If Riffin wants to find the One Piece, then Robin's knowledge will be necessary. From this point of view alone, Robin has quite a value to him. And if you add the combat ability shown by Robin, the value contained in Robin itself will be even higher. So even if Smoothie doesn't understand how close Robin and Riffin are on the Black Pearl Pirates, but she can also guess that Robin's importance to Riffin is definitely not low. That's what she said, Robin. Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and said to Robin with a smile. It seems that I have been underestimated. In this case, I will use more power. Miss Smoothie, don't think that your ability can really restrain me. I've already thought of a way to deal with you. Next, please keep your eyes open. Robin raised the corner of her mouth and said relaxedly. Squeeze fruit can indeed make the power of the flower fruit ineffective to a certain extent. But this is only to prevent Robin from breaking the enemy's body as easily as before. But if you switch to a blunt object such as a fist, Robin knows she could still do damage to Smoothie. And if she uses the armament Haki that can destroy the inside, fighting will become much easier again. However, it really is necessary to learn hand-to-hand combat. In the future, if he encounters an enemy like Smoothie, she will have one more trick. Looks like I have to carve out some time to train with Riffin. At least until I learn one of Fishman Karate and Dragon Claw Fist. As Robin thought, the stamens around her began to fly faster and focus behind her. A few seconds later, under the astonished eyes of everyone, a black body, with 2 horns on its head, and a huge wing growing from its back. About 15 meters tall, half a body taller than the current Smoothie, a figure like a female demon appeared behind Robin. Chapter 224, Chapter 222, The Devil Child lives up to his name. The huge demon, at this moment, is wearing the same style of clothes as Robin. But it also seemed to be dyed pitch black because of the color on the female demon's body. From a distance, it reveals an extremely dangerous beauty. This ability it's the same as what Riffin's use against Golden Lion back then. Can Robin really use this ability? However, why is it so huge? Jun widened her eyes, staring closely at her back as if meeting Nico Robin for the first time. Like Jun, the rest of the Big Mom Pirates, including Charlotte Cinnamon, who didn't know about Robin, and members of the 9 Snake Pirates, looked at Robin in shock. The abilities shown by Robin earlier were enough to make them look up to Robin. But now they realize that they haven't seen enough about Robin. Jun and Cinnamon, Hancock, and others are still in awe. Not to mention Cinnamon herself. What the hell is this? Looking at the extremely oppressive tall demon, Smoothie involuntarily left a little cold sweat on her forehead. Gigantifleur demon form. Miss Smoothie, now, do you still feel that I am not your opponent? Robin stood in front of the huge demon, and looked at the surprised Smoothie with interest. Like Smoothie, Robin also had a lot of sweat on her forehead. But this is not because of her fear of Smoothie, but simply because of the exaggerated physical requirements for her to use the Gigantifleur demon form. Smoothie swallowed when she heard Robin's words. That's right, for the sake of Captain Riffin, it doesn't matter if I turn into a demon. If you Big Mom Pirates want to take Captain Riffin away, you need to pass my level first. Robin raised the corner of her mouth, and directly controlled the huge demon figure behind her to fly into the air. Smoothie frowned, looked at the huge demon Robin in the sky, and then at Robin herself on the Black Pearl. Your ability really surprised me. The title of the Devil Child is worthy of the name. Marine will only offer a reward of 80 million berries for an existence like you, they are really useless. However, you look very tired. You can't maintain such a posture for a long time, right? Also, although you have summoned a titan-like demon, this does not change the ending that your ability has no effect on me. Smoothie took a deep breath and regained her posture. Whether it will work or not, you can try it. Also, I don't intend to fight with you for a long time. Robin raised her mouth and swung her right hand down. The next moment, the huge demon quickly fell towards Smoothie. Smoothie focused her eyes, and immediately concentrated the powerful armament Haki on the long sword, and at the same time, observation Haki locked onto the huge demon Robin. Robin smiled slightly, and the powerful armament Haki was quickly wrapped around the hands of the big demon Robin. Then it stretched suddenly and grabbed it in Smoothie's direction. Seeing this, Smoothie immediately swung the long sword in her hand and slashed at the demon Robin's arm. However, Smoothie's powerful slash made a sound like a metal collision when it hit the demon Robin's arm. So hard! Smoothie read in surprise, and immediately wanted to take a few steps back in order to swing a stronger slash against Robin. However, at this moment, the big demon Robin stretched out several black arms wrapped around armament Haki from behind and grabbed Smoothie. Even Smoothie reacted quickly because of the powerful observation Haki, and immediately swung a sharp sword net towards Robin's attacking arm. She intends to use the sword net to make Robin withdraw her arm. But this time, to Smoothie's horror, her dense sword net couldn't even touch the giant demon Robin arm. The huge demon Robin seems to have reached the angle of Smoothie's attack ahead of time, and she can always dodge the dense sword net ahead of time. This feeling caught Hakuri's brother's observation Haki that can predict the future. For a moment of surprise in Smoothie's heart, there was a momentary pause in her movements. And it was precisely because of this moment of pause that the arm of the giant demon Robin touched her body. As Smoothie's hands, legs, neck, waist, and other parts were grabbed by the arm of the giant demon Robin. In an instant, Smoothie's dense sword net also disappeared in an instant. Well, it's time to end now. After grabbing Smoothie with multiple arms, Robin bullied her and firmly suppressed Smoothie herself on the deck of the pirate ship. At this moment, Smoothie couldn't lift her long sword even if she wanted to. You woman! Smoothie's eyes froze, and she immediately wanted to use her devil fruit ability to twist her body to escape the suppression of the demon Robin. Just a simple release, Smoothie already knows that with her strength and armament Haki, there is no way to escape the suppression of the demon Robin. Therefore, she can only choose to use the power of her devil fruit. However, Robin had already guessed her thoughts in an instant. You won't be given that chance, Miss Smoothie. The voice of the demon Robin rang out in Smoothie's ears like the murmur of hell. Then the more powerful armament Haki quickly climbed on top of those arms. As the demon Robin clenched her palms tightly, Smoothie immediately showed an expression of extreme pain. What the hell is this? Smoothie's body was shaking non-stop, and she wanted to turn her head to look at Robin in horror. However, her neck was pinched tightly by a giant hand of the demon Robin, and she couldn't turn her head to look at Robin at all. And her own ability to squeeze, at this moment, because of the energy that invaded her body from Robin's hands, Smoothie couldn't use it because of the pain. It seems that even Miss Smoothie, one of the 4 sweet commanders, is nothing more than that, Robin remarked. Even with your devil fruit ability, there is no way to resist the invasion of armament Haki, Demon Robin whispered into Smoothie's ear, her voice carrying an eerie tone. Armament Haki invasion. Smoothie's eyes widened in shock, and then she felt the powerful energy from the Demon Robin explode in every part of her body like a bomb. Among the powerhouses in the pirate world, there are very few people who can train the inside of their bodies to be hard enough. Even Dori, a warrior of the giants, was seriously injured by drinking wine containing bombs and exploding in his body. Armament Haki with internal destruction level is naturally more powerful than ordinary bombs. Smoothie didn't have time to stop Robin's invading armament Haki, which was an internal saboteur. At this moment, this energy exploded in her body, and Smoothie naturally couldn't make enough resistance. As armament Haki exploded, corresponding fractures appeared in Smoothie's limbs, ribs, and other parts. Smoothie spat out a mouthful of blood, and her consciousness gradually drifted away. Smoothie desperately tried to open her eyes, her gaze fixing on the Demon Robin who had stretched her face next to her head. But now, she could only vaguely see the devilish grin on Robin's face. Then, the arms and legs of the Demon Robin coiled around her body tightened suddenly. There was a sharp click. Smoothie heard a crisp sound, and then the consciousness that was drifting away returned to her because of the great pain. Ah! Smoothie moaned with difficulty. After the Demon Robin released her, Smoothie's body uncontrollably lay on the deck of the pirate ship. She could feel that her cervical spine and spine had been severely traumatized. Her life was in danger at any time. Robin beat Charlotte Smoothie. Vice Admiral Jun, am I seeing that right? I'm not hallucinating, right? Hina asked as she approached Jun. Hina, you're not mistaken, Jun replied, still in shock. We can't say enough about Robin. Her strength is definitely not at the level of a naval headquarters vice admiral. Perhaps, her strength is already comparable to mine. Jun had a difficult time accepting this fact. She never imagined that Robin could use her flower fruit abilities to such an extent, let alone employ armament Haki of the internal destruction level. If I were fighting Robin probably wouldn't have chosen to create such a huge demon clone, Jun thought to herself. She should have created a demon clone about the same size as Riffin's. In this case, the power of the demon clone would be much smaller. However, if I were caught by the demon clone and faced the armament Haki of the internal destruction level, I wouldn't be able to escape. Jun knew she didn't have the ability to twist her body like Smoothie. If she were caught by the demon Robin, she felt she might be defeated by Robin's combined attacks. Even though she had confidence in her sword skills, she doubted she could escape being caught by the demon Robin, especially considering the difference in their armament Haki strength. At that moment, Jun suddenly felt that she and Riffin could exchange information just by applying skincare products to each other, and she no longer felt at a loss. Chapter 225, Chapter 223, Riffin and Ada's acting skills. Green Pheasant audience, no way, this is one of the 4 sweet commanders. Are you kidding me, she got defeated by Robin in a few moves. Camel audience, this is definitely a fake, it's impossible for the sweet commanders to have such low-level strength. Ha ha ha, admit it, this is the power of our goddess Robin. She already has the power of the senior executives of the 4 Emperor's pirates. Goat audience, in that case, does it mean that Riffin, too, possesses the power of the 4 Emperors? Kangaroo audience, it's really surprising. No wonder Riffin can have Robin act so unscrupulously against Smoothie from the Big Mom pirates. Eagle audience, Robin wounding Smoothie is a happy thing, after all, Riffin and the Big Mom pirates are now sworn enemies. However, if Robin has such power, would Big Mom Charlotte Linlin really trouble Riffin so easily? Green Pheasant audience, of course, if she doesn't seek revenge, where would she put the reputation of the 4 Emperors? Hehe, what is reputation? Compared with profit, reputation is not as important. I don't think Big Mom would be so foolish as to provoke brother Riffin recklessly. Smoothie. Sister. Charlotte Citron and Charlotte Cinnamon, Smoothie's sisters, witnessed her contorted and injured state. They rushed forward with weapons in hand, ignoring the demon Robin standing beside Smoothie. However, Riffin's presence immediately blocked their path. Sorry, please don't disturb the battle between my partner and your general. If you insist on interfering, I can only assume that you want me to do the same. Riffin held Thunderbolt playfully, keeping a watchful eye on Citron and Cinnamon. Ada, who was standing not far behind Cinnamon and the others, caught Riffin's eye and exchanged a meaningful glance with him. She winked at him quietly, and her message was clear, go ahead. The unspoken understanding between Ada and Riffin was enough for Riffin to grasp Ada's intentions. Damn it, get out of the way. Riffin, don't even think about hurting my sister again. Citron and Cinnamon ignored Riffin's warning and charged forward. However, with a casual wave of Riffin's hand, a power grid blocked their path, forcing them to halt. Riffin did the same for other members of the Big Mom pirates who were following Smoothie. Once Riffin had ensured that they wouldn't interfere, he turned his attention back to the huge demon Robin and nodded slightly. The enormous demon Robin smiled knowingly and raised her massive foot as if to stomp on Smoothie's head. Smoothie, wide-eyed and horrified, desperately tried to stop Robin, but her injuries prevented her from speaking. Her life hung in the balance, and she couldn't express her willingness to surrender. Damn it, am I going to die here? Smoothie's thoughts raced as she witnessed the impending threat. But at that moment, a somewhat familiar voice broke into Smoothie's ears. This voice is Ada. Smoothie was overjoyed, and at the same time, hope surged in her heart. She knew that Ada had a certain relationship with Riffin. If there was anyone on her boat who could persuade Riffin, it was Ada. Sure enough, as soon as Ada's voice sounded, Riffin's command to stop reached Smoothie's ears. Pause, Robin. As Riffin's command fell, Smoothie saw the enormous demon Robin's huge foot halt just 5 centimeters above her cheek. Smoothie's heart pounded wildly because she had never wanted to rely on others so much. But this time, the person she relied on was Ada. Smoothie took a deep breath and tried hard to keep her eyes fixed on Riffin and Ada. What's going on, Ada? Riffin extended the power grid created by Thunder Devil Fruit's ability, creating a hole just big enough for Ada to pass through as he watched Ada approach with a meaningful expression. At this point, Riffin had already entered drama mode. Riffin, didn't you say earlier that this was just a competition, not a battle to the death? Smoothie is defeated now, shouldn't Robin stop? Ada stood about half a meter away from Riffin, wearing the same meaningful smile on her face, as she started her drama mode. Defeat? Stop. Riffin looked at Smoothie lying on the ground, then patted his head as if he had just remembered. Look at my memory, I almost forgot. This isn't a battle to the death. Robin, retract your abilities. I think Miss Smoothie has realized her defeat. When Robin heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she immediately withdrew her devil fruit ability. In an instant, the colossal demon Robin, who had been standing beside Smoothie, transformed into countless beautiful petals and floated away. The disappearance of the enormous demon Robin brought a long sigh of relief from Smoothie. Miss Smoothie, now that the contest is over, we'll take our leave, Riffin said. Tell Big Mom the outcome of this battle when you return. She won't blame you. Your lifespan will probably be spared. Riffin moved towards Smoothie, giving her a big smile. Smoothie's expression was extremely speechless and complicated. Wait, Riffin, Ada suddenly stopped Riffin. What is it, Ada? Riffin raised his eyebrows and looked at Ada with a puzzled expression. Smoothie isn't suitable for sailing in her current condition. If she encounters marines or other pirates, it could be bad. You have superb medical skills. Since Smoothie ended up like this because of Robin, could you please use your medical skills to treat her? Medical treatment isn't within my usual purview. After all, Miss Smoothie initiated the battle in the first place. It wouldn't have happened if they weren't trying to force me into becoming Charlotte Linland's son-in-law, Riffin replied, shaking his head with an indifferent expression. Don't say that, Riffin. Just consider it a favor I'm begging you for. Plus, you still owe me a favor, remember. Ada approached Riffin with an extremely gentle and flattering smile on her face, tightly clinging to Riffin's arm and placing it into her chest. So, you plan to use this favor in exchange for my treatment of Smoothie? Ada, are you sure you want to do this? If similar situations arise in the future, I might not necessarily be trustworthy to you, Riffin stated, looking at Ada seriously. Smoothie have been kind to me. If you're willing to treat her, I'm willing to use it, Ada replied with a determined expression. Very well, Riffin nodded slightly and, under Smoothie's anxious gaze, pretended to use flower fruit. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Big Mom's pirates and the 9 snake pirates, a completely new arm sprouted around Smoothie's body. These arms were different from the ones Robin had created with her flower fruit ability. At a glance, everyone could tell that the arms growing on Smoothie's body were male. Riffin, is this you using Robin's devil fruit? Smoothie widened her eyes and asked, voicing the doubts in her heart. That's right. Brace yourself, Miss Smoothie, I'm going to reset your body to a certain extent, Riffin said, nodding generously. He manipulated the arm growing on Smoothie's body to reset her bones. As a master of the flower fruit, Riffin had consulted Robin on joint techniques. In addition to learning medical skills from Nojo and Chopper's medical skills, Riffin's joint skills surpassed even Robin's. Consequently, he had his own excellent methods for bone restoration. Ouch, that's good, but a bit gentler, Riffin. Smoothie cried out in pain due to the bone adjustments. However, Riffin didn't intend to be too gentle, and with a set of domineering methods, he largely repaired the almost fatal fractures on Smoothie's body. There you go, your life isn't in danger now. You'll need some additional treatment afterward, Riffin assured, pretending to leave once more. Riffin, don't rush to leave. You must have other ways to speed up Smoothie's recovery. For the sake of that favor, please complete Smoothie's treatment thoroughly, Ada urged, as if reluctant to let Riffin go so easily. Seeing this, Riffin frowned briefly and then shook his head in embarrassment. Fine. For you, I'm delaying my departure for a short while. Makita, Robin, wait here while I finish treating Miss Smoothie. And as for the Empress over there, it's a rare meeting, we can consider it fate. Please don't leave yet, I think we can have a good chat later.
Thanks for listening.